Streaming, start recording, log in.
Arknights.
Let's see. Things should be working well. Hopefully. That's the first thing I'll say.
Doctor.
Hey. Wait, did I not? Wait, huh? Wait, did I seriously not log in yesterday? You know what? Fair enough.
Would you like to stay here?
Alright, that's
Phew. We can take a little breather now, right?
that's something for later. That is something for later. That's a YAPFEST for later. Oh yeah, it reminds me. I could just do clue exchange. What am I doing? Noise. Sure. Since I have so many clues, might as well throw them all where I need to throw them. Sure. I'm kind of... I really didn't log in yesterday. Well, there are reasons for that. I was wrestling with another piece of media and technology.
Doctor.
So there's that. Back to 8 hours of yapping. And hopefully we finish this today.
Here to join you simply because
Do tell if all the audio balancing is alright, but first of all, welcome to the stream, Gintako. How are you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day so far and continue to have a good day on here with the rest of us. The last 2 days for me have been fairly productive, I would say. You're still halfway through. Hey, that means I should be able to finish everything today in today's stream. 8 hours of yapping, right? Finish everything in today's stream and call it a day. Hopefully. Right? Right? Not sure. But yeah, let me do my login and then I'll need to do my login yet again. Because yesterday I was wrestling with trying to install a VPN client on Arch Linux. I mean, sorry, Catchy OS. The OS I used. Arch-based OS, I should
Did I
say.
scare you?
And oh boy, it took 6 hours and still couldn't get OpenVPN to work. I could get it to connect, but for some reason it still wasn't like directing all of my traffic through the
Did I
VPN.
scare you?
So, for example, if I opened up Brave and opened up Google,
Did I
it
scare
wouldn't
you?
change
I scare
my
you?
IP address to like Japan, let's say.
Did I
So
scare
yeah,
you?
after 6 hours of wrestling with it,
Did
I
I
gave
scare
up
you?
and just installed like another VPN service on
Did I
like
scare
Proton
you?
VPN and then call it a day. If I recall, the second half has more
Did I
words.
scare you?
Oh, don't you worry. We also have 1 hour, 1.5
Did I
hours,
scare you?
at least 1 hour worth of startup time,
Doctor?
because yesterday it was 1.5 hour I yapped about and read the manga, so we should have one more extra hour in this 8 hour stream. So you know, things will work out. Things will most definitely, for sure, work out this time around. Then I should be able to finish in today's stream, provided that I don't yap my own head off. You know, of course, that's a big if. I know, that is a big if. Is my audio clearer than before? Because for the last 2 days, I think I cleaned up. Well, yesterday I cleaned up the whole desktop. Then I washed my pop filter that I have on the mic. Hello, hello. And then I got a haircut today. Washed the... It's clear? Alright, awesome. And then I washed the clothes, like kind of the pieces of cloth that I used to clean the PC with, just from the outside. I do need to do like an internal cleaning of the PC since it's been 3 months since the PC was brought to home and I still haven't opened it up to clean the inside. So that's something I need to do. Probably tomorrow. And there is just like a screwdriver at the back of my black PC where I should be able to open it up, but it's gonna be just gonna be a tiny bit nervous about that. Don't mind me. But yes, and then yesterday I was trying to wrestle with OpenVPN, it didn't work out, we used Proton, called it a day, and for some fucking reason I still cannot access the CN website, which I'm like, bruh. The Arknights CN PRTS wiki, I still cannot access it, and I'm like, bro, why the hell did I go through the pain of trying to set up OpenVPN for 6 hours? And like trying to set up a VPN on Linux, if that was going to be the end result. I genuinely got no clue, and at least the VPN is working. So I'm just like, alright then. I guess no PRTS wiki and high resolution operator images and image assets for my thumbnails. Yeah, no, none of that for me then. No high resolution image assets for me thumbnails, I guess. It was a sad day yesterday, and that was the reason I went to sleep late yesterday. I know. I just... what do I do with my life, man? Anyways, but yeah, that's what's been happening with me, and for today, we got a haircut. I'd say a pretty respectable... I just like, you know the box standard cut you get when you're a kid? Yeah, I like to get that haircut. Like, it's all small on all sides, except for like the front. There's a bit of hair length on the front. And on the top. But who needs a high resolution image assets when you have Microsoft Paint? Ah, a very great joke, Terrible Gamer. Speaking as someone who's on Linux. Haircut and bald. Well, we respect all the bald people out there, let's just say. But hello, Terrible Gamer. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day so far. I've had an interesting 2 days, yesterday and today. Yesterday I cleaned stuff up. I was on kind of a productivity spree. I cleaned up, washed up my pop filter on the mic, and then today I got a haircut. Then it started absolutely pouring. Like the rain just... It started absolutely pouring. The rain just did not stop. So I was stuck in the barber shop for about 50 minutes until I said, oh, frick it, I need to get home and start doing stuff. So I got home entirely soaked and finally took a bath after coming from the barber shop, and now I'm here streaming after, you know, setting up the live stream. But yeah, lost a bit and now I'm bald. Ah, gotcha, Gintako. Funnily enough, I think I've told this on stream before, but maybe it would have been only to a few people. But back when I was a kid, I just loved going bald, man. I don't know, there was something about going bald. It's just like every 3 months or 2 months, I just go bald. On the bright side, you had half your shower done on the way home. Well, it's funny when people... It's funny because I don't take a shower. The shower doesn't even work. I take a bath. All the fresh air on the scalp. I do not want to go outside in my city during rainy season.
Doctor.
You guys want to know why? Because every third street becomes a sewage river. Yes, if it rains quite a bit, about 1/3 of the city just experiences what we call the sewage river phenomenon in monsoon season, where every third street will just be filled to the brim with water, and all the sewage would be over-leaking from the sewage system. Just, you know, don't you love it when you live in like a downtown kind of quote-unquote city with a little too many people and all of these housings being done? as like illegal constructions without official licenses, but the residents denied it to the government really. So yeah. Sounds like someone's urban planners didn't know how to place city skylines. Well, there's the other thing where all of your laborers and all of the constructors and all of the suppliers, you have to manually get them together or like contact all of the builders yourself. And the builders are all unlicensed builders will just build stuff. Oh, there's a bit of plot here. Very congested. Right next to like a government forest. Oh, why not? Build on it. Nobody really here has like a builder's license, so urban planning can already go to shit when there's no real builder's license or like professional builders involved. But yeah, at least the government took some actions to bulldoze some houses like a year or two ago. And it was pretty close to my house. Well, we had government paperwork for our house here. So you're telling me the urban planners don't just drag builders around on an iPad and it gets built immediately? No. About, I can confidently say about 30%, no, not even 30%, about 60% of the houses in my quote-unquote city are built by not licensed builders. I think that would be fair, and I don't go as far as to say I'm lowballing the estimate. But yeah, then urban planning goes to shit, and then you have unlicensed builders just building houses because so many people. It kind of leads to this situation. But yeah. If it was in my own, or if it was in my control. Okay, enough of my bad jokes, otherwise I'm going to monopolize your stream chat. But yeah. It would be the only thing like keeping this place livable is the forest reserve that you can go into, and the forest reserve itself has quite a lot of trash and waste and sewage water thrown in. Doesn't help when one of the lakes in the forest reserve is it's just pure sewage water just going into the forest, and nobody really gives a damn. You know? Yeah. But hey, at least you can go deeper into the forest reserve and have a breath of fresh air. And it's because of this forest reserve that our city, during winter, like any climate, is about 2 degrees Celsius colder than any of the main highways outside the city that connect to other cities in the capital. Which is some things you get used to, unfortunately, when living in, you could say, downtown and not properly built or tier 3 or less than tier 3 cities here in India. Unfortunate, but what can you really do about it? If you're just in your room, not really doing much. But yeah, enough about my complaints of living in a prophesized tier 4 city and how it's much on and how much of it and how much living here is a hassle. Let's continue on to Arknights, because we've already yapped and complained a little too much and about me wrestling with my own technology, my own operating system to get a VPN to work. I think it's time. That was enough yapping. And if anybody wants to like take up, and yeah, right, I was about on the topic of the haircut. I got me a box standard kit haircut, like short on all sides, a bit of length up on my forehead and then on the scalp. And for the first time in my life, I just told the barber to trim my entire beard but leave the mustache. So it's like how would I say? The hair density on my mustache is like medium, low to medium, but I'm planning to grow it out. So that's what I'm planning to do. Hopefully to, you know, get one of those Indian round mustaches. well, that's the goal, but when I grow out the beard, then cosplay as Pope Gaben. I've already did. I look like, whenever I fully grow out my beard and don't give a frick, it's like I have 50% of the beard of Kratos. And it's funny when you realize I am half Stickman Kratos. That's the best way to describe my appearance during those times when I fully grow out my beard. And if I also want to... But I've never really rocked that look. The hair also grows, so I haven't really got to experience the true Kratos experience with the whole beard and just bald. But I have gone bald in my childhood quite a bit. I liked it, actually. And it was a trend up until my teenagehood, where I was like, it really depends on the mood. If I want to go bald, I'll go bald. But yes, I'm like half, not bald, half Kratos stickman person. The full Kratos experience is just yelling angrily at the heavens. But yes, for now I'm trying to see if I can grow my mustache to rock the Indian guy with rounded mustache look. That's the goal for the next 6 months, and see how well that turns out. But anyways, enough yapping. That should be all the yapping I need to do on this stream. Already out of the way. Let's enter the event again. And start with ZTST2. Intermezzo, unfinished fugue. This unfinished fugue has no ending, just as the dark conspiracies have not reached their conclusion. Right, and before I start, I should also drink some water. I'm trying to build up some muscle by what's it called? Exercising. Just homemade, full-on vegetarian food. Nothing else, really. Maybe a bit of protein supplement. I don't know. Something like that. But yeah, it's gonna be a long way. The one positive thing is, even if my weight has gone down and put me at the risk of being severely underweight, like 43 almost kg or something like that. Hey, for a 5'9" guy, at least the weighing machine told me that I have more muscle than beforehand, so it's progress. For the 1 month I've been exercising, I'll take it. Need to mostly get muscle in me body, and then it'll slowly and gradually increase over the year or two. Hey, the longest journey begins with a single step. Work towards your goal, one step at a time. That's exactly it. Hey, the small milestones for me has been just getting into a regular rhythm of exercising. So that's been good. So every time I wake up, no matter, even if I've woken up late or early, I will always brush up, fresh myself, do the toiletries, and then do my exercising, and then take a bath. That's at least been completely solidified. So that morning routine ain't going anywhere, and I'm proud of it. Definitely proud of it. It'll just take a long way. Kind of like how catching up to Arknights will also take the long way. But anyways, actual enough yapping for the last time. Now let's... Viviana. The rising of the Utica secret chamber destroyed the original plate of Ludwig's Universitat. Coupled with the influence of Herkamshorn's arts, the school can no longer function normally. Ah. For now, the Empress's voice have taken over the cleanup operation from the Gendarmerie. Unaffected students and faculty have been relocated to neighboring Ostendorf. The cleanup will take about a week. Thereafter, they'll be able to return to campus. No need. Ludwig's Universitat library will be relocated to New Leopoldshof and fall under the purview of Reich Museum. The other campuses and faculties will be merged into... Wait, what? Will be merged into... Jesus Christ. Here comes the German words. My one weakness in this stream. Also Viviana. My two weaknesses put together, Viviana and German words. Reichken... Is it Reichken Stack Dame. Reichken Stack Dame will be merged into Reichken Stack Dame in Bashoff. Well, the mispronunciations shall continue, because it's gonna take too long to get through this event otherwise. Jazat's Watcher will be in charge of disposing all of the remaining plates belonging to Utica. But then Ludwig's Universitat will rush Kunst Academy. Ah, it was supposed to be pronounced Academy. Reich Kunst Academy. Ludwig's Universitat will become history. Hello, Zeist. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day so far and continue to have a good day on stream. I know you must be pleasantly surprised I only left for 15 minutes and just dived straight into the story. But hey, we have a lot to go through, so I'm gonna be mispronouncing stuff and not caring much for the German words and just going through the story normally with minimum yap, hopefully. I hope you truly have a good time with the rest of us here, Zeist, as always. Your Majesty, are you surprised? When I received the summon, I thought... You thought I would be Lizelot. My apologies. You did well. Lizelot thinks very highly of you. Danke schön, Your Majesty. If you hadn't graced us with your presence yesterday... It's behind us. No need to speak of it again. Your Majesty, there is one thing... One other thing. Oh. Oh? Arturia, the wanted Sancta, I bumped into her and she mentioned my father. I would like to know if she had something to do with his death, if you would permit me. We have been over this, Horschberg. The case of the Witch King's remains stealing a copy of the Golden Gessart has been closed. Ah. No more further investigation. Brand. Your Majesty, you are here as well. Have you come to see Cora? She is currently rehearsing the Golden Geschirch. The delay caused by the Witch King's remains has us all worried about tomorrow's performance. Rest assured, the movement is flawless at all times. Cora said the same. How long have you gone without a break? Why not take a vacation after the celebration? You could go back to Sturmland together. Not as right short Chester tuner. Not as Rach Sochester tuner and Gazasht Watcher, but as Cora and Brand. This is a reward, not a punishment, for mopping up the Witch King's remains. You and Viviana have done fine work, and I've taken notice. Just remember that opportunity does not last forever. Some things must be said before it's too late. Thank you, Your Majesty, for the reminder. And another thing, I'll need at least 20 Jesuits Watcher for tomorrow's celebration. What? Does Grimmage know about this? Every year, Das Kaiserinnenfest begins with the Rachel Socher's performance of the Golden Church and ends with my duet with Hildegard. I wonder, this year, will the people still appreciate our performance? I have no doubt, Your Majesty. Could I ask you a question, Brand? By all means. Assume your most prized possession has a crack in it. Would you turn a blind eye to it? pretend you didn't notice. I don't know what she's asking about, honestly. Don't really have much of a clue what's going on there, but we shall continue regardless. You're going to leave, Zwillingstürme? Artillery is under control. I will return to Laterano and report to His Holiness the Pope. We will subsequently seek formal legal cooperation from Lithuanian. Alright, but I should remind you, tomorrow is das Kaiser Rennensfest. Zwillingstürme will be very lively. The young people from other regions, even other countries, will all join the merrymaking. Correct. I had noticed an increase in foot traffic. And so, I want to ask, Her Executor, won't you stay just one more day? Please explain why I'd do that. Arturi has been apprehended. The copy of the Golden Escharge has been recovered, and the Witch King's remains has been more or less wiped out. It seems like everything is all taken care of, but I can't shake this uneasy feeling. Grimach says I have a unique sense of danger. I mean, of course, it might just be my imagination. For matters pertaining to internal Lithuanian affairs, I suggest you confirm with your Empress. She's been too busy to see me today. So that's why you have time to escort me out of the city. I'd assumed this was an unofficial duty. A duty? No, it's not my duty to monitor you. And, having come all the way to Zwillingstürme, wouldn't you like to stay a bit longer, make some new friends, see the sights? Friends and sights. Are you looking at that coffee shop? I could try the drink Loris recommended before I leave. Herbst! You are Yelena's brother, Jan. Do you work at this coffee shop? Ja, I need to save money so I can study abroad when I'm ready. I thought I'd never see you again. I've heard that the executors of the Lateran Notorian Hall carry out the wills of Lateran citizens. Is that right? An acceptable summary. And you also solve cases? So long as it is part of a binding document, I will do everything in my power to carry it out. Wunderbar! Loris left me a key before he died. He said there were clues about my sister's case in this house. But I'm not a detective after all, and I wasn't sure who to give the key to. Oh, so that clue shall be picked up on by our dear executor here. This is the residence of Loris Borden. This is a home in Zwillingstürme. You've barely known Borden for afternoon, and he left you this entire house? What he left me are clues to a case. Look, the wall, the table, the drawers, everywhere. There are all clues regarding Yelena Schürrle, the girl who disappeared over 10 years ago. And a letter. Loris claimed to have accepted defeat, but actually, he never gave up on the case. Hi there, how far are we? S2 yet? Yeah, this is story 2. I only yapped about 15 minutes and then we dove straight into the story. Hello, MJ Jerry, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day so far. And as I DM'd you, OpenVPN didn't work out. We got Proton to work, but for some reason I still cannot access the CN Arknights wiki, so I'm just like, I'm fed up. I genuinely have no clue what else to do, other than I guess use Tor, the nuclear option, and wait 10 minutes every time I want to load the damn website for downloading some image assets or something of the like. But yeah, it's pain. Because I can't even say, oh, it's my ISP that may have blocked Chinese websites, because, bruh. Executor. Ah, it's not executor, it's executor. Interesting. But yeah, I genuinely have no clue what to do. I'll just switch to Tor, man, whenever I need to download something and wait 5 minutes every time I want to go to a new page and have to download an image. literally can't do anything, so... Sedge. Anyways, continuing onwards. I almost forgot you're a case solver machine. Even if they made you a graph and granted you the tallest spire in Zwillingstürme, you'd hardly blink, would you? A false premise, that is. There is no precedent for a Lateran saint being conferred a title by another country. And what do you have to do with Lateran sainthood? Are you suggesting that you, executor, bear the title of saint? Yes. Like the founders and the popes? I am unclear on what you mean like in this context, but nominally, yes. I may need to re-evaluate our need to monitor you, Her Saint. You are an executor to an Empress. I had assumed you had some familiarity with my background. Executor? It's executor to an Empress. I thought I did too. Well, I mean, he didn't really go around saying he's a saint and proclaiming he's a saint from Laterano, so... all I'll say is... Michael was right to assume that he was just an executor. Do not worry, whether or not I hold the title of saint is not particularly relevant to my work in Lithanian. My executorial duty is to capture Arturia, as well as executing the wills of Lateran citizens. As the Arturia case is on temporary hold, fulfilling the will of Loris Borden is in my next objective. Was that... hesitation? I've never seen you hesitate before. I still have questions about the Arturia case. What question? I need to think. Federico looks at the piano at the side of the room. Like most Lithanians, Loris had musical instruments in his home. However, judging from the many files and folders on its bench, he did not play the piano often. Simply tap the black and white keys in a certain rhythm and a melody will be created. People have taken such immediate feedback for granted, yet there are still many questions that, once sprouted, are pushed away, unanswered. He's playing the piano. The piece you just played, is it the one from yesterday at Ludwig's University? De Todd des Hexen Königs. Arturia interpreted the emotions of Loris Borden and Brand Rayner, as well as the others who witnessed the Witch King's demise. She turned their strongest feelings into notes, creating this piece. I want to know what she discovered in those emotions. The notes may be same, but the feelings are so different. Executor, are you and Arturia really related by blood? If misplaying an instrument were a crime, you'd be well arrested as soon as you step out the door. Bro is so bad. Bro. I mean... Huh. I wouldn't say he was so bad. It's just a beginner trying to learn an instrument. Nothing there sounded out of tune. But I guess Lithanians would have very high standards considering the country this is. Man committed a crime against music, apparently. Oh, that's what I'm saying. Bro, that's what I'm saying. What? I did not play a single note wrong. But there was no emotion whatsoever. You can't grasp music by memorizing its rules. You have to picture the emotions it conveys. For example, Loris Borden. You have to become him. Imagine the night he charged into the Witch King's spire. Picture how he became a hero, how crestfallen he was by Irina's case, and... when you're finally forced to doubt yourself and find yourself wavering, lost like me, you'll realize that you need a strength, a reason. And that's when you'll discover that the law offers no guidance. Why do barriers never cease to be? Is mankind doomed never to understand one another? The tiniest chaos is enough to shatter the order. The moment confusion envelops, people begin to hurt one another. Clement. Clement. Wait. I forgot. Who was Clement? It's been 2 days for me, guys, but I remember the name Clement. It's just I'm failing to associate that name with a face or a character. But I do remember Loris. Ah, the Pope. Vanglista the 11th. Each era has its own trials and tribulations for which we can only prepare to the best of our ability. It is certain, however, that you have been chosen because it believes you have the ability to respond to the unknown. And this was back in Hortus de Escapismo. I remember this. You are well aware there is another besides yourself, very unique among the Sancta. Bring her back if possible. I need to meet with her face to face. I haven't heard this line though. Fede, your whole life you have been different. Different from all the others. Can you really not see everything I see in the music? Bro, how much of a crime does he commit? How bad is he that he's about to, like he has to mention, thanks to Crimage, and both my ears and soul have been saved. A failed attempt, I take it. Let's not try that again. We have to acknowledge that some people simply lack the talent for music. Yes, I cannot empathize with Loris or anyone else, nor do I see the illusions created by the notes. But I do have realized that emotions are also information. Ooh, what do you mean by that? As you said, Arturia's performances are completely different from mine. The notes arranged in order have no inherent meaning, but with added emotion they become a piece of music beloved by you people. And so I have come to understand that emotion is a kind of additional information. Arturia played her music, playing the hearts of Loris and others to extract information from the powerful emotions that then they themselves could not retrieve. This is something only Arturia can do. Her objective has not yet been archived, nor will she abandon it. Her objective has not yet been achieved, nor will she abandon it. There will be even greater chaos in the coming days here in Zwillingstürme. Hello, Ducklord. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you have a good day with the rest of us. Minimum yapping in this on this stream, only 15 minutes, and then straight into the story node. So yeah, we're gonna continue, and hopefully, a very big hopefully, but hopefully we finish the entire event today. That's the plan, at least. Are you certain? I could spend time explaining the final logic to you, but I sense that you will find it difficult to share my thought process. As such, I suggest you consider my conclusion a kind of intuition. Executor, there is someone you should see. She can help you. Oh? Still a long way to reach Pix. Yep. Congratulations, you're about to be rid of me. What? I shouldn't say such things? What would you hear rather? Mockery, anger, curses? Or a seemingly invisible enemy pulled straight from a story begging for mercy before their departure from the stage? Wait. What? Wait, who's this? Don't forget, you wanted to see me. Whenever you have doubts, you unconsciously seek out my voice. You want to hear me deny you, then in denying me, you can win some silly comfort for yourself. That it is not I who needs you, you need me. Oh, it's the voice of the Witch King. I'll read it in his voice. Congratulations, you're about to be rid of me. What? I shouldn't say such things. What would you rather hear? Mockery, anger, curses, or a seemingly invisible enemy pulled straight from a story begging for mercy before the departure from the stage. Don't forget, you wanted to see me. Whether you have doubts, you unconsciously seek out my voice. You want to hear me deny you, and then, in denying me, you can win some silly comfort for yourself. It is not I who need you. You need me. Bloodline of Vertica, France, Ebenholz. Without me, what does your future hold? Hello, Karu, welcome to the stream. Hopefully you have a good time with the rest of us. Minimum yapping for today, straight into the story. It's gonna be a very long reading stream, let's just say. He wakes up here. It's done. What do you mean? What's done? I've removed the voice of mundane from your head. But nothing happened, is that it? It could never summon the Genesis horn in the first place. It's like watching a crowd of people nervously gathering to light a fuse and blow Zwillingstürme up, only to hear a soft pop like a gloom pincer's depressing... What? The hell is a gloom pincer? Only to hear a soft pop like a gloom pincer's depressing fart. But didn't you say the melody of the Witch King could open the door to the Genesis horn? Yes, the right melody. Do you think you can open a locked door with an old key? Don't compare my research on Herbst with a pile of rubbish they stuffed into your brain. Those idiots and their infected bombings couldn't manage a thing. The voice of the mundane. Do the people who come up with this stuff even know the difference between a proper creation and a blech? Was it Gerhard who filled your heads with this? Would you mind if I dug him up and knocked him around a bit more? Gloom pincers are critters you find in some events. Ah, gotcha. But they told me the voice of mundane housed the Witch King's avatar. Avatar? Avatar. That'd be like me rolling my soul into a ball and tossing it into an amphitheater beneath the spire for you stupid lambs to kick about. You really think that can be done? That's enough, boy. I'm in a bad mood. A positively rotten one. I thought by doing this one last favor for a match, I'd be able to take my things and finally be rid of this wretched place. Who would have thought those masked morons would have made a fool of me? No, they made me a whole circus. I should have, Ermengarde look me over, see if a lich's age has any effect on his brain. Damn, okay. He said, the voice of mundane is just noise. It is certainly a melody left behind by the Witch King, that's true. But Gerald and his men misunderstood its power. It isn't the key to the Witch King's legacy. Love Fremont. I definitely do like the guy and how sarcastic he is. And his, let's just call it, colourful analogies. Then what about the voice in my head? I don't understand the arts behind it. The problem of the voice of mundane has been resolved. You may still suffer headaches and hallucinations, but I expect they won't be so bad going forward. Just to be safe, you should stay here and rest a while. Then leave Zwillingstürme after Das Kaiserreinen ins Fest. So, the voice is just my imagination then? All these years, and all of my struggles are just in my head? In the somewhat more figurative sense? Apparently, I have nothing to do whatsoever with any of the grand plans of this lofty conspirators. And to speak of killing myself before I went mad. I have been mad for a long, long time. I don't have time to discuss this with you. Ebenholz have schizo, basically. Right. The grandfather says the rubbish in my head tainted the research on Herbst, so why care about me, an inferior product, particularly after we have known that none of his power lies within me? I can't summon a catastrophe cloud with a wave of my hand, nor can I cleave a spire with a swing of my sword. What do you want? The power is still there. Since you've removed the voice of mundane, why not kill me? Voice of Mundane is not the key, meaning I'm of no use to the Twin Empresses. Why not burn me and mine to ashes like all the experiments of the Witch King era? Because there is no need? Is that it? Then what about my brother? He died. He died because of a stupid plan like, to borrow a phrase, like a Glumpince's depressing fart. Such nonsense, such irony. He was grateful, you know, right up until he died. Grateful for our meeting. Grateful for the instructor who taught him the cello. But our meeting was exploited by Gertrude, the teacher he admired, was mixed up with the Witch King's remains. And now you tell me the voice of Mundane was all a wacky misunderstanding the whole time? So we lived, died, met, parted. All for what? Where is the meaning in any of it? Alright, if you want an answer, I'll tell you. You're right. There was no meaning in any of it. Set aside the Utica name. Whether the voice of Mundane, you're nothing but a self-absorbed, self-harming, self-destructive, empty shell of a pretty boy. God. Okay. Okay, let's see. Alright, let's see. Alright, my guy. Perfect. You finally did it. Now take up your arts unit. Why not unwrap the bandages on your sword? They'll make this execution go even smoother. The man before me is unworthy of it. Damn! Even now, you just have to humiliate, then fight back. Prove me wrong by your actions. You loathe the bloodline of the Witch King, but have you ever sought out the victims of his persecution? To make amends, to help them, to compensate them? You loathe the title of Graf Utica, but have you ever looked into the safety of the commoners? Taken note of the decline of your domain, caught between the Twin Empresses and the Witch King's remains? You lament being the only survivor, but have you not been cherishing the life ahead of you? But you have not been cherishing the life ahead of you. Instead, you constantly throw yourself into danger. You say you were a prisoner of your spire, but who, in the end, has never looked beyond his gauge at anyone else? Lessing's sword moves so quickly that dodging is nearly impossible. He's rarely spoken so many words in one breath. At first, Ebenholz had no intention of dodging, but almost instinctively, the originium dice float into the air. Arts pour out uncontrollably like fiery rage. Blood, title, duty, everything was forced upon me by fate. I tried. I stood against it. And in the end you tell me there was never any need to? Why? Why did I have to go through all this when I'm a nobody at all? Lessing's sword presses against Ebenholz's throat. The originium dice fall to the side. The battle is over. The outcome a surprise to no one. Our fight against fate never belonged to any of us. And so, what does the suffering we have endured even count for? I never received a noble's education, and I don't throw words around like fate. I only know that all the suffering is real. I've seen street hawkers beaten by the gendarmerie in the alleyways. I've seen older men freeze to death on the roadside after losing their farmland to the rural nobility. They'll never see the Witch King, the Twin Empresses, or a Kurfürstein in their life. They'll never have the time or energy to contemplate fate, suffering, or meaning. That's life in the shadow of the spires for the great masters of Lothanien. No one can overcome an abstract concept. If you want revenge, choose a concrete target. The Witch King, the Twin Empresses, the still living remnants. We fight to survive, and we don't stop until our blood, or that of our enemies, runs dry. Fight. The Witch King's legacy still exists, whatever it is. Enemies shrouded in darkness may find it at any moment and use it to unleash suffering on the great masses once again. You can stay in the spire and continue lamenting your fate, or you can challenge me again and die by my hand. Or you can join me in seeking the Witch King's legacy. Help me find the true culprit, who may still be alive in some form. Choose. Ebenholz feels the sword against his throat, still wrapped in bandages. Were it not wrapped, he would have smelled blood. Of course, this does not mean that Lessing can't kill him. The warrior's expression is cold, but his eyes burn with anger. Why is he angry? Why does he still have expectations for a man like him? Would you kindly pass me my arts unit? This is exactly the therapy Ebenholz needs. He needs to know he's the one who needs to seize his fate instead of merely lamenting it. That was a great scene, not gonna lie, that was a great scene. That was an awesome scene. That was an awesome scene. Very well written confrontation. Loved it. Loved voicing it as well. Why aren't they here? Frau Hochberg, what is it you're looking for? Sketches. For Ida Siemens' drawings. Since Sir Rainer and I left, has anyone else been in this room? No suspicious individuals, mind, Dame. After you and her Gisich watcher left, the Imperial casters carefully inspected the entire alley. After confirming no traces of the Witch King's remains and no dangerous witchcraft or items, they left. Are the drawings you're looking for involved in some important case? A case? Viviana recalls Grimmich's words. The case of the Witch King's remains stealing a copy of the Golden Gisach has been closed. No, it's merely personal. Frau Siemens' work is incredibly beautiful. It always evokes some marigold memories in me. Please don't alert the others, though. I don't want too many people to know I've been here. Of course. Rest assured, the Gendarmerie will never disclose your movements. So lovely. Marigolds, sunlight. Such beautiful things tend to inspire creativity and nurture emotion. No wonder so many Lithanian artists love this alley. Werner von Hochberg, he was obsessed with it until the day he died. Might you be Frau Giallo? Weren't you taken away by Grimmich's casters? I am certainly not here. And you didn't really bump into your father back there either. This is all in your imagination. Is this also an effect of your arts? You're rather skilled in originium arts yourself. What do you think? I haven't noticed anything unusual. People often misunderstand my arts. The truth is, I can't do very much at all. People are just ignorant of their own hearts. Or even if they do know, they're unwilling to face themselves. I told you the first time we met. My melodies resonate with the emotions deep inside the human heart, and once they ripple, they are hard to ignore. It's you who wants to change your father's fate. The one talking to you now, well, I'm afraid it's you yourself. Is that so? You yearn to know the cause of your father's death. You fear that the conspiracy of the Witch King's remains is not yet through. You suspect that the farce performed at Ludwig's Universitat was just a diversion. You wonder if perhaps the Kaiserinnen want to kill the Kurfürst. 9. But you see, you can't hold back the birth of this thought. If your father were standing here, what would he do? My father, he wouldn't do anything. He would accept fate's plan and turn away. Even though he would go on to live with endless pain and regret. And so, what about you? Would you do the same? He and I... Bro, Gyala? Do not mistake me for the distant relative of mine. Do not mistaken me for that distant relative of mine. There's no need for you to brandish your arts unit in my direction. This whole area is encircled by Lathanyan's finest gendarmerie. Who are you, Herr Shankta? I am an executor. I work with Michael. Michael is a good boy. I guess I can trust you. That went surprisingly well. At Michael's suggestion, I would like to provide a clue regarding Arturia. What is it? There is a high probability that she's planning an even more serious incident. Signora Viviana von Hochberg, it is my hope that we cooperate and put a stop to her plans. Hey, that didn't take too long. That didn't take too long, so I'll go ahead. Alright, this is gonna be very interesting, I guess. I always love the Piano Man whenever I'm listening to it. Enemy info, the ball is finally over and the dancers removed their masks. But why can I still not see your face? Well then, let's see how this is gonna turn out. Hey! Finally! We're gonna log in yet again. Expedite one of these things, why not? DPS.
My name is Queen, formerly of the Pontific.
A required break. No, don't mind me. Just your standard do the login dailies again.
It doesn't
break.
resemble Victoria here, but it reminds me of when I studied at the Royal.
Would you like to stay here with me? You know,
Alright, that's another
the night watch
one.
won't be as dull with company.
Let's see. Now visit some friends. Of course.
Doctor.
Visit some friends, and I think I only need to do like 3 more stages and I'll be able to level up again to level 73. It's been quite a while
Did I scare you?
since I've leveled up. Not gonna lie.
Did I scare you?
And I haven't really been farming,
Did
so
I
to
scare
speak.
you?
Still saving for Innes. Oh,
Did I
I never
scare
told you all that I got Innes on my alt account.
Did I scare you?
Yeah, I never said shit. So I did 44 pulls
I
on the
scare
monster
you?
banner when it was live, right? And at
I
the
scare you?
44th pull, I ended up getting Innes instead of monster, but that works out perfectly
I
for
scare
my
you?
balanced knights niche, where it's the
Did I
majority of
scare
the
you?
focus is even 6 stars. So I'd say, hey,
scare you?
apparently the game... And even I knew that when Innes would
Did I
be
scare
in
you?
the shop, I won't be able to get her on the... What's it called? The shop.
Did I scare you?
So hey, I'll take it. A great Vanguard has
I
been
scare you?
secured. Since I cannot use any 4 stars or 5 stars on that account. I'll wholeheartedly take it. Actually. Nice. Go in the credit store. Do some credit. Of course. Or a rock cube. Furnace part. A lot of furnace part. Polyester. Nice, that's all done. Okay, now let's get back to, well, this associative recombination. Oh, right, because I opened up the event. That's why I'm able to open up the event again, I'm gonna assume. Because if I go into main theme, yeah, it's because of the fact it's also Act 3. That's another point. Yeah, because I clicked. I started the cutscene for episode 15, and then I immediately shut down the emulator just to troll some people. But yeah, I do remember that. Anyways, Zwillingstürme im Herbst. ZT6 value mask. It's gonna be interesting which specific mask are we talking about? Hydrating myself after reading so much yet again. I love me water. Water is awesome. Not gonna lie, guys, water. We shall go with the hell happened to the internet for a bit. The internet dropped a bit there, but the streaming is fine. Bro, what happened here? Game? Game. Okay, apparently it just took quite a bit. Alrighty then. Hey, there's a Arturia. Imperial caster. Stop knocking on the windowsill. Are you trying to send a secret message? As you can see, I am unable to play my cello because it's been arts locked. It is uncomfortable. Unless you would care to join me for a chat. Absolutely not. Very well then, I suppose I'll have to wait for another guest. Try anything funny and we'll bind your arms and legs with arts. My apologies, but Grimmatch has forbidden anyone from meeting with Arturia. Not even an Empress's voice? No exceptions. Then what about Arknights' envoy? Arknights sent you? Was that not clear enough? Now this is a surprise. That's Viviana? To think you'd be the first to come and see me. Hey, I guessed it. This is the second time we have met, Arturia. Oh, more than that, I would think. How many times have we met in the sound of music? I see your words are as mysterious as your music and yourself. Me? Mysterious? On the contrary, I'm far more open and frank than most. So an Empress's voice, a paragon of law and order, has come to meet with a dangerous felon alone, even going as far as to fake an Empress's orders to do so. That must have taken quite a bit of determination. You knew I wasn't sent by Arknight? There's nothing she could possibly want to ask me, but you, Viviana, your face is full of question marks. So what would you like to know from your former enemy? Allow me to guess, you want to know the truth behind your father's death. Ja. That said, I'm not used to answering questions. Do I need to offer you something in exchange? A trade, How about you simply open yourself up to me and allow me to search your heart? That's... Oh, pardon my impertinence. Okay. Oh, pardon my impertinence. Then let's tell a story together as usual. Oh? Well, look at these two women. I really do like Viviana though. It's just her voice, her German VA. Ah. The sweet German words being whispered into my ear. It does something to me, man. And I really do like her design as well. So, yeah. What can I say? Once upon a time, there was a child who lived on top of a tower in the middle of a storm. Until the age of 9, she never left her little room in the tower. Oh, and don't give me that look. Like I said, this is simply a story we're telling together. Imagine that you're a part of it and reach out to yourself. Very well. Tell me, what is it about the tower that left the deepest impression on the child? The window. It was a small room. The window was small too. You could reach out and touch the cold, wet clouds. The storms rarely abate in Sturmland, do they? Dark lightning often knocked at the window. My mother would hold me, telling stories and reading me poems in a soft, gentle voice. What about your father? One night a week he would come to the spire where I lived, bringing me books and teaching me to play instruments. Man, I do not know if she's the angel or the devil on my shoulder. That's basically Arturia's character, with these kinds of advices at least. We looked forward to these meetings. Did you leave your room and wait for him at the top of the staircase when it was almost time? When I was little, but I stopped. What happened? The skies were very dark that day. It had been a long time since my father's last visit. I was out of candles and I wanted to find some, so I went further than I usually did. She's neither. She summons the angel and the devil, both of whom are you. It's just that she replaces the wail over your most primal and deepest desires, basically. Hey, I would like to get such an introspective and in-depth look at myself sometimes. I saw so many children and adults. The music combined with their laughter was louder than the thunder. That's when you realized not every child had to stay in their room like you did, and that they could hold their parents' hands and dance and sing to their heart's delight. Ja. Did you see your father there? Did you look for him? I wanted to, but my mother pulled me back. She covered my ears and tried to cover my eyes too. It hurt a bit, but I didn't dare say anything. She brought you back to your little room. Did you look up? 9. I kept my eyes closed. I heard my mother crying, but I didn't dare look at her. Didn't dare? Ja, I didn't dare go down the stairs. I didn't dare look for my father anymore. I never looked up again, even after my mother passed away when my father sent me away from the spire. Why not? My father was accomplished. He and my mother weren't married. My existence was a secret that would hurt my mother and make things difficult for my father if anyone found out. Oh, right. It was... Shit. I think this is the first time it's being mentioned, right? Because I could assume, like, I could at least assume, oh, it's probably an undisclosed... Yeah. Okay, I could have assumed, but this just confirms it for the first time in the story. Okay. No, that is not what I'm asking. How did you feel? Me? You were the one trapped in the spire. You were the one forbidden to recognize your father. You were the one who watched your mother waste away. You were the one sent away from home. When you went to Kashmir and decided to become a knight, you held a sliver of expectation. After all, the stories of your childhood, the stories about knights had long been your source of comfort. But you soon realized you were no more than a puppet of the General Chamber of Commerce. Even your childhood in the spire was boiled down to an exotic label, the Lithanian, an advertisement destined to sell in the markets of both countries. You left the arena after getting on the wrong side of the KGCC. You thought you would finally have some peace and quiet, only to be summoned back to Lithanian by a letter from your father. Once again, you find your fate written by another, illegitimate child, competition knight, Empress's voice. You never chose any of these identities. And it all started on that spire, at the top of those stairs. You're right. It's been so many years, but sometimes I feel like I'm still there. Like I never left it. Once again, think back to the memory that left the deepest impression. That day when your father took your hand and descended the seemingly endless stairs, you didn't look up. I couldn't. If I did, he would see the tear stains on my face, the tears in my eyes. Anger. I already lost my mother. Why are you pushing me away like this? John, I had nothing. Why abandon me? I already lost my mother. Why did I have to lose my father too? Why couldn't you have waited in Marigold Alley just a little longer? Why did you write for me to come back only to leave me again once I had returned with hope in my heart? Arturia does not answer. She simply gazes at Viviana, at the ripples in the lake of her eyes. If silence can be considered an expression of sound, then their emotions could resonate even without a melody. Anger, frustration, pain, the same emotions reflected in Arturia's eyes. She sighs and awakens the dreamer from her memory with gentle words. That's enough story time. Kurfürst Werner was my friend, Viviana. Our meeting was so ordinary that it's hardly worth mentioning. He was a high noble, but also a sensitive and romantic artist. We often spoke about music. A few months ago, his envoy found me while I was traveling. He knew his days were numbered. All he wanted was to see his beloved again through my music. He wanted to see Mother? Not just Lucinda, but you as well. Werner did reminisce about his romance with Lucinda, but he spent even more time in that little room on that spire. Those nights with you and your mother were his only comfort in those painfully early days as Kurfürst. That's how I knew your story. So it wasn't... No, I did not use arts on you. I had already met you countless times through Werner's mind's eye. You must hear this often, but you really are so much like your father. I know. But it was only when I saw you in person that I realized. You're more than just that flickering candle. More than... what? You're so much stronger, so much tougher than a candle flame. Now, I've told you everything I could. Kurfürst Werner died over the copy of the Goldenesh Gesarcht. On that matter, you know as much as I do. You told me he knew his end was coming, which means he knew how he would die. Correct. Protecting the Goldenesh Gesarcht was his vow to the twins and his duty as Kurfürst of Sturmland. Whether it was the movement or its loss, the responsibility and blame lies solely on Sturmland. Only by giving his life for it could he protect his loved ones and Hausberg, all while ridding himself of a ticking time bomb. It was all for the Goldenesh Gesarcht. I think I understand. One last bit of advice, to thank you for your trust and sincerity. When I first saw you, I also saw the shadow behind you. But now, it's growing, filling the entire staircase outside. Danke, Arturia, for the answers. My dear Viviana, how pitiable, how noble. Will you be swallowed by the shadow? What is the shadow about? New hints being dropped midway through the event. Oh, Jesus. I mean, I think I'm a bit short on sleep for today. So it makes sense why my entire morning was just filled with yawns, and now I'm starting to yawn as well. Like a little bit. Eh. Oh, alright. Let's continue. Phew. Made it. You move so quickly, Erich. I can hardly keep you up. Oh man. Pardon my excitement. I thought I won't be able to leave Sturmland, but the Empress's voice delayed the visit. Kurfenstein's succession ceremonies rarely take this long. Not since the reign of the Witch King. Arturia's art's making you sleepy. Maybe, I don't know. Something about it, man. Stop worrying. Calling Zwillingstürme, what could be more important than seeing their majesties? Hurry, and we may even secure a seat closer to the twin spires before anyone else arrives. Hey, why is that man not moving? Guten Tag! Are you here for Das Kaiser Rinsfest too? I suppose so. Where is your instrument then? What are you going to do for the ensemble? The ensemble? The ensemble of the golden... That's sure, it's the most important part of the ceremony, bathing in the glory of both the golden melody and Lithanian. This is my master's first attendant. I have his flute with me. Of course, do forgive my noisiness. Which cries do you hail from? Wait, what? Does it matter? Oh no, I don't mean to pry, only that it's customary for those of the same cries to stand together. I see. Please go ahead. We will follow. Oh, very good then. I mean, danke mine. May Grimach's glory and Evignid's blessings orbit you like the sun. Damn, okay. What's happening here? Hey, those are the spires! We finally see him as a background illustration in the event. Seeing the twin Empresses' spires for the first time? The white dress of Evignid, the eternal grace. The black blade of Grimach, the austere authority. The two spires resemble them so very much. The twin spires are Zwillingstürme's namesake. They're the pride of Lithanian. No matter how beautiful, they're no more than two elaborate cages. An apt metaphor. Das Kaiser Rheinfest. They say it's all for Lithanians, but only nobles are allowed to join in the assemble at the amphitheater. It is, in effect, a performance of an arts ritual. A ritual? Did you see the bridge connecting the spires? That's where the twin Empresses play every year. The sound of the pipe organ and violin are amplified by the resonance between the buildings, spreading to every corner of Zwillingstürme. Oh, interesting. So it's some kind of arts. The old man told me it's the work of Herkomstschon. He turned Vedlin into a massive arts device with the bell tower of Weinshof at the center. The twin Empresses have built upon the Witch King's arts. To avoid making the same mistake as him, they set the twin spires as the center of the resonance, effectively tuning the entire city and making it virtually impossible to assail the spires from the outside. Anyone wanting to attack the Kaiser Einen will either need to destroy the entire palace area where the spires are located, or work from within. Spoken like someone who's given some thought to planning such an attack. Wow, wait, was that true? Wait, don't tell me you actually... If we see the Gentamaya of the Empress's voice, it reminds me to run faster than you. Huh. Bro, really wanted to fight the Empresses, huh? Okay. I see. Quite. The celebration is about to begin. People are coming, trying to blend into the crowd. Don't just stand there like earlier. Oh boy, I'm feeling sleepy, fuck. This is not good, I'm feeling sleepy. Bro, why am I feeling sleepy? Is that gonna be the hurdle? I didn't yap as much, is that why I'm feeling so sleepy today? Or right now? Shit. That does remind me I need to refill my glass of water, so I'll be right back, guys. Be right back. Alrighty, we're back. We're back. If I feel a little too much sleepy, I'll put up another be right back scream to wash my face. Maybe I'll do something. Yes, it's now a sleeping stream. I wouldn't be so quick to judge. I'd love to have Arteria put me in a dream. Sounds fun. It's gonna be interesting if she's the one doing it. Alright. What about when the ensemble begins? We didn't bring any instruments, unless your sword is a fair bit more versatile than it looks. If the ensemble begins. Oh, so there is even doubt here that if the ensemble will even be able to begin, huh? I met that distant relative of yours. Exactly as you predicted, she offered a generous lead. Perhaps we really are trapped in some kind of illusion they created. What if the Witch King's remnants aren't trying to use the Golden Discharge to get to the Witch King's legacy, but to use the Witch King's powers to tamper with it? What if the girl has never truly changed? What are you still doing here, mine Dame? All the Empresses' voice in Zwillingstürme have been summoned to the amphitheater. Ah, I'll be on my way. The cell holds a dangerous villain, and it is quite far from the amphitheater. I'll need to contact Grimmages. I would not recommend that. A Sancta? What's a Sancta doing here? Let's catch him together, mine Dame. He may well be in league with Arturia. Sorry. I was about to ask your opinion on how to handle it. I mean, she already did the deed, so too late. So if I weren't here, you would have simply done it yourself? My presence here already violates diplomatic protocol. An additional rule broken is a little... bruh. Bruh, Executor is starting to change, because he never... The past Executor would have never said this. My presence here already violates diplomatic protocol. An additional rule being broken is of little consequence other than in terms of subsequent cleanup. Actually, you know what? Let me just turn off my fan. There shouldn't be any need to have the fan on. Switch off my fan. You know, it's interesting when you have a chair that can move. You're always sitting on your chair. And if you want to go to the other side of the room, you can switch off the fan, then come back in the same chair. You don't even have to get up. I rarely do this, but sometimes I'm just like, nice. You are an Empress's voice. Michael has told me of your circumstances. I appreciate your kind gesture. Huh? It was my own decision to visit Arturia. I didn't want my father's death to be meaningless. I didn't want to keep my head down and pretend nothing has happened. Or you just have a really tiny room. I mean... if a slightly larger double-sized bed and like a sofa can fit, like a sofa seat can fit into the same room, then I wouldn't really call it a really tiny room. I can just go across the room on the chair, turn off the light and fan, and then come back to the desk. It's barely like 2 meters, but fair enough. Is it 2 meters? Let me see. No, that would be a little less than 1.5 meters to the light from the desk where I'm sitting to the light switch and the fan switch. Anyways, enough about that. I didn't want to keep my head down and pretend nothing had happened. I wanted to fight for something, to finally seize my own fate with my 2 hands. You chose to let Arturia perform your heart's music? 9. The melody was always there, echoing in my heart. I just chose not to listen to it until now. I believe she's telling the truth that the Golden Church is at the heart of the problem. The Imperial casters have recovered the copy of the Golden Church. As in, if your room is really small, you can get to the lights and back to your desk in the same chair because the switch is within arm's reach from the desk. Ah, that's what you meant. Okay. Fair enough. I thought we were under the assumption that we were still using the assumption of having a movable chair, but sure. Yeah, I've seen rooms like that. Fair enough. However, I've learned that Arturia has an accomplice with whom she was in close contact. The available evidence indicates that this person may not have been the mastermind behind the Ludwig's Universitat incident. Then we can assume that the Witch King's remnants have already obtained the arts recorded in the copy. The Golden Church will be performed by over 10,000 people at the amphitheater. If the Witch King's remnants are in that crowd, the consequences will be unimaginable. Oh shit, they wanted to get the arts within it itself. So they planned out this entire diversion. I would like to share our current findings with Michael. Sure, he might be able to persuade Grimmatch. But that's not enough. We must take actions ourselves, even without their Majesty's permission. These two are interesting as a pair. The musicians and instruments are in position, Frau Lowenstein. Very well. Give me a moment while I double-check the amplification arts. You're back, Amelie? Did you forget something? No need to be nervous. This is your first public performance as part of the orchestra. Just hold your instrument steady and focus on the melody. Pay no mind to anyone watching. Oh, it's you. Adjust the direction of that arts unit, will you? Turn it counterclockwise 17 degrees. Ja, that's how it should sound. But why are you here at this hour? Is Arknights still concerned about the effect on the performance? Frau Lowenstein. No. Where are the other musicians? At the amphitheater. The performance of the Golden Church will begin in 10 minutes. Oh, it will begin in 10 minutes? Okay. Oh, it's on the same day. Wait, I thought the performance was going to be prepared for the next day. Did it get mentioned that the performance was today? Or am I tripping? For some reason, I thought the game specified, oh, yeah, tomorrow's the performance. As in, that's the timeline, we gotta work towards it. But no, the performance is today. Or maybe it's just a transition to tomorrow, and now the performance comes up. But I'll have to keep reading. I don't know. Did I miss something while I was feeling sleepy? I don't have a clue. The performance of the Golden Charge will begin in 10 minutes. The Reichsorchester needs a good start until under the direction of the Kaiserin. Only 10 minutes? The Kaiserin's weathercasters have forecasted the exact time of today's sunset. As per custom, the performance of the Golden Charge will conclude just as the last rays fades. Ah! The rehearsal schedule has been hard, but we'll be able to rest once we get through this evening. You too, Viviana. I've been thinking. You'll need to find a long-term residence in Zwillingstürme if you're to remain by the Kaiser's side when this is all over. Would you like to stay at my place? I have a little mansion in Bashof. I just had the walls repainted. Brown planted some vines, which he says goes well with the walls, but to be honest, I'd like a second opinion before I commit. Frau Lowenstein, Cora. Ja, what is it? How might one stop the performance of the Golden Church? I think Michael mentioned it was the next day to Federico before they met Yelena's brother, and since then it has been as a day. Yeah, right. That's where I got the information from. Yeah, fair enough. There's been a reasonable time gap. Yeah, now you've reminded me. Apparently, moving away from the stream, I forgot some of the context that I desperately needed. Go figure. Why do you ask? This performance has been the most important part of Das Kaiserinen's Fest for the last 23 years. So many people are waiting in the amphitheater in front of the spires. I've almost gotten to the bottom of these tragedies. I'm sure the enemy's plan has something to do with the Golden Church. They cannot be allowed to succeed. And how did you learn this? Have you told Arknight? I don't know who to trust. I can't stop thinking about who killed my father. You suspect their majesties? You're an Empress's voice, Viviana. Oh, who's there? A friend. He's keeping watch. The Empress's casters are coming. So soon? It'll take more than 10 minutes to neutralize them. The performance of the Golden Charge is about to begin. Don't fight them. I'll be with you, Viviana, no matter what you do. You believe me? Do you even need to ask? Besides, I can't let you put yourself in danger. Ah, she's sweet. You want to stop the Rich Chester from playing the Golden Charge, right? I'll take you there. See? Ain't she lovely? I gotta... Maybe I just like a formally dressed woman, but I gotta say though, Cora herself looks very fine herself. Cora herself looks very fine. Maybe I'm just more into well-dressed woman than I thought I was. I don't know, maybe. Anyways. They've gone out. What? The candles on the stairs. The room is so much darker now, don't you think? What are you doing? Stay away from the door. There are less people out there now. Have they gone after that lovely Empress's voice? Frau Hochberg is suspected to have fallen under your influence. She'll be taken into custody until the conclusion of the celebration. It was a mistake to allow her to meet with you. A mistake, you say? You knew the new Empress's voice was the daughter of a Kurfürst and had the favor of Evignate. Compared to working in a Grimmage's Dark Spire, you clearly show more interest in its twin, the White Spire. So you let the Empress's new favorite come in without the proper checks just to curry favor with her. What are you babbling about? But you soon realized the danger. Let me guess. Viviana did something unbefitting of her status after she left, didn't she? Now you're afraid. Grimmage and her executors will not tolerate such a gross error. You'll lose any chance of promotion, perhaps even your freedom. So why did you make a second mistake then? What? Music! How can this be? Grimmage, please, Knight, spare me. I can't listen. Too late. There are just too many instruments in Lithanian. Your arts units, like your souls, are laid bare before me. You fucking... You dared not carry your instruments with you in my presence, so you left them outside the door. But in your haste, you forgot the protective arts. You forgot that vibrations can be transmitted. Wow. The tiniest tremor of a string and you're hearing my music. Damn. Well, rip to that, Empress's Imperial Caster. Check my crown, would you? Ja. Your fingers are cold. Sorry, how about this? That better? You've been clutching your sword all day. Its chill has rubbed off on you. It's time. We should head to the bridge. Hildegard. Yeah? Or Ja? What is it? Am I pretty today? Interesting question. As always. Krimesh! Evignate. Your wolf cub is here. Go first, Lizelot. The people are waiting. We've always walked out onto the bridge together. Nothing is obliged to stay the same forever. I'll find you before the performance begins. So why are you here? I thought you preferred it down below. I have an urgent matter to report. Bring my violin. We'll talk on the way. 9. Please, you must order the celebration to be halted. The Witch King remnants are in the crowd planning a massive attack. Proof? Please, just give me a little time. I'll find the proof. You didn't used to be so brash, Michael. That reckless Sancta has changed you. Federico, the Lateran executor, Executor believes that a larger incident is in the works and it has something to do with Arturia. We should negotiate her. Interrogate her. What does she know about the Golden Ushers? Who are her supports? Wait, what are she? Oh, okay. What are she and her accomplices planning? As long as the performance of the Golden Ushers can be delayed, I see you believe the celebration to be a mere festivity. The YAPFEST first took place 23 years ago on the day we killed the Witch King. But there were no Empresses and no celebration, only soldiers fallen in battle and a tired and frightened people. We defeated the Witch King in the early dawn and spent the next few hours cleaning up his followers. At dusk, Lizelet and I descended the spire, walked down its bloody steps and announced our victory with a duet. Today, the 10,000 people of the ensemble come from every cries, from all four corners of Lethanian. Every Lethanian, every friend of Lethanian, and every enemy of Lethanian has their eyes on the twin spires, on Grimmatch and Evignade. And you want me to suspend, even cancel, the assemble, based on the hypothesis of a Lateran executor who has already caused his fair share of trouble in our country. Perhaps I expected too much of you. You should have known I would respond like this before you even spoke, and if you truly believed in your judgment, you should have acted on your own. On that account, the daughter of the Werner von Hirschberg is far more resolute than you. What? How long have you been with me, Michael? 7 years. It's time to let you go. What? Why would you say that? There comes a day when one must shoulder more responsibility for the sake of Lethanian's future. Bring me my violin. It's time I went to the bridge. Damn. So Grimmatch knows what she's doing. Okay. Grimmatch knows what Viviana is doing. The orchestra is 10 meters below us. The sun has painted the clouds red. 3 minutes 50 seconds until the performance begins. I'll fire a blank. The noise should cause some of the musicians to scatter and interrupt the performance. The musicians of the Richard Chester are all arts masters, each one the equal of an empress's voice. You'd be drowned in arts the moment you showed an intent to attack. The equivalent of 97 empress's voices then, plus 2 squads of approaching casters for a total of 120. I can give you 3 minutes. You must secure the remaining 23 seconds on your own, Signora Hochberg. 3 minutes? But if this is the only way... Delay the casters. Leave the rest to me. The shadows of the twin spires stretch as the sun sinks towards the horizon. They swallow up the shadows of the musicians, of Cora and of Viviana herself. She has never felt her power unleashed like this. She's reminded of that flickering candlelight in the spire. It was a tiny flame that only illuminated a corner of the bed, leaving the other corners, the spiral staircase and the night beyond, the spire in total darkness. There was a time when she couldn't admit that the darkness would linger in her eyes longer than the tiny speck of candlelight. Success. I cut off the connection between some of the musicians and their instruments. Oh. What's going on? We're being affected by somebody's arts. You... Frau Lowenstein? Lowenstein? Are you being held hostage? You could say that. 9. I'm sorry, Amelie. You're in league with each other? I made my choice and I will not hesitate. Could you please just put down your instrument for a while? There are fluctuations of arts energy coming from below the twin spires and some commotion from where the orchestra is. The Witch King's remnants? Possibly. Strange. There should be Gesashed watcher in the area, but I don't see any. Why? Wait! Didn't Arknights say to bring in 20 Gesasht watchers in the area during the festival. Oh shit. I see. The Kaiserinen knew that something terrible would happen there. Here, they're prepared to abandon the twin spies if necessary. They'll even abandon all the... Minor! You were from Sturmland, ja? Why do you look like someone spooked you? The symbol is about to begin. Here, I have an extra flute. You can borrow it. A flute. This performance is not to be missed. 9, you can't be here. Go, leave the amphitheater. You'd like a better position? I suppose we can squeeze. I'm not... Do you see these? Do you not see these? See what? The dice I'm holding, my arts unit. What are you doing? You'll give yourself away. Does it even matter at this point? Look around, there must be 10,000 people here. And we can't even worry about that now. All we can do is save as many as we can. Even just one more. It's too loud here. I can't hear a word you're saying. Look at me. Look at my arts. Do they remind you of anything? I am an Urtican. My arts come from the same living age as him. You should be afraid. Run! Amazing! Do you hear that? The Imperial musicians just played the first note. The performance of the Golden Usher has begun. Oh shit, we were too late. The black arts orb rises from his hand and into the air, exploding into a reddish-black shadow. It is quickly buried by even more brilliant rays of arts. Damn, that's quite the architecture of these two twin towers, not gonna lie. Rays created by various originium arts interweave in the clouds. Both the melody and the arts come from the people on the ground, all focused on performing the music belonging to Lithanian alone, using instruments that also serve as arts units. Oh my god, isn't this the boss theme? That's the arts wait, is that the music they perform? It's the theme! Because I just heard it and then it immediately went... okay, this is epic. Even the buildings resonate with the twin spires, turning the empty space around the Kaiserian's towers into a true amphitheater. Holy! The colors penetrating the clouds continue to shift with the splendid melody, as though the crowd is performing the color of sunset in the sky. It is a feast of sight and sound woven together by art, the ultimate expression of Lithanian's classical aesthetics and mastery over art. It is a grand spectacle visible from any corner of Zwillingstürme and beyond. Tears begin to fill Ebenholz's eyes. He remembers standing atop the spire of Vertica, gazing down at the plate below. There were many bell towers in Grafschaft, which sang every day at dusk. The people would leave their workshops after a long day of work, and the sound of wheels rolling over metallic roads would echo with the music filling the city. He could see the green-black wilderness if he stood on his toes. Einwald was filled with forests and caravans brought ripe fruit into the city whenever they were in season. Farmers often amplified their scents with arts to attract customers. He could always smell the best fruits even from his high perch. The maid who sympathized with him would sneak a few back from the market as long as no other nobles were watching. The fruits were ripe and fresh, unlike the carefully selected dried and withered food served on the long old table. He could not remember what became of the maid. Did she go join her beloved in the south, or did she find a new job at the instrument workshop beneath the spire? And when he left Urtica, did he ever look back? Let the dark clouds scatter. let the morning sun shine. Praise be to Lithanian, home of the free. Yes, he had once loved this place from the bottom of his heart. Lithanian, the land of divine music, cradle of the arts. The performance has begun. It sounds so harmonious even without the strings. There's a theory I've heard, but I've never tried to verify it. The golden Church contains the will of Lithanian. It represents order, harmony, and beauty. The golden melody is deeply rooted in the soul of every Lithanian and is not so easily damaged. That sounds like a form of Originium arts. It shares some characteristics with our law, but works on different principles and on a different target. So the Golden Church is actually a kind of complex arts affecting the cognition of every Lithanian who hears it? What? I mean, they're bound by the contract. This nation came into place because of the Golden Church, so it makes sense, but nobody really explained it quite like this. Cast by more than 10,000 people in Ensemble. Man, that would be a jaw-dropping performance. I want to see that. Like, bro. I want to see that. A whole ensemble of 10,000 musicians playing this. Holy, that would be like one of those unique experiences you only get once in your lifetime. So we can't disrupt the performance, but what about the enemy? What's their plan? The enemy's plan is undoubtedly the opposite. It's pronounced ensemble, by the way. Ah, I thought it was ensemble. It's ensemble. Ensemble. Oh, envoy. Yeah, envoy. I've heard it being pronounced as ensemble and envoy as well, but fair enough. Envoy fits better with British English that I normally speak. They want the music to continue. Therefore, there is only one place they can be hiding. What are you doing? I put down my cello as you asked. Frau Hochberg and I have not prevented any musician from leaving. Your colleagues are either resisting her arts or choose to avoid confrontation due to Frau Lowenstein's presence. You're the only one to have stayed behind. What? I've not prevented any musician from leaving. Your colleagues are either resisting her arts or choose to avoid confrontation. You are the only one to have stayed behind. Very astute, Santa. We have waited far too long to hear the music that truly belongs to Lithanian. Fear the Witch King remnants are among the musicians? Stay away from them, Cora. Are you crying? Yeah. I'm listening to the Golden Urge. The movement is just so beautiful. It reminded me of how much I used to love Lithanian. She just shrunk my whole head. Lithanian casters. Wait a minute. Everybody's too busy appreciating the beauty of Lithanian because of the Golden Urge playing.
All right, we pitched the tent. Now we have a base camp from which to go anywhere we please. Hello, I'm here for a brief survey.
All right, let's see.
I won't overstay my welcome. Water's not far. They ruined the night.
Let's get this done quick.
Not gonna lie though, I really do like this
Are my tactics too.
OST.
Switching forms.
need to cover up? Each secret's got what? You think you're a better robber than me? This show hasn't
And activate her skill
You were right away.
as well, just to take care of some people a bit earlier.
Even an old horn has its perils.
Signals, let's get this done quick.
Water's not fault. Forgive me. I woke up on the wrong side of the sleeping bag.
Oh, this guy, I didn't even read what he does, but sure, he does something. But yeah, sure, he does something. Why not?
Solid positioning.
No
I'll go
retreat
gather
surfer
some dry
now.
branches. We must have a campfire lit before night.
Just add as much healing as you can there, as well as this.
Like the old days? No.
Don't treat history with such a flippant attitude. Found your archive.
I really love this, not gonna lie. Really do love this.
No problem.
Yeah, sure, place coming behind her.
Patience, but don't imagine the future with such a narrow.
Oh, that guy is interesting.
I'm fully this won't hurt your eyes.
Well, let these guys come through, or just go through the entire duration, I guess. If that's the case. Don't know if it repeats or something. Oh, it doesn't repeat. It just goes through. If a song could have drip, this song would have had some immaculate drip indeed. Oh, for sure. For sure. It is... It just exudes suave energy to me for some reason. Oh, who's this? I was 15 when I entered the Witch King's Spire. I came from an ordinary family in Kreis Einworld. I should not have been able to become a noble's attendant, but I heard that Herbst made no distinction between nobles and commoners. This was not because he treated commoners particularly well, but because he looked down equally on all those who cowered at the foot of his throne. At first, my job was to clean his instruments, but Herbst no longer played ordinary music, and those instruments had no meaning. Later, I was sent to clean the resonance pipelines at the top of the spire. It was not a difficult job, but Herbst would not tolerate even a single speck of dust in them. My colleagues came and went, few got to leave on their own 2 feet. In the end, I was the only one left, quietly cleaning at the top of the tower. And 1,000 sunrises and sunsets later, the Witch King's Spire fell. Damn, she's been there for so long. Cut off the way down. Attention all squads, find the Sancta. Do not allow her to enter the amphitheater and interrupt the performance of the Golden S Church. The target is known to use unusual arts. You have permission to kill if necessary. Hello, were you looking for me? Barrier up. Get information. Catch her. Well, here it is again. Arturia Gylo. Lithanian took you in when you became a Peria Laterano. Countless nobles honored you for your remarkable musical talent. The Kaisereien grants you rights equal to spire nobility. So return to your cell and submit to them, and they may yet allow you to live. That was never an option. What point is there to living if I can't play freely? Then accept your death. Your arts have gotten stronger. You missed your chance to break out, Sancta. The Golden Esharch is in progression. Do you see the scene outside? Your parlor tricks are meaningless before the golden glory of Lithanian. Yes, I can feel that your will is firmer than ever. But is it your will expressing that music? Or has the melody convinced you that what you see is what you think? That's irrelevant. The golden melody guides me. my will echoes along with it. You, our enemy, will melt before Lithanian's radiance. She's gone? An illusion? But there was no music. Why does everyone keep assuming I create illusions? I warned you. When your emotions are being controlled by a melody that doesn't belong to you yourself, you can easily overlook the reality before you. Like where I moved to in that radiance. Better. Now, I would like to ask you to kindly remove the arts cast on my instrument. There, it's clean now. Danke. How did we lose to you? Normally I wouldn't stand a chance, but your souls have become stiff and inflexible due to the bindings of the golden S-charge, creating innumerable weaknesses in your arts. Oh, so the golden S-charge is imperfect. And Arturia, being such a great musician with the power of emotions, she can easily exploit that weakness. But why? With arts like these, you could have changed your destiny, enjoyed wealth, fame, and favor beyond reckoning. What meaning is there in defying the Kaiserreinen? I think we have very different views on the meaning of meaning. Fame, fortune, status, all mere accessories to a soul that'll eventually wither and rot with the passage of time. Go for sure, beggar of myself, the only difference is the whispers of our heart. I want to climb the tallest spire because of a melody, a soul, and a future, and for a promise I made to a friend. Damn. Wait, what's this? 10 years had passed since the death of the Fidge King. I was attending the funeral of an old friend. After the funeral, I saw Sancta with his cello in the amphitheater below the twin spires. It's more like they're synchronized in accordance with the music, so Arturia is able to exploit them using her understanding of the patterns in the melody. Ah, okay, that's a more detailed explanation. Others came and went, but she stood there from noon until sundown. According to legend, even the clouds stopped for the Witch King when he played up on his spire. I wonder, do the clouds remember what the spire looked like back then? I suppose not. Clouds change so quickly after all. My teacher often told me how he stood beneath the Witch King's spire while it was still standing, playing for the sole sovereign of Lithanian. The golden red clouds embraced the dark spire like an extravagant robe. He wanted to come back and see the spectacle again, but wasn't allowed to participate in Das Kaiserreien Fest. In fact, he could barely get permission to leave his home. Her Immunal was one of the Witch King's musicians, after all, even if it's just for a short while. Times were hard for him after the Witch King's demise. What? Her Emmanuel? And this guy was the teacher who taught Virtuosa the cello. Few came to say their goodbyes, and you were the only one to truly shed tears for him. I heard you playing at the funeral. It was very touching. Danke. But that doesn't bring even the slightest bit of comfort to my teacher. I asked to play for him while he was still alive, but he refused. During his days of pain and hardship, he refused to dwell on the happiness of the past, nor did he seek any change. He simply shut himself in his room, playing the Golden S-Church over and over again. Through that unchanging melody, he drowned himself in Lithanian's greatness, forgetting love, forgetting hate, and forgetting himself. Yet when faced with death, his heart was still filled with regret. I've heard far too much regret over these long years. The image of her, Emmanuel, remained that of the energetic old man who thanked you with a hearty laugh when you passed him his instrument. I heard that in the end he was too weak to even lift a bow. I thought that without the shadow of the Witch King's spire, the skies of Lethanian would change greatly. I thought that going from Vendenuin to Zwillingstürme, from the Witch King's spire to the Twin Empresses' spire, the melody echoes in the dusk would be somehow different. The melody echoing in the dusk would be somehow different. But both then and now, we are like the clouds, unable to control where we drift. Interesting interpretation. Why are you not going downstairs? I have no interest in this sort of concert. A melody that binds the listener's will is just another form of law. How did you know? As complex as your arts are, their structure is clearly visible to those familiar with Originium arts and music. In that sense, it's different from Laterano's law. Music should come from the unrestrained breathing of the soul, but you turned it into a cornerstone of order, all to control people's wills and wear down their emotions. So it's a bit different than Laterano's law, but it's... Damn. That's very interesting. So the Golden S Church is a binding contract that basically functions as a law here. Whenever a melody like that is played, huh? True bonds between souls are growing weaker. People are increasingly unable to understand one another, unable to respect the emotions of one another, and as such do harm to one another. Such a rigid melody is no music at all. Damn. We're almost at the top. I should start preparing for the next piece before this one ends. It's almost time to make good on our promise, isn't it? As you said, this is a good place to play. Or listen. Alright then. Is this my deepest memory? Yes. Sorry. Why apologize? Very few have invited me to play their heart's music of their own accord. Most did whatever they could to escape. Yet you have bared your soul to me. For that, I am grateful and overjoyed. I just thought I could show you the death of the Witch King through my memories. My music simply follows the melodies of your heart. It cannot decide what you recall. All I can do is feel your emotions and recreate them. Sounds like sculpting then. You could say that. I discover and record rather than changing one's true visage. There is only one reason we cannot enter the Witch King's spire in your memories. Whenever you recall his death, there is a hand that truly moves your emotions. A hand that grabbed you amidst that great flood of arts. Whose hand was it? Whose hand was it? It was... Wait, huh? Look out! They're coming one after another. Federico and I will try to hold them up. It's Cora? You're blind and it's too risky. Grab my hand and stay close. You're so much like him. It's Cora! She was the friend of Arturia? You mean my father? This is just like when he grabbed me under the Witch King's spire. He grabbed the hand of a servant he had never met and protected me through one wave of arts after another. You were in this spire the night the Witch King died. You never told me that was how you met. Ja. I had just lost my sight and was cowering before the half-collapsed stairs. Neither the Witch King's guards nor the twin soldiers would have paid any heed to a humble servant. Instead, a squad from Sturmland found me. It was led by Werner, looking for his missing father and brother in the spire. His heart must have been fraught with worry, but he couldn't ignore me shivering in a corner and pulled me out of the ruins himself. That sounds like him, all right. I would have done the same. You're both good people. Very good people. It's such a shame that... Why are you covering my ears? No need to be afraid, Viviana. It'll pass. This will all pass. What's happening? The music has changed. It's hideous. My head! Who's attacking me? It's like someone stuffed 1,000 screaming foul beasts into my brain. These fireworks too. The colors. It's so crass. This is wrong. This isn't right. Am I playing it wrong? Is everyone wrong? From Sturmlin? Are you alright? Don't touch me. I don't know who you are, and I don't want to know. Are you the one who played it wrong? Are you trying to break something? Everything? Something went wrong with the melody? But how could everyone be wrong at the same time? And how could a simple mistake lead to something so painful? Look at the twin Empresses' spires. Oh! It's him. Herbst for sure, and I'd recognize that anywhere. His power is eating away at the Golden Church. The Witch King's remnants, where are they? I knew there was some left. It's time to fight. Let's sing. You're not affected by a few dark clouds after what I had to live with in my head every day of my life? The Golden Church itself, though, it made me miss Urtica. Now that is deeply disturbing. That's the power of the movement. It defines Lithanian and its beliefs. I don't want someone else deciding what I should miss and what I should love and what I should praise. That is definitely a rigid contract. Huh. But I'm guessing that whoever it is that's sabotaging the performance is after more than just pranking the Kaiserei and the nobles outside Zwillingstürme. Enemy on your left. I know, your side too. Let's do this together. I didn't think anyone would retain their senses. For once, I'm grateful for everything you've done to me. Pain and chaos in my brain are like old friends by now. Good work. You too. So why are you acting just fine while everyone else is in agony? I'm beginning to suspect that you're a lich-sculpted wooden puppet. I was trained from a very young age to deal with this kind of situation. And what kind of situation would that be? The collapse of the Golden. Oh my god, the Lich. I mean, he thought far ahead. Fremont definitely thought far ahead. The collapse of the Golden Church. Please tell me you're joking. Do you see the golden glow rising over the edge of the amphitheater? I've never seen so many Jesich watchers in one place at the same time. Her Majesty's order. Surround Gnade Avenue and Match Avenue. Do not allow the corrupted Golden Ashes to spread. Golden Glow mentioned. So many Gesetched Watcher and Jindamai. The entire Zwillingstürme will be on lockdown before long. It's no use. It's too late. Herbst is back. The one true king has returned to a Lithanian that rightfully belongs to him. Quiet, please. We're leaving. Viviana. Cora, please, promise me. Don't say and do anything for now. I might have tried something if it were just her Rainer, but there's too many of them, and each one the equal of a knight champion. Why do you not speak? Why should we hide now that the curtain is about to rise? Our dream, our obsession, the moment for which we would give blood and soul is finally upon us. So why is there no joy on your face? Consent What? Told you to be quiet. You knew. Since when? I visited Marigold Alley before I went to see Arturia. I wanted to see those drawings again, the images that gave me such warmth, but I didn't find anything. All the drawings, the ones with marigolds in them, the ones with clues leading to the Witch King, all gone. You took them, didn't you? I only needed the ones containing the clues, but I couldn't bear to part with the marigolds either. My suspicions were confirmed the moment you told me that you were there the night the Witch King died. When he cleaned the canvas back then, he left a spot untouched, the part showing you. The Witch King's remnants were after witnesses to the Witch King's death, and you were one of them. But you're different from the others. You're not an innocent victim. I didn't want to say it. I didn't even want to ask. Why couldn't I be selfish just this once? I'm sorry. I really am sorry, Viviana. Why? Why do I have to lose something I only just found? We should fight together, Concertmaster. The Gesich Watcher are here. We've come so far. It would be a shame to die at their hands now. The amphitheater is a scene of chaos. The tuning continues. The Ludwig's Universität incident already proved that only the Kaiserin could fight Herrkampfschon's arts. What would the twins think of my little show of selfishness, of betrayal? I am not especially concerned. Do you believe that the Golden Church can completely change its tone? I only care about the result. The last person to rewrite the Golden Church was Herrkampfschon, but even he did not consider its destruction. Movement is the foundation on which Lithanian is built. Its destruction will undermine everything: our aesthetics, our habits, usage of arts, the Kurfürstein system, the imperial authority. It'll bring unprecedented change to Lithanian. But change isn't necessarily bad. If it were, we would never have been born. A pair of children born of arts in defiance of the laws of nature. This is just the beginning. That's what Fremont said to Leopold. We were but infants at the time, but I know you understood what they said as well as I did. We were born with a duty to change Lithanian. Leopold was afraid of us, which is why he had an army ready to tear us apart from the moment we killed Herrkampfschon. But we survived. We may not have chosen to be born, but once we were, we had the right to live. 23 years ago, we stood there gazing at the same sunset, over an altogether different scene of chaos. You extended your hand before me. You extended your hand to me before we began our long-awaited duet. You said, "The sunset doesn't belong to anyone. Not to Herrkampfschon, not to Leopold, not to Kurfürstein, not to any other ambitious noble. Ja, you took my hand and we walked here together. There's no need to answer to the Kurfürstein, no need to be manipulated by anyone. Our fate is ours alone to decide. And apparently, someone else shares the same desire. Such a curious thing, the human soul. To think that even artificial children would learn human desire after gaining souls. That, through as a wish as simple as can be, the meek may be able to accomplish what even Herrkampfschon failed to and redefine Lithanian. You want to ask whether I left Cora roam free on purpose, don't you? Are you not of the same mind on this matter? Our thoughts are linked, even if it's been a long time since the two of us have watched the sunset together. Let's stay a while. It won't take long. Very well. What will the future look like? Would you still watch it from me? Will you still watch it with me, Hildegard? So she allowed Cora to roam free? Of course, it's always the climaxes where it's twists after twists after twists, but fair enough. Where's Cora? Viviana? I could hear Brandt's voice. He's fighting the remaining cultists. They won't last long. But the other is even faster. Viviana is silent, but her arms draw closer. I feel a shadow creep over the cold of my feet. Over the top of my feet, as cold as storm at night. Look out, Concert Master! Concert Master! Oh, my arts went through. This is tuning? Why? I'm sorry, Millie. Like I said, my decision has never changed. It's nothing. We've betrayed so many in our lifetimes, perhaps too many. Hearken for Sean's Eternal Spire. It's so close. I'll be waiting for you on the stairs, Concert Master. Amelie must have turned to dark dust before me. This is how it is for the Witch King's followers. They don't want their bodies to linger on a land that lacks Hearken for Sean's favor. She's dead. Most of them are. The remaining resistance will not last long. And the same for me, I suppose. You deceived the followers of Hearken for Sean. Yeah, the Kaiserin's instruction was to become the concert master of the Witch King's followers, to become a hope and a lure, to lure them into the abyss of their own volition. Oh, that... Bruh. This is a multifaceted plot, cause what? And even they thought that the Golden Church shall be rebuilt or changed because of how much control it has on the people whenever it's played. Damn, so that's basically changing the golden church, and then also taking care of the followers. That's one stone to hit two birds. That's two birds with one stone. Yeah, that's how the saying goes. Okay. Now I see this plan by the Empresses. I mean, by Arknights. It's been 23 years. Everything about the Witch King, the long nightmares, the deep-rooted fears, the meaningless ambition should have been gone from this country a long time ago. So why is the tuning still going? Because... Werner. Did the Kaiserin order father's death? I tried to persuade him. I tried so hard. I wanted him to hand over the copy of Golden Church so I could move it elsewhere, but he was concerned that the Witch King's remnants would catch on, thus nullifying the bait. I asked him if maybe Brand could arrive at the scene earlier and save him at the scene of the attack, but he refused. He said he was already dying and would soon get to see Lucinda. A few more days wasn't worth dragging both you and Sturmlin into it. Bro used himself as bait? Oh my god. But you'd have gotten there if he'd only held out for a few more hours or less. He was too determined to leave and gave up too easily. The day Werner died, I recovered the copy of the movement and watched you return to Sturmland, walking the path paved for you. So similar to his. And I made the choice that long had been brewing in my heart. In the Golden Church, you're using Hearken for Sean's arts to tune the music. You're trying to destroy it, or rather, the influence it holds over all Lithanians. They say that fate is an endless spiral staircase. If so, the Golden Church is the staircase trapping Lithanian. Stairs built 1,000 years ago, glorious and beautiful on the outside, yet rotted to the core on the inside. I've seen so many people trapped within. Her, Emmanuel, Gerhard, Frida, Loris, and Brandt, all suffering the tidings of fate, helpless to change it. The Witch King's spire fell, yet more rose to take its place. Those beneath the spires wish to climb them, while those atop them aspire to an even higher perch. They come and go, up and down, an endless waltz of hate and conflict, pain, sorrow, and regret, filling the souls of one generation of Lithanians after another. You too, Viviana. Once you enter the Kaiserin spires, you will only speak what they want you to. I can't see. I've already seen how you'll be forced to live a life you don't want, just like your father before you. The Golden Church never changes. Lithania never changes. Tragedy never changes. Unless we free ourselves from the movement of the past. You say you want to change our fate. But who are you to decide who gets saved and who gets sacrificed? I can't. It's not my place, nor is it anyone's. You want to destroy the old order, but where is the new order? Can you guarantee it'll be better than yesterday or tomorrow? Today? I can't. The future isn't for someone like me to decide. Those who died for the plan and the people right before us, don't you realize the pain they're in? I hear them, their screams, their laments. I will never stop hearing them, not until the day I die. Then why do you have to be the one to change everything? Because I can. That's the only reason. Why do you have to be the one to change everything? Because I can. Simple, sacrifice everyone, no need for choosing. That's not how it works. Someone has to. My life never had much meaning to begin with, except for one speck of light that never fully belonged to me, and I would do anything to keep it from growing out. I can't condone your cruelty, arrogance, or irresponsibility, and as such I must stop you. Of course, disaster has already struck, and by my hand, have caused so much death with even more to come. To stop this, I can't. Not what after it took to get this far. Do you know what it is about your actions I agree with the least? You really are heartless. Damn. Okay. No! Viviana! Cora! I know. You're soft on the outside, but firm on the inside. You can't just turn your back on other people's pain. You don't want to make things difficult for Brand either. You're always thinking of others even now. And I'm glad I got to die at the hands of the one I loved the most. I'm sorry. Damn, bro. Why? Of course it's Arknights. Are the clouds beautiful today? No need to be afraid, Viviana. It'll pass. This will all... She embraces me. I can feel her hand on my back trembling. I want to hug her and comfort her like I used to. Perhaps I did. I talked so much even though I had already begun to go numb from blood loss. I can imagine her lake-like eyes beginning to rain, her gentle complexion wrapped by torment. She only just learned that I've never clearly seen the faces of her father and her mother. Through Werner's words, I can only imagine how they looked, how they met, and how they fell in love. After all, I went into that dark spire the day I came to Verdunian, and the day I left it, I could no longer see. Everything I know that's nice and beautiful, including Brandt, was brought to me by Werner and Lucinda. Except for one thing. Except this. The day that Werner brought the girl down from the spire to me, the day I touched her soft, timid hand, the day I wiped away her tears. That was the day I became certain of it. I loved this child, and not because she was their daughter, but because I saw in her something that none of us had. Damn, man. Shit, I'm tearing up. You deserve a better life than this, Viviana, if there really is one. "23 years ago, I heard the sound of fighting from below and gave the resonance pipeline at the top of the spire a little push. Just a little push. Something anyone could do. It created the tiniest gap in Hercomfishorn's of arts, he had never imagined that a humble maidservant would have the courage to betray him. What? Today, I tampered with the resonance pipelines of the twin Empresses' spires. All I did was restore the Witch King's tuning components, according to the arts he left behind in the copy of the Golden Ash Church, then activate them with my own humble arts. Life is too short. Do nothing and you leave no trace behind, like the clouds floating past the spires. But no one should drift with the wind like that, unable to determine their own future. Many desires change. I am just the first to extend my hand. I hope that after this, all good people, all the people I love, will have a true future. Man. Oh.
Work's over. Time for a drink.
That's only ZT6.
Success.
Oh, sorry, ZT6. Oh, I want to know how this is going to develop, because, whoa. Alright. Let's dive straight in. Let's dive straight in. The clouds above Zwillingstürme are floating so freely. Is this what you wanted to see at the end? Yeah. Your music helped me see the incredible, not through my minds, but through my not through my eyes, but through my mind. I gave Viviana a few hints as you wished. She wanted so much to have a real family, but she didn't follow her strongest emotions. 9, my dear friend. It was her feelings for everyone that led to her decision to kill me. Are you satisfied? Why wouldn't I be? I greeted death under the gaze of... Oh man. I greeted death under the gaze of the one I loved. No need to mourn for me. This is the best end a sinner like me could hope for. Danke. Thanks to you, both Viviana and I will go further. Your emotions will vanish into thin air before long. When the music ends, the strings may continue to vibrate for a while, but all sounds eventually fade into silence. No one can keep a cloud around Arturia. The soul is frail, even those powerful emotions and the greatest desires will inevitably reach their respective ends. Even for the strongest of souls? Is that not what you're here for? I am leaving all my emotions and memories to you. Did you find what you were looking for? Yes, perhaps I'll know soon. Goodbye, Arturia. I hope you find your answer in melody. Damn. Cora Lowenstein, my gentle and stubborn fool, friend, I was glad to have you on this journey. I'll work to achieve the future we sought together. You and I will meet again in melody. Damn. Cora is fading away? Get away from her! Her, Reinen, Cora... There's no need to explain. You made your decision and put it to action. As for the rest, this isn't the time to speak of it for neither of us. The Black Flame took her. It was similar to what happened at Ludwig's Universitat. They were both Herkamshorn's arts, but not quite the same. The caster in that incident was an imitator who had activated them by force, but this far feels almost like his own. Oh! Red-black energy rumbles in the clouds. It does not impatiently tear, swallow, and spread. Instead, it paces, watches, and waits on that throne in the clouds. Do you see it? The great Herkamshorn has indeed heeded our call and granted us an audience. He's called forth the staircase leading to his Eternal Spire, the Genesis Horn. The followers of the Witch King laugh. They play the most piercing notes on their instruments, aiming them at their own chests and throats. Oh, in response, the black clouds extend several tendrils towards them. The dying cultists kiss the hand that their king has extended and become one with the black flame, ascending to become part of the dark cloud that now hovers above the twin spires. The sky cracks with a dissonant roar. Lathanion's greatest and most terrible sovereign, Hercumfishorn, issues his edict to his people. Hercumfishorn is really back. We have a problem. Bound by the arts inherent to the movement, the people continue to play, but the older Golden Ash Church now only feeds Hercumfishorn's power. Oh! What did you just do? Tried to shoot the cloud. Now's not the time for this madness. Madness? Not at all listening. Do you know how long I've waited for this moment? I was destined for this ever since this noise was forced into my head. No, since the day I was born. You told me to fight, to face my responsibility and sins head on, and you were completely right. Hercumfishorn is my sin, and it's my responsibility to face him. I just need a way to drag him down from his palace in the crowds, or whatever, or whenever, or wherever he is. Or I could send you up. What? An invisible thread casts him and catches him by the collar. It is light and gentle and cool. Suddenly, it constricts. Who are you? Rude to yell at someone who just saved your life, don't you think? Is that the other lich? I remember in the previous Zwillingstürme Herbst live stream, somebody did mention that another lich appears during this Zwillingstürme. That's another lich, except for Fremont. Honey, wait, what? I didn't even see it. Wait, what? Did it flash on the screen? What happened? Or I could send you up. Suddenly it constricts. No, I mean her name was mentioned by someone else. Oh, okay. The black flame. It landed right where I was standing? Listen to Lessing and stop shaking your wand at the clouds. He can be a little stiff, but he's more reliable than most. That was awfully sudden. Ermengarde. Oh, her name is Ermengarde. Hey, wait! Yeah, I've seen her in IS-5. Was it the story node? I forgot which node was it, but I feel like I've seen her in IS-5. I'm not tripping, am I? Are you expecting a schedule? A timetable? I raced all the way back from Castel. Look how much wear and tear there is on my cube thing. My hat got all dirty too. Mind if I clean it with your horn? Yes. You're no fun. Just keep your hands off my horn. How bad is the situation? Ermengarde, extremely. The Lich King said she should check his head to see. The Lich King. Wait, what? Wait, Fremont is the king of liches? I feel like that was something I wasn't supposed to know yet. That feels like a low drop or like a low bomb that I shouldn't have known yet. I'm going cookie. She should check his head to see if aging has any effect on liches. Very funny, that guy. But what? Do tell that's just like a misinterpretation, right? Or like, I misinterpreted your statement or something along those lines, because that's a low bomb that I shouldn't be knowing. I don't even think it's a low thing, just ignore me. Oh, okay. Okay, so you just straight for it off. I was about to be like, huh? I don't even need a witchcraft to tell you that much. This place is filled with threads that don't belong to it. It's so messy, not even a lich could clean it up. A little rain won't solve anything. Oh, so he combined... Did he... Wait! Did he... When he amended the arts of the Golden Church, did he add the sock has lich's witchcraft arts as well into it? The Witch King? Are you a lich too? Do I not look the part? You thought liches were all old men with long wide beards, dressed in robes covering head to tail, with skeleton shaves in their hands? I thought liches would have more refined vocabularies. What happened to the old man? You know the first thing about him, don't you? Of course he went straight into that cloud. He strode back from the border of Lithanian the moment her confessions opened his eyes on the throne. And he pulled on all our threads too. I'm sure even the liches of Castel could hear his cursing. What? I finally remember. She's the lady in Kind Lady Encounter. Gotcha. How many of you are here? Everyone who could come. I think I got my wires crossed. I was thinking Fremont is a lich. I was also thinking about the Witch King in the event, and he got my Lich King. And the funny part is, I mentioned, Lithanian's fate would have been far worse if instead of the Witch King, we had the Lich King. So that may have contributed to it, and I do remember when I said that statement in the last live stream, you were there, terrible gamer. But I was genuinely about to question, there's a Lich King in Arknights? I would love to know more. Do you realize how inconvenient this is? It's like you were planning to move and had loaded all your scrolls and talismans on the truck, then the very next day you hear that your old home is getting blown up. Indeed, brain going wonky. I need Ermengarde to check my brain too. I mean, can't you Lithanians keep things together for even a single day without... Oh my god. Oh my goodness. The liches are back. This is a serious situation. The Deternis's horn is about to descend. Grimach, your violin... Good. We haven't played together in a while, Lizelot. Yeah, the assembled performance should be coming to a close, as is the custom. Then it's our turn. Herkamshon, the calamity that Lithanians have always been destined to face. We already beat him once. We can do it again. Oh, let's go. Let's go. It's the Kaiserian's melody. Grimach and Evignate have made their move. Do what you need to, Viviana. We'll do our part as well. Golden light floods out from the Geshesh Watcher's sword and armor. As the light engulfs him, the other Geshesh Watcher responds to the Empress's melody. Beams of art shoot towards the sky from every corner, drawing closer together and joining up. The sky is covered in black, but an even brighter cloud rises from the ground. Man, I want a fan art of this confrontation because it would look so cool. Like, the only reference I have is like, you know that image of the Sancta versus the Suck has? That image? That's the only reference I have. It can be, this entire scene can be turned into a monumental historical painting. While the violin's passion soaring notes pierce the rolling clouds like a sword. Dozens of hands weave thousands of threads, plucking at the melody in the sky and the wind, making them even clearer. The twin empresses, the Gazetted Watchers, and the Liches, all the guardians of Lithanian, stand together against its former king, now returning from the void. The chaos grows. Only the Kaiserin's melody can fight her confessions. Melody? Organ, violin, and cello. I can't hear the cello. It's a part of the noise, not at all like ordinary music. Your ears are accustomed to hearing music, but mine are equally receptive to all forms of sound. The conclusion is clear. Arturia has escaped from prison. What? Oh, they're transforming. What is this? The falling black flame? It's standing up like a human? Is it the work of Originium Arts, or... The unfortunate truth is, I probed them with witchcraft, and they are fragments of human emotion contained in the art's energy within. Are they still alive? Of course not. Even we, who deal with death on a daily basis, couldn't survive with neither a body or a soul. What we are seeing are merely shadows of their former lives, or as the fanatics would put it, echoes. Good for them. I guess their dream came true. I mean, yeah? It's not good news. Normally such echoes can only exist in... how do I put this? A space where flesh and blood cannot exist, or anything else tangible. Where there is no concept of life and death, no passage of time. The only thing that can survive there is in... Wait! No! Sorry, I just had the biggest brain explosion moment ever. That's a fucking hint to chapter 14 and 15! I mean, especially chapter 14, Lore of Revelation. How far did the Witch King go in its arts research that he reached that point? Excuse me? Damn, brother deserves all the fucking glaze he got, cause... Holy! Now we know where the flip the echoes come from. I know that for this I should really be reading everything with with context, but the spoilers that I got spoiled on. This is the first hint of that lore, of that piece of lore I have seen in Arknights, and it's in Zwillingstürme. Bro, I need some time to digest this, cause... No, actually, it makes sense. He was so advanced with the melodic arts. Bro, when we saw Cryde transform, he just started playing the melody, and he was already becoming like the Witch King. And Originium crystals were sometimes side effects of his arts being triggered. Wait, what was he? What the fuck was he researching after he had gone mad? Was he trying to crack the code for Originium Arts? and how it relates to the other piece of lore. Of course, for the people that don't know, I'm being a bit dubious about my wording, but okay, this has me completely hooked. Like, I was already enjoying the event, but now it's just this single piece of lore drop is kind of blindsided me for a bit. Under normal circumstances, echoes are simply trails of information that exist only as a lingering illusion. But the emotions I felt in that black flame were flowing. Get to the point. You're as impatient as a block of wood. Fine, you're not liches. Long story short, reality is being encroached upon, and Hokum for Sean has really spruced up that little pocket dimension of his. His consciousness probably lives on within. So before... lingering echoes. Bro really fucking cracked the code before everybody else, huh? God dang. That's why the concept of the melody is being so strong in Lithanian, especially considering the background of the witches and how they were told, but like still. Oh my goodness. I'm currently experiencing the galaxy brain mind being blown times 5. Because this is... Wait, what did he want to do? Did he foresaw Lithanian's, demise? Or any of the other big events in Arknights? Like the Collapsals, the Seaborn, or... did he see something else? What did he see in his last days? I guess that's a question that's never going to be answered, really. So, you said you could send us up. Absolutely. But are you sure about this? Like I said, no one's ever been inside, other than Hercom for Sean. Yeah, basically that emoji times 5. If he can exist there, why can't I? Might as well try. Ah, to be young and daring. After dealing with boring, depressing old folks and the mercenaries of Castel for so long, I forgot you Lithanians could be interesting. Unfortunately, not even liches have a way to send the living into that space. That's forcefully sending yourself into the Originium... sorry, almost spoiled chat there. That's forcefully sending yourself into a space you should not be sent into. Entering the Genesis Horn requires a stable connection between the two dimensions. It's like me calling out to my teacher and him answering in response. Could the bleating of these masked loonies actually wake him? Absolutely not. The older man spent over a decade trying everything he could think of, from ancient Sarkaz witchcraft to the latest Lithanian arts, all to no avail. Oh, to establish a connection. Was that what his research was about? He even tried bringing the Temple of Liches directly to Zwillingstürme until the other masters came together to stop him. Can you tell where the source of the problem is? It's right in front of us, the twin Empresses' spires. Would you like me to exile the twin spires along with everybody inside? I mean, I could. It's not even hard. I could exile all of Zwillingstürme if you want. If that was a joke, it's not funny. Fine, then when it comes down to it, you won't be relying on us liches to act, right? Your Gesetzt Watcher have drawn the curtains. What would they do if the Genesis Horn goes out of control to the point where even the twin Empresses couldn't stop it? They destroy the twin spires along with the entire amphitheater. Here it comes again. Remnants of the Witch King. They just won't leave me alone even in death. Oh my god. Oh my god. Yeah, Ermin, it's here. Ermengarde and I will take care of matters here. Go to the Twin Empress Spires and find the path into the Genesis Horn. Yeah, Witch King is very ahead of his time. There are other places that hints to this, but as you know, I can't read, so I won't know where. Fair. Take this. What's this? A cloth knot? No mementos, please. I don't need them. It's a communicator, not a memento. Burr just had Vietnamese flashbacks because of Friday. The liches uses threads to communicate with each other. I don't know Sark has witchcraft, so I have to rely on a physical object. Pull the knot lightly, like this, and Emengard and I will receive the message. You'd better. Don't worry, he'll be fine. Maybe a little mortally wounded. Maybe a little mortally wounded, but I can fix that. Now go and face what you need to, Ebenholz. Everything I need to protect is below. Besides, someone needs to watch your back and keep your escape route open. Alright, I'll try to come back alive. I know you will. You too. Hey, let's go. Let's go. Who goes there? A Sancta and an Imperial caster. Hello. Hello. My name is Viviana Droste. The Imperial casters are all on the bridge below fighting Herkenfischon along with the Kaiserreinen. I didn't expect to run into anyone on this floor. Operator Ebenholz. Wait, you're also with Rhodes Island? What are the odds? I am executor of Lateran's Notarial Hall. We have a cleaning agreement with Rhodes Island. I was permitted to access some operator records while aboard the landship. Rhodes Island? I have a few friends with a lot of history with that place. Does that mean we're on the same side? They've caught up. Do you hear it? Above, near the top. Yeah, it's getting clearer. A cello? Yes, it is Arturia's music. It's raining. A greyish rain falls on the balcony, flowing backwards before it can touch Arturia's strings and forming a cloud before it. Wait, what? Huh? Wait, how does that work? A greyish rain falls on the balcony, flowing backwards before it can touch Arturia's strings and forming a cloud before her. Or rather, a smoke ring. I knew the arts of those Caprene couldn't stop my smoke ring. And here I thought my first audience member would be my obsessed little brother. Oh, that's Fremont! Enough, little angel. No one wants to hear you play. I thought you wished to enter the Genesis Horn, Herr Fremont. The austere authority, too. You want to clean up Herkenfischon's grim legacy, but deep down, you harbor other desires. Grimmatch wants power, as for you. Ah, such deeply etched emotions. The Witch King's closest confidant, a clash of ideologies, a joining of hearts. Your friendship was practically synonymous with Lithanian's golden age. And doesn't your parting of ways make this reunion of old friends all the more alluring? What are you Are you reading my mind? Not even the King of Sark has dared browse my scrolls. Watch yourself if you're doing so, angel. The music of your heart simply resonates with mine. Just as music reaches the ears of many, I can't choose not to hear the whispers of your heart. So that's your little trick. Your music was the key. Herkenfischon's true melody had nothing to do with that score he scribbled down. The soul of the traitor will lead them to the lost Genesis Horn. Seaman, Loris, Grant, Gerhard, and Cora. I found the Witch King's final words buried in the depths of their emotions. Good for you. You got to hear his dying ramblings. Would you like a medal from the Lithanian? You can take it and scram, later on back to Laterano. A great cloud appears beneath Arturia. It exploded and engulfs the Sancta and her instrument. Sorry, Herr Fremont. I cannot stop. I must see Herkenfischon. I want to play him. I want to feel the life he led, his thoughts in his last moments, and the intense emotions that still echo in the skies above Lithanian long after his death. I want an answer. Your parlor tricks will only hasten your death, Sancta. Damn. I tried, Professor. I buried my head in the tombs of Spire, looking for an answer within their pages. Lives are so fragile. One wrong choice and they're gone forever. But Herc and Sean's will remains unwavering even in death, like an everlasting Spire. What makes him so special? Can Herc and Sean truly be killed? His arts are inside both me and Hildegard. We were weapons made to fight him. Was he ever truly mortal if only something destined to defeat him can do so? They say you told Hercum for Sean the secrets of eternity, hiding behind a curtain not belonging to this land. He has avoided the gaze of death itself. What is that dimension like? The Liches have studied it for thousands of years, but no one has ever entered it other than Hercum for Sean. By doing so, he's learned more than any of us. Are you not curious? Don't you want to steal the Genesis horn and take it for the Liches? You could bring back all of its knowledge. The Sarkas could make use of it. Oh, these are all the other desires inside Fremont. Risk? Since when do we need to listen to the twins? Lithanian has never been our country. The risk comes from the dimension itself. The void, the endless demons. The void is far from empty. It is filled with danger, the unknown. No. Enough. What was that blackness just now? Was it your last death, Herr Fremont? You glimpsed into the void. It almost swallowed you. What? I've heard that Liches can extend their lives almost indefinitely. Then, do you still fear? Do you still feel fear when facing the destruction of the flesh? You're talking about matters you do not and should not understand. Why not? Life is short. Why must we approach its conclusion knowing nothing? The forbidden is forbidden for a reason. If you won't abandon your pursuit, then you'll have to die here. Thousands of threads rain down from the void behind the lich, faster than a gale and thicker than a deluge. They wrap themselves around Arteria's cello, her bow and strings, as well as her hands and torso. Exile. The old lich has no plans to allow her to return to Laterano. He wants her to disappear completely. Arturia smiles. She draws a bow, perhaps for the last time. Forgive my ignorance and arrogance, Herr Fremont. But I'd rather die the very next second, fall into void, be lost to chaos, than stop playing. The last note sounds. Before she's swallowed by the infinite void, Arturia knows her performance is complete. Do you see it, Emengard? Thanks for the heads up. There are so many notes here that my soul was almost shaken from my body before I could see it clearly. That's the Genesis horn. It looks so much like the Witch King's legendary spire. Oh, it's the horn up in the sky! The dark cloud cracks. It is like a great eye slowly opening up in the void. Reflected within is none other than in the dark spire. Last seen 23 years ago. Right in between the twin spires. Right where it used to be. Was the Genesis spire ever truly toppled? Did Herford and Sean, the Witch King, ever truly die? Did every Lithanian's nightmare just return, or did it never leave? And that's gonna be the cliffhanger. Okay, no cliffhanger so far. The sound of the cello is gone. Arturia. Giallo! The knot is moving. It's a warning from Lessing and the Lich. This place isn't normal. Extinguish your candle. Frau Droste, don't use any arts. I have no idea what's going to happen next. Ooh, shit. Oh. Is it changing to the Genesis? The Horn of Genesis. The Genesis Spire. The stairs, they've changed? Is this some kind of art? An illusion created by Frau Geiler's music or something else? Her Ebenholz? Only faint footsteps. Soon, not even that. The spiral staircase continued to extend further and further until its end is no longer in sight. Am I walking up or down? Viviana feels her consciousness grow distant. All she knows for sure is that she's alone on these stairs. Damn. That is frightening. ZT7 Concerto Resurrection.
Let's go then. Everyone, follow the route I drafted.
The mad lead the blind. Tis no wonder they never tire.
I never expected to encounter so many people on this trip. Water's not fault, forgive me. I woke up on the wrong side of the sleep.
Let's get this done quick.
Toxins and traps are my tactics.
Monster, in position.
These so-called foes, not even worth drawing my sword.
I've got an idea. What do you fear most?
Hold up, let me deploy some of the people as well.
Why wait?
Let's get rid of these guys first. Come on now.
Look, Laura. What are you waiting for? The curtains are about to fall.
Signals? Sorry, but I'm really not religious.
Even an old horn has its perils.
I'll drop Gummy here. Okay, I should have probably dropped Lappy up there, not gonna lie. Should be fine for the most part. At least I could change the theme relatively quickly after that.
Problem. Sorry, but I'm really not religious.
I guess the next enemy gate is gonna be here. Around the middle of the stage. But that's quite a bit of downtime, not gonna lie. Says the person who is using latest 6 stars.
Signals stable. Ready for action.
Alright, here it comes, finally.
Look, Laura. The spotlight shines on us.
Don't imagine the side. Don't imagine the future. Such a narrow view.
Alright, that's done. As well as those guys are gone. I'll only change the melody after some more people do arrive. Here they come. Yeah, you're mainly here for the story, banging your head at this when those 6 stars would take an extra stream. Yes. Basically.
Feel how your souls improve. Don't treat history with such...
What do you fear most?
Alright. Fair enough. Now let's go. Come on. I need the stream. No, not that I needed the stream. What did I say? I needed the story. Give it to me. I need the story. Give it to me. The doctor will be here soon. Are you crying, Viviana? I don't think I have the strength to wipe away your tears anymore. Actually, now that I think about it, I should probably... Yeah, I'm a little too sweaty right now. I should probably turn on the fan. Hold up, I'll be... Alright, we're back. We have turned on the fan. I don't think I have the strength to wipe away your tears anymore. You're too kind, too gentle. I often think back to the day we first met. I'd come from Zwillingstürme to Sturmland just to take you out of the Werner Spire. You huddled in the back seat, holding onto your tiny staircase and leaning gently against my chest. I was wondering, was this little girl scared to leave her father? Scared of life in foreign Kazimierz? But no, you were just trying to stay low so no one could see your horns and cause trouble for Werner. Even though it was so late at night and no one would have paid attention to a car leaving the great spires of the Herbst. You were so little back then. I don't remember that. 9, you do. You can lament, you can blame, you can mourn, you can regret, you can rage. All that, and only then can you. Please, don't leave me. You're the only one I have left. Let me see you one last time. I'm right here. I'm so glad I can't see the expression on your face right now. You deserve a better life than this, Viviana, if there really is one. Now I know what the animation during the Zwillingstürme teaser was. It's the damn spire. Horn of Genesis. Witch King Spire doing this. When he's trying to be brought back. And he's being brought back. Tall as the Empresses tower is, it is not endless, or so she believes. The spiral staircase extends before her, but direction itself seems to be torn apart by some unknown, irreversible power. She keeps moving forward, but she can't make any progress. Viviana is tired, and when one is tired, it is easy to notice what one has lost. Not unlike the 22 years of her life. Are you lost? Viviana looks up. She sees a young Caprine woman whose face is filled with curiosity and concern. Sorry, I must have bumped into you in a hurry. It's alright. Are you okay? You look very pale. I'm fine, I was just thinking about something. Do you know this place well? Yeah, I live nearby. Where does this lead? Didn't you come here on your own? Where it leads is entirely up to where you want to go. Take care now, I'll be going. Where I want to go. Viviana's fingers brush the handrail next to her. Orange paint covers the emblem of Vertica under a thick layer of dust, so bright it could have been painted yesterday. The Witch King. She recalls the historical novel Die Glut. When the Witch King first ascended to the throne, he gave his builders a blueprint of the Genesis Spire, a monument so great the likes of which D'Artagnan had never seen. Simply gazing upon the plans was enough to make one short of breath, as though standing before its foundation. The Witch King was scrupulous about every last detail of the Genesis Spire, down to the materials and paints used for every fence and railing, which must never fade in color. It would become the sole symbol of Lithanian. Has the Genesis horn fully descended? But that woman just now... Viviana comes to a startling realization. The Caprine who just passed by was like one of the young people living on the outskirts of Zwillingstürme, in the prime of her life, busy and tireless, her voice emanating the warmth of a fresh cup of tea. She should not be here, neither at the Empress's Spire nor in the Genesis horn. Viviana turns around. No one is there. What about you, Viviana? Why are you here? Why did you come back to Lithanian? Why did you leave? You couldn't say goodbye to your father. You couldn't return to the spire of your childhood, that tower you memorized along with the rain and wet moss. You watched Cora die in your arms, You couldn't take her away from this dust-scorched city. What can you stop? What can you change? What can you possibly accomplish? If the Witch King isn't dead, if he sits at the end of this endless spiral, would you beg him for enlightenment, just like those fanatics? It really does sound a bit absurd. The staircase stretches on and on until Viviana sees a door in an inconspicuous corner. A tiny familiar door. A tiny familiar door? Attempting to turn left at each intersection to ensure progress through continuous deviation. Unsuccessful. Attempting to descend. Failed to reach bottom of the staircase after 45 minutes. Attempt unsuccessful. Federico has spent a long time on the staircase of the Emperor's Spire, or the Empress's Spire. He stops in his tracks after yet another failed attempt. At the most basic levels, arts are a rigid form of order. The twin Empresses would not have hired a mentally ill... Oh man, I love Executor, bro. Federico. This definitely lightens the mood a bit. The twin Empresses would not have hired a mentally ill architect to design their spires. No architect could have recreated such orderless architecture. My judgment was impaired due to my experience at Ludwig's Universitat Sonata Spire. The distortion occurring within this tower is unrelated to arts. Has the Genesis horn covered the entire spire, causing changes in reality? Arturia's music is also absent. After a brief pause, Federico pulls out a shotgun and fires in front of him. The sound of the gunshot fills the space, but the projectiles vanish right before his eyes as though wiped away by some formless something. Sancta! As he hears the sound, Federico sees the projectiles again, now moving with a slow and clear trajectory like a rock, skipping across the wall. Water, ripples spread, and everything beneath the surface is revealed. Phew. Put away your gun, please. Put away your gun, please. I do not require you to repeat yourself. I've heard something similar from everyone I met on this mission. Of course you did. This is Zwillingstürme, not Laterano. Loris always liked to talk about Laterano. He said that when the Sancta go out, they bang any buildings they don't like and bang the buildings they do like even more eagerly. Jan and I used to think he was making things up because he didn't like his hometown very much. Anyways, look around you. What the fuck? What the fuck? Zwillingstürme is an old city. Any brick or tile could have a score or a poem etched onto it, on it by a drunk artist from a century ago. This is... Federico quickly assesses the site before him. If this place is the Genesis Horn, where the Witch King's legacy is kept, Arturia's final destination, then it is difficult to believe that his bullets could have broken through some sort of barrier and brought him here from that strange staircase. Federico examines the woman before him. The anger on her face is no more, and no less than that of a citizen performing her civic duty to stop a rude tourist. Do you understand me, Herr Sancta? Put your gun. Put away your gun, please. Excuse me. We are clearly not on the streets of Zwillingstürme, but you seem unaware of this. You have mentioned a Loris and a Jan, assuming you're referring to Loris Orden and Jan Schuler. Please tell me your name. Julia Schuler. What? Wait, wait, huh? She's already gone? This is inside the Genesis Horn? The Witch King's resting place? But the Witch King... Stop looking around, little angel. You caught up. I'm not surprised. I wish I could say the same. The last thing I expected was for you to actually cling to a lich's thread and be voluntarily exiled. So where is the Witch King? Dead. What else? No, I should be able to sense him. His arts, his motions, his will, if I just... Arturia looks around. It's a space without boundaries, defined by only indescribable flows of light like the respiration of the void. She steadies her cello, puts her hand on the strings and sets her bow. Silence. Bow touches string, but the vibration produces no sound. The motion familiar to her, so natural, has lost all meaning here. No sound! Finally noticed? I can't play. I've lost my music. Is it because of the Genesis horn? Or the rules of the Witch King? Arrogant, foolish, witless. That pretty halo over your head is shedding light on your pale face. I wish it could do the same to your brain. Where do you think you are right now? Inside Hercumfishorn's coffin, a treasure trove of the pastures of Sargon, a witch magic pocket from a Victorian fairy tale? Fremon. The beginning and end of all threads. As though muttering to himself, Fremon speaks an unfamiliar word in sarcasm. Or maybe the name he gave it would be more in line with your understanding. Desolate domain. Kagresh? What you're seeing is the other side of the real. A dimension always in flux. Any rule, any reality disintegrates before it in an instant. Through the long eons, the lichers have caught only glimpses of it, and despite Sean's life's work, the best he could manage was create a tiny, volatile bubble in this infinite void. Arturia does not respond to Fremont's anger. She simply touches the strings again, the unbroken hush. There is no disappointment or fear, only confusion. An emotion that only flashes across Arturia's face before she looks up and smiles. Perfect. So the Witch King didn't prolong his will through mystical arts, but instead created his own retreat in Cargridge. His pocket still exists, so he must be here. It's just that there's still a ways to go to reach his throne. Aren't you curious what happens if you're exiled again in Cargridge? Oh! Arturia realizes that the shadows are growing. The Lich's witchcraft has been moving while she was speaking. Thread-like shadows grow into thick vines around Fremont, merging into the ambiguous colors of the ground and begin to come at her. Death and extinction, decay in its full bloom. I still haven't found my answer. I have to rediscover my music. I must perform the Witch King. I can't die yet. She's perfectly willing to meet her end performing, but what she can't accept is to fade into silence with the truth so near. The shadows crack and a grey rain rushes up to engulf all. Oh! The Witch King's musician? The whiner... Utrum rings. Go. To the Genesis Spire, the performance begins. New music. New arts. Protecting Vendenine against catastrophe and the cannons of Gaul. Sean. Reality's unstable here. Was it caused by the exile? No, it was like this before we entered Kagarich. Sean's powers are diminishing. The Genesis Horn's collapse is accelerating. Oh, because you can only temporarily summon it through that. I'm still alive. The melody, it's gone. She clung to the one string of sound distinct from the environment and escaped the threads of exile. Now the melody has become tangible, emerging from the void and descending before her. It has taken human form. Unintelligible sounds. Was it your melody that saved my life? Were you a spirecaster of the Witch King? The Witch King? How could you think that? I'm sorry. Careful, keep your voice down. Is someone after you? You're hurt. Stay put and hide here. Don't worry, I know this place well. No one will find it. Damn, bro! Oh boy, I am excited because this is literally what I wanted to see.
Would you mind if I reported to the Foundation? They will be glad to know.
ZTTR2. There is no order to be found within chaos. You must grasp what little you can. Aspect of Annihilation absorbs all incoming damage and transfers it to the aspect of creation. Converts all damage absorbed by the aspect of Annihilation and releases it frontally as physical damage. What the heck? Bro, I love this. Composer's
To
craft.
tremble in my music is your honor.
This place is drowning as the Witch King's aggravating cacophony, so exercise caution. Zerny! An hibiscus. Wait, what? There's a tuning note here, but it's protected by screen I can't hit. Huh? There's a pretty intriguing phenomenon, actually. The arts and sound absorbed by that location appear to have been silenced. Oh! At the same time, a new sound has been born from it. We can use this to attack the node. Fascinating! It seems like the energy absorption phenomenon is disappearing. Even an atonal piece follows the rules of rhythm. Let's see if I can counterpoint a repetition. Success! Now we can reproduce the phenomenon anywhere on the battlefield. You may attack it to continue capturing nodes.
Shall I open?
That is... wow, okay.
Shall I open? Silence, sofort!
It's game over for you. I'll make sure to prevent more harm this way.
The medication is here. Take it.
Huh? It changed locations. It would seem the laws of creation and annihilation are indeed quite unstable here. We must seize the chance to at the opportune time. Furthermore, it appears that no matter how we attack it, the sound it produces only deals physical damage. You can try attacking enemies with it. Hey, that's something, I guess. Okay, so we are actually in the dimension. Holy shit. ZT8. There are too many futures unseeable, too many spires unreachable. And so, the ferryman sings this nocturne. Oh, this is gonna be awesome. I'm ready. I am ready for the finale. Oh boy. Wait, that's your... Don't just stand there. Come inside. That's little Viviana. Oh, now I get the... what's it called? Her EP. Illuminate. Let me show you around my room. What do you think? You decorated it yourself? Liney helped. Small Vivi, very cute. It's so spacious and bright, Vivian. Your room is lovely. Thank you. This room gets more sunlight than any other in the entire spire, as shy and lazy as Sturmland's sun is. It never feels too dark in here, even on the cloudiest days. And then there's the veranda. It runs along the entire wall of the room. Look at that view. How far you can see. Look there. At what? The green roof over there. It's the Glenlosey Botanical Garden. Muty took me there a few times. It has so many plants we don't see in the Sturmland or even Greater Lothannian. But I love its roof the most. Small Bolivarian claw vines work their way up there. It's probably too tall to easily get up onto the roof to trim them. So the staff just let them grow, and now they covered the entire thing. In springtime, clusters of pink flowers bloom from the vines, and the roof looks like a pink cloud. Now in summertime, it's a deep green. The leaves of those vines never drop. By autumn, the roof will turn golden, and in winter, only a perfect sheet of white will remain. Ja, I can picture it now. Beautiful. No matter how busy Vati was with his government work, he would always take time out of his day to come visit. Muti would paint the scenery while he quietly told me their stories. Vati would be father, Muti would be her mother, right? Is this like an alternative reality? Is that what it is? I think. Vivian. Yes? Can you share those stories with me of Muti and Vati? That day in Marigold Alley when he waited for her? Vati said he was determined to say goodbye to her, but once he saw her, he couldn't bring himself to turn and go. Vivian, if two hands are destined to join, why let the lands come between them? Ah, it's so cheesy. Anyway, Vati brought Muti back to Sturmland. He stood right there beneath the spire, telling the worthiness and bigwigs that if they didn't show Muti the proper respect, he'd never return to Hoshberg Spire again. Nor would he succeed the Kurfürst. And did the nobles accede? They did. All because Vati stood below the spire for 3 whole days. Many men came to either change his mind or just shout at him, but none succeeded. They had no choice but to give in. Damn, bro was completely dedicated. Werner von Hochberg protected his love like a hero from a storybook. They were married with the blessings of everyone around them. Viviana von Hochberg, your birth too won the blessing of all. Wunderbar. Oh? What was that? Viviana, this is the wonderful life. Is that Leonie? The door's open. A maid walks in. Viviana looks to hide, but the maid goes straight for the little girl as if she doesn't see Viviana at all. Leonie, are you here for the carpet? Ah, Fräulein Droste, please step aside. It's a masterpiece by my known craftsman. Very comfortable under my feet. And the image of the lake and white walls on it is so vivid. I can almost feel the wind blowing when I look at it. Mutti loved this carpet. She worked long and hard, scribbling so many poems for others just to be able to buy it. When she left Zwillingstürme, she didn't bring much luggage with her, but she did bring this carpet. So it would sell for a bit of money. You have to understand, the dame, the spire is otherwise empty. The room is the last decent thing in the place. If she could help it, the dame wouldn't touch a thing in here. But since Kurfürst Werner's death, she has been troubled by all sorts of people. She sold everything that could be sold. Oh, it's an alternate reality where instead of the father dying, where instead of the mother being gone, it's the father that's gone. You're due to go study in Colombia, which takes no small amount of coin. She hopes you won't have to live in poverty abroad. Oh, but I could always not go. That won't do, Fräulein. You ought to leave Sturmland to leave Lathanien. The dame said as much to the Kurfürst 2 years ago, but it was only recently he gave the nod. You ought to set out, lest he soon change his mind. What about Muti? Can't she come with me? The dame is at the Kurfürst's beck and call. She must remain in the spire. Wait! No. Both of them are alive. Sorry. Both of them are alive. Okay. I should speak to Uncle Schleitz. Fräulein, he may be a parental uncle, but he is now Kurfürst of Sturmland. Oh, he refused to become a Kurfürst, so his paternal uncle, her paternal uncle became the Kurfürst. Just 2 years after the late Kurfürst Werner took the seat, he was assassinated while touring the domain. His marriage to the Dame offended a lot of people and some have speculated it was Schleit himself. Oh, the father is dead instead of the mother. So my first assumption was correct. Some of the lines here confused me, but no. What am I thinking? Why would I even tell you this? Winner's brother, yeah? Leonie, I have a question and I'm not sure who to ask. Go ahead. If Muti and Vati had lived an ordinary life, a commoner's life, would we have been happy? Roline, you've always been the sort of girl who sees things as they are. You know what's going on. Pack your things. Put your beloved books and arts collection into the rattan box there. I'll take care of the carpet and come back to put the rest in order. The Elafia girl looks out to the window below the veranda. The wind is her only company now. They say the roof of the Glenlosey Botanical Garden is beautiful, but what's there to appreciate when the night shrouds all? Frau Giallo? It seems I really can't hear the voices anymore. No obvious wounds on you. Could your hearing be impaired? No, it's just much quieter than I'm used to. Even as you're standing right in front of me, I still feel so distant from you. Oh, is this a little better? Maybe I should speak louder? No, that's not it. Let me take you somewhere nearby to rest. The ones chasing you should be far away by now. Come, I'll help carry the cello. Why are you gripping it so tightly? Your fingers are turning white. It must be very important to you. It is my eyes, my ears, my voice, and my heart. Oh, right, because of her art. I'm ashamed to admit it, but there was a time when I was even afraid of it. Oh? It took me some time to learn how to get along with it. Her cello is a... Hey, little Arturia! Hey, little Betty as well! Sora? Why are you sitting in a dark corner with the lights out? Amita Lucina doesn't know you've come back. Why did you skip cello practice after rowing in the park? Oh, I'm sorry, I seem to have kicked your cello. The instrument is expensive. If I've damaged it, I'll have the money to compensate you. Fede, take it away from me, will you? Hide it anywhere you like. The study, the attic, and storage. You can even throw it away. Are you crying? You played another piece you hadn't mastered yet. I don't know. As soon as I draw my bow across its strings, I hear voices. So many voices. They're real voices, trapped in the bodies of men and women. They want to come out, and I should help them. But they're too loud, too chaotic. So many crying voices, laughing voices, whispering voices, voices furiously complaining, they all surge together. They're so loud, Fede. You can hardly breathe. Are you unwell? Should I get Amita Luciana? I just need some quiet. The room is quiet, except for the isolated sobbing in the corner. Two black halos look at each other, their cold, faint light being the only words they share. Just be quiet for a while, just so my head doesn't hurt so much, just for a bit. I will get used to the voices. I just haven't mastered the skill yet. It didn't take me long to learn to row a boat today. All I had to do was row it through the thick fog to the island in the center of the lake. A song comes from the far shore. Are you singing? It's a folk song popular with bushkers on the street. It's got a nice sound to it, but I'm a little tone deaf, so... When John would come home after getting bullied, I'd comfort him with this song. Thank you. You mentioned this street just now. Oh, yeah, Carl Schmidt Street. The people of Zwillingstürme would also call it Marigold Alley. Yeah, reality's glitching out. Signora Schuller, you haven't answered my question. According to the records of the Zwillingstürme, Gendarmerie, Friar Fine engaged in combat with the suspect to stop a kidnapping on Karl Schmidt Street in the autumn of 1085. The Baron was injured and unconscious for a period. When he awoke, both the suspect and abducted Caprine woman, 27-year-old Julia Schuller, were missing. Loris Borden took over the case and conducted a series of investigations, finding no promising leads. He found the Baron's testimony suspicious, with the only certainty being that the Baron was the last person to see you. He strongly believed that a secret lay hidden within, something like the Witch King's later experiments on infected civilians, that you had become the target of the Baron. But under pressure from above, the Gendarmerie halted any subsequent investigation and closed the case as an accidental disappearance. Loris Borden took the case file back to his residence, and over the course of 15 years, it has grown increasingly thick. He never gave up on investigating the truth and never gave up on looking for you, despite several clues indicating that Julia Schuller was already deceased. You have just informed me that this here is Karl Schmidt Street. In other words, you came to the Genesis Horn post-mortem and currently exist as a form of consciousness. Ah! Not post-mortem. Posthumously. Wait, what the heck does that mean? Posthumously. Posthumously? After the death. Oh. Posthumously. Or posthumously. Damn. In your cognition, you have never left the scene of the incident. So please tell me, what exactly happened in the course of that incident? This is indeed Marigold Street. We are standing in front of the piano studio at the intersection. Oh, her executor. Oh, her executor. We've wasted so much time. I really have to place these arts devices in their proper places quickly. Those masked men will be coming soon. So it's replaying her last moments. Holy. Do you mean to say that the Witch King remains appear at various locations in Tigerich according to some noble set of rules? Ah, are they the Witch King's remains? No, they're not the ones in reality sowing chaos in the name of the Witch King. What we see are but manifestations of the Witch King's craft, the echoes of Hercum for Shawns in a truer sense. Klangen Folgen to follow the sounds. That's the way to see the Witch Kings. Why would the Witch King be in Zwillingstürme? Although I suppose it makes sense, I'm already dead and the Witch King is too, so we're in the same place, that's logical enough. It would also explain all these strange happenings. Perhaps having lost the sound of music, I can no longer perceive what you see in your eyes. Why do you call this place Zwillingstürme? Are you blind too? Frau Giallo, do you see the... Wait, what? The Muskinstrumenturm? The Muskinstrumenturm? The what? Arturia looks in the direction that Caprine woman is pointing and sees nothing but vague light and shadow. Oh! Wait, what? Wait, huh? Rich Muskoschul has towers. Die Muskinstru Menturm, but only 11. Reichmuskoschul is the most famous landmark in Bashkov. Each spire of the Royal Academy is inspired by a musical instrument and was named for it upon completion. Oh! There are 11 instruments, and when Herbst presided over his Glorich's Capital project, a grand urban plan, he added 11 more. So that's 22 instrument spires. 22 instrument spires corresponding to the 22 districts of the Zwillingstürme, like a perfect symphony orchestra. You know your stuff. Yeah, but there are only 11 Zwillingstürme here. Oh, this is during the Witch King's time. Okay. This is not the Reich Muskosiul of Zwillingstürme, but that of the Witch King's time. And behind us is a tiled spire, circular, the color of jade. Der Scheife Turm der EXUALT, the Leaning Tower of Eternity? It was originally the spire of some first or other. It began to lean due to changes in the strata, and with the support of the magnificent arts of the spire casters, it maintained its baffling tilt without collapsing. This miracle of Lithuanian architecture was destroyed in a catastrophe 4 centuries ago. Not only that, I see der Wiener Irrtum, das auf den Kopf. This is just German words being thrown at me non-stop. Das auf den Kopf gestlet Strafgebaut, die Todes Weisens, der schon Bruntum. Countless spires of different eras, forms, and functions. I've only read about them in books and heard of them in stories from my elders. But here they all stand. This isn't Zwillingstürme, but it's not Verdunian either. I think the most proper name for it would be Lithuanian. Damn! The only part that feels familiar is the marigold alley beneath my feet. At the intersection sits a piano studio. At the end of the street is an art gallery, and right in the middle is my cafe. I'm glad they're still here. I've rediscovered them. Here I can just still live just the way I used to. So unfamiliar as this place is, I would still rather call it Zwillingstürme. Indeed wish someone German was here. Name, where art thou? He's probably busy doing something else. Maybe you haven't rediscovered your old life. Rather, it's because of your life that you came to be here. Wait, huh? Is the space collapsing? Oh, there are only 9 Zwillingstürme left. When did the Klavierturm and the Wallhornturm vanish? Fremont was right, the Genesis Horn is accelerating its collapse. Frau Yellow, do you see it now? Oh, is it the echoes? Nocturne, Unseen Spire, ZT8.
Let's go then. Everyone.
Alright, this is... Yeah, can't really place anybody
I'll go
else
solo.
here.
A large group might provoke hostility from the locals. I never expected to encounter so many people on this trip. I'll go gather.
Let's go.
Excuse me. Can we hurry this up? I really don't want.
Who would use a flag as a weapon on the battlefield?
Water's not far. Stay put, and I'll fill the canteens.
Oh, it's... Okay, gotcha.
No need to cover up. It's secret so public that everybody's in the camp. I've swallowed
Wait,
up
what?
some.
Wait, huh? Wait, why did Lappy die? I legitimately got no clue.
I'll go gather some baking just in time. Our provisions are running low.
No problem. Now we'll see.
I honestly got no clue as to why Lappy died, but... Do you know enemy mechanics? I think I've forgotten one thing about enemy mechanics. I don't know, something along those lines. I've forgotten some things. Okay, wind can attack continuously increases when unblocked, reset on next attack, attack inflicts a long stun to target. When melancholic is active.
something yummy for you.
Wait, were the shields up for the chiller guys just now? I genuinely have no idea.
It's the best vessel for
They
curses.
weren't though, because I turned it off.
Forgive me.
Like I said, I
woke
genuinely
up
got
on the
no
wrong
idea.
side of the sleeping bag.
Bam! I've swallowed up the sun.
Don't treat history with such a flippant attitude.
Just like the old days? No.
Signal safe. Who would use a flag as a weapon on the battlefield?
Anyone hungry?
Okay, now finally I can deploy some... I don't need to deploy it again, I think. So I'll just call it a day. Alright,
Your
I'll have
weapons
to do
are
this.
right at your fingertips.
Found your archive.
Activate line of skill as well. We should be fine now. Smacking them before you change the melody so you got Thornist. Ah, okay.
Look out, the spotlight shines on us.
Wow. That is
Patience. Don't treat history with
very
such
thank
a
you, Lappy.
flippant soul.
How fortunate, huh?
It'll be a lesson you won't forget.
Well, we have found another one. At least it works. At least it works. I'll say that much. At least it works. Oh, is ZT9 a thing? Or are we going to go until like ZT10? If there's 5 more, then that's... Yeah, I'm going to assume we're going to go until ZT10. I'm going out. Would you like to come with? Global range for the win. Alright. Yeah, after reading this story note, I'll actually get some more food. I'll eat it. On stream. Of course, I need to eat on time as well. That reminds me, I haven't drank some water since a bit ago. I probably should. Be sure to hydrate, everybody. And also, if you're enjoying this, please be sure to like and subscribe. Helps out the channel a ton. I can continue my rush to... EXUALT. ZT10 is indeed a thing. Okay, gotcha. Alright, so we are halfway through the stream, which... I'll take it. 3 hours, 45 minutes. Give me a moment. What is it? 3, 2, 1. Frau Seaman, guten Abend. The window facing the street opens in response, and a woman with a furrowed brow holds a paintbrush, gazing into the distance. The young girl waves to her, smiling as bright as the marigolds lining the alley. Frau Seaman takes a break and opens her window every day right at this time. She paints all morning, then looks into the distance, listens to music, relaxes, and looks for inspiration. That's odd. Looks like she's in a bad mood today. She closed the window without waving back. Maybe she's having trouble with her art. I should go see her with Muddy tonight. You know that neighborhood well, Vivian. You mean Carl Schmidt Street? Of course I do. I've been here all 10 years of my life. Did your parents always live here? They were away for brief stints a few times, I'm not sure why, but they always came back. When you compare it to the rest of Zwillingstürme, Carl Schmidt isn't anything special. We've got a few flower shops, a bar, paint stores, and some stout buildings. We don't even have a spire. Speaking of which, gonna go grab a snack too after this. This story is gonna take a while. I can already tell. I could tell from the previous stream. The people here are ordinary, plus a few struggling artists and nobles, but my parents really like it here. Have they ever had any trouble? Marty mentioned some trouble before, but he's been prepared for anything since he decided to stay. Did Werner von Hirschberg find a way to become common? But he's not so common. He may only teach literature at the commoner school in the Vine, but the big kids there respect him a lot. I see. He probably used all his connections in Sturmland and Zwillingstürme, spent all his savings, maybe even changed his appearance. It's no small thing to give up everything one has. By the way, Vivian, is that a cake you're holding? Yeah, the lady next door taught me. The marigold stamen has a bitterness to it, but when ground into powder and pinched into a cake, its fragrance helps balance the sweetness. Betty found a job at Pashchov, earning a bit more than before. She's working as an editor for her favorite poetry journal. She gets home very late though. So I said I'll bring her lunch for a whole month. Isn't that exhausting? You smell that? What? When the breeze picks up, the fragrance of the coffee shop ahead wafts on over. I help with as much as I can so Mutti and Vati won't be so tired. At least enough so they can take me to Frau Siemens gatherings on the weekends. They hold my hands as we walk down the long alley to her house. There are so many interesting people here. They play the piano so well and speak so eloquently. I like it here. I don't think it's exhausting. I am glad of that. Viviana, this is a wonderful life too. Wait, is she going through different what ifs? Because like at first, her father died in the castle, so that wasn't the number one what if. The second what if was if the both of them become commoners and lived on that street. Okay, because I was confused. Wait, is this a continuation or is it something else? But no. What's that? Wasn't that Lucinda? How could such a well-behaved commoner have offended anyone? Did she write something she shouldn't have? Why did the authorities come so quickly? Is there an explanation? They were gone as quick as they came. What else can you do? Be careful what you ask. It probably has something to do with her husband. Werner? I've heard he's actually the heir to the Kurfürst of Sturmland, living incognito with his wife and daughter on Karl Schmidt Street for the past decade. I've gotten along with him so well all these years, I never would have guessed. He's hidden himself so well. Oh, how could that be? Rumor has it Werner did not show up to class this morning. Who knows if he was taken away by the Hirschberg's vassal or the Empress's voice. Odds are it was Frida Seaman who gave him up. That woman's out of her mind. Shh, keep your voice down. The cake thuds as it falls to the ground. Viviana hears sobbing. The fragile shoulders before her tremble like flowers battered by the wind. She holds the girl's hands tightly. Vivian, don't look. Damn. Signora Julia Schuler, I perceive only vague silhouettes of the remnants. Could you clearly point out the location where they may be hidden? My Patreon firearm may be of use. I will guarantee your safety. Executor, you may have misunderstood. Those men aren't here to do anything to me. When I first saw the masked men, I would keep my distance and hide, but I later found they weren't concerned with me at all. Their appearances in any particular part of Zwillingstürme usually means there's a new threat. They're more like a signal. Threat. Not a true threat. I don't know how to explain it. It's like a natural disaster beyond human comprehension. Abnormally bad weather, or a waking nightmare. The atmosphere in Zwillingstürme has taken a turn for the worse, especially recently. The clouds are heavy and even the sunset looks faded. I'm always hearing loud thundering noises. Several times I woke to find a whole chunk of Zwillingstürme completely empty. So many prominent buildings seemingly dug away by something, leaving only an empty space where there once was. like a whole section of history has been erased. The threats erased the spires of different eras without a trace, gradually consuming all of Zwillingstürme. What? And sooner or later, the small alley I live in will be next. So you jumped out to prevent me from using my patron firearm. You've been protecting this place. Yeah, I've never seen you before. I've had a powerful premonition this time. A premonition. Such feelings are usually nothing more than psychological indicators. Without backing in logic, it is difficult to take action upon them. But the Witch King's remains have indeed appeared. Executor, when you live in a place for 5 or 10 years, when you become a part of it, you develop senses like a foul beast and can smell the storm before it comes. Oh. You would aid the echoes of Herbst? No, this is my own thing. Even if they didn't appear today, I'd find a way myself. But how will you fight against those disasters, the weather or the waking nightmares? With those arts devices you're carrying? The truth is, I've been going to different places at around this time each day, especially to those blank and the edges where the buildings have vanished. That's dangerous. But I collected enough devices from those places. They seem to be some sort of echo device that collects arts information. Frau Giallo, if the mastermen truly are the echoes of Herbst, then these echo devices must be what the Witch King used to deal with his enemies. They'll surely come in handy. Are you going to renovate the street yourself? Marigold Alley is on the outskirts of Bodenshof, very inconspicuous. No one comes here deliberately except some tourists, painters, and wandering poets. Even all the Bodenshof taken against the 22 districts of Zwillingstürme isn't all that special. And in this Zwillingstürme, with its many storied historical spires, maybe no one would even notice such an ordinary alley. But it's where I was born and raised. No one knows it better than me. I know when it's lively and when it's quiet. I know all its sounds, the singing of wandering trobaters, the humming tunes of pedestrians, the busy footsteps on the cobblestones, the sound of rain against the marigolds and onyx. I know where the resonance pipelines buried beneath the street are still functional. I know which arch sculptures on the corners can replace the broken parts, and how to connect them all in the most convenient way and then activate them with these echo devices. But you don't know what the modified resonance pipelines will even do. These devices left in these empty areas suggest that... Oh, but Frau Gillo, there's something I have to do. And I can always do something. I told myself as much when I was very young. I said I'd take good care of Jan and myself, and not be like my parents. Your parents? They passed away a long time ago. I think it was 1077. Your parents were persecuted during the twin Empresses' coup? 9. They were as common as could be. They were sick at the time, and the tremendous sound of the Witch King's Genesis spire collapsing in the distance, the tromping of the soldiers outside the house, it all aggravated their illness. They all feared that at any moment the Gendarmerie would burst in and take us away, or even level the entire block. In turbulent times like that, there is nothing so shocking. They died in terror even before Herbst could launch his glorious capital project. When a terrible clamor drowns out everything else, we hear only the voices within ourselves. We find our fears and worries magnified. Yelena, forgive me for not being able to better comfort you. That's alright. I just wanted to say that I can't let myself lose the courage to live as I have been. Maybe you still don't see our surroundings clearly. We've walked all the way from the gallery at the end of the street down to the cafe, where I've spent almost a decade. I started working there just to make ends meet. The owner was kind, letting me and Jan live in the shed behind the courtyard. Now I can see how all of everything is starting to tie up in Zwillingstürme, and good thing I read this, because oh my goodness, the hinting here is insane. And I love it. I love every single bit of it. I turned it into a proper home, and even set up a little space for Jan to practice his arts. The boy's gifted, you know. We saw casters using arts to repair sculptures on the street, and he washed for only a few minutes before going home and spending the whole night turning his room into a sound-controlled space. I've talked about it with Loris, and we'll send him to study arts at the Ludwig's Universität. Yes, there are a lot of plot lines in this one event. The foreshadowing was reaching its climax. It's a whole bit of foreshadowing, let me just tell you. Loris intends to make a career in Zwillingstürme, and once he does, he'll give Jan a recommendation. Later, when this cafe was about to close down, I used all my savings to buy it for myself. I became the owner, the waitress, and even worked on making my own special blend of coffee for a grand reopening. Danger is unpredictable, but life is tangible. There's so much foreshadowing, it's 5 shadowing. Jesus Christ, there's foreshadowing about one other hinting, there's foreshadowing about the liches, their powers, there's foreshadowing about the true nature of this space, there's foreshadowing about the flipping other thing taking place in main story, there's foreshadowing about probably the Master's Travels event as well, coming up. Too much foreshadowing, man. And then also foreshadowing to how this event will end in the end. To another foreshadowing of how the Witch King shall return, I guess. Too much foreshadowing. You only want to protect it. God damn, I want to go into this surreal place. From the piano studio on the corner to here, there are a total of 8 resonance pipelines, and these echo devices happen to fit the interfaces on them. I told you they'd be useful. That is logical. Batch tuned all of Zwillingstürme's resonance pipelines during this glorious capital project in order to adjust the arteries laid throughout the city during the reign of the Witch King. I like your hat. Well, thank you for the compliment, Andrea. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you have a good time with the rest of us. Where today's stream is gonna be the one where I finish Zwillingstürme im Herbst, and I do want to desperately finish it because, like last stream, I don't want it to be a bit more than 8 hours. And if I'm to check, it's been about 4 hours and 7 minutes. I just woke up. Well, good morning. The single story has more depth than all Harry Potter and Twilight together. Well, some shots were taken. Some shots were definitely taken. But hey, thank you for coming to a stream of a little old Arknights enjoyer and extremely long-form yapping and story reader streamers such as myself. The series is Rush for EXUALT, where we rush through all the Lateran and Lethanian events through all the story, taking our sweet time, even though I use the word rush, for the Master's Travels event, my favorite event in Arknights period, and also everything about it that I love, to be able to be ready to read the story, as well as do the event, as well as pull EXUALT and Lemuin. That's why. The Rush for EXUALT, in the name of this series. I can smell the roasting all the way from here. Shots were fired, that's all I'm saying. In order to adjust the arts arrays laid throughout the city during the reign of the Witch King. We are just a few steps from my cafe now. The reconstruction project for this half is almost done. Are they showing up again? Ja, right around the corner from the cafe. I guess I'll need to work faster. What is it? This feels familiar. Similar to a certain day, exactly the same even. Wait, what? It was the day I first opened the cafe. I stood by the door waiting for Loris and Jan. They were a little late. I knew the two of them wanted to do something special for the grand opening. They were a little too obvious about it. Hey, salute to you, because not many people do that, Andrea. Loris went to order flowers in another part of the city, and specifically asked me to wait for him in the most conspicuous part of the block. He didn't even realize he had left the order on the table when he came by to help the day before. Oh. Is this gonna be how she... Wait a minute. By definition, otherwise there would have been 11 and 12 people watching. He didn't even realize he had left the order on the table when he came by to help the day before. Meanwhile, Jan has snuck into the Frau Siemens' house a few times the week before. Nearly all the kids of the Marigold Alley have asked her to paint them a souvenir, still life, at one point or another. I let them go anyway. The beginning... Oh, wait. The beginning... The beginning... I don't know why, but that meme just popped into my head. Bruh. I let them go anyway. Ah, damn it. Stupid brain. In the beginning... If only Than Pong was here to clip that, because... that's not gonna go outside of my head, bruh. I'm gonna be trapped. Tortured hearing the beginning. Let's just hope it doesn't affect my pronunciation too much. I let them go away. The beginning of a new life. I promised Loris as much. Too. Oh, by the way, I'm not sleep deprived. It's probably because I was like a little sleepy during the middle part, but now I'm fully awake. It's not sleep deprivation, it's just the reading beginning in a certain way just triggered that memory. That's it. I'll start being sleep deprived like how much later? About 3 hours later. That's when it'll truly start hitting me. And that would be my sign to start, you know, probably start to wrap up the stream and go to sleep. Oh, a sudden stupidity impulse, gotcha. Pretty much. No, man's just a bit hungry. That's also true. I am hungry. You know how hunger changes some people. No food in belly yet. I need, after finishing the story note, I need to pick up food and eat it on stream. The wind was strong that morning, enough to make you feel dazed. There weren't many people out on the street. But I think I noticed two standing in the corner opposite the cafe. They had black masks with twisted patterns on them. They noticed me too. They walked over. Oh, the Witch King's remains. That explains why you perceive the patterns in the Genesis Hall as manifesting a concrete form. This was your only connection to the Witch King during your lifetime. Loris's speculate differed wildly from the truth. You just happened to be at the scene while the Witch King's remains were taking action. Damn, that's the truth? The city council had no intent to protect a nobleman as one involved in taking action against the remains. One can imagine Friar Fine's ultimate fate. But early in the resignation of the twin empresses, in the reign of the twin empresses, wrong place, wrong time. That's sad. Zwillingstürme needed to disassociate the entire case from the Witch King and his remains. They halted the investigation, concealed the truth of the matter, and hastily closed the case. That was the most efficient approach. What do you mean? Yelena Schuyler, your death was entirely coincidental. I have uncovered the truth of the case. If recalling these details is a burden to you, please refrain from doing so. Executor, I only worry that this street may disappear from Zwillingstürme at some point, just like the long-gone spires, and that I'll never have the chance to keep my promise to Loris. Logically speaking, you have already... Executor, have you ever made any unfulfilled promises? Since accepting my commission with the Notorian Hall, there have been 2 instances where the descendant's will was too ambiguous to be enforceable, and 2 instances where the target was inadvertently destroyed in an explosion. No other circumstances. Oh, I don't mean work. Ah, a promise. Which promise are we talking? Oh! Biddy, what are you doing? Drawing. In the dark? It is not difficult. I am busying myself. You said you needed quiet. Gratias. What are you drawing? Laterano by night. Why would you want to draw Laterano by night? Because the room is dark. Soror, the nasal tone of your voice has grown lighter. You've stopped crying. You said you would gradually master your playing. I believe in you. Everyone says you have a talent for music. In general, talent should not bring pain. I will master it, Fede. I have to. Are you going to finish your drawing? You seem to be having trouble. Well, I've completed the overall outline. Now I need to refine the details, but when night falls on Laterano, where is the first place to light up? I don't know. How about you wait for me to master my method and play my first piece? It won't take long. Then I can take you to the highest point in Laterano to see for yourself. That would answer your question, wouldn't it? Alright. Small fairy makes less sense than Arturia. It's the beauty of half-baked logic when you're a child. To me, a promise is a form of contract. And when I made that contract, my cognitive abilities were not yet fully developed, and I was unclear of the objective she faced, as well as the painful meaning behind overcoming those obstacles. An undefined chaos. She herself was the first victim of her music. Therefore, understanding the full extent of her changes and preventing her from continuing to spread chaos is the responsibility I must fulfill. Executor, is that why you have come to Zwillingstürme too? Is the person you're talking about also Sancta? Arturia, female, 168 centimeters tall, straight black hair, a mole behind her left eye, carries a custom-made cello. She arrived here before I did. Have you seen her? Frau Cello, you may not want to follow me any further. Why not? You just said that from the gallery at the end of the street to here, with your cafe just ahead, all the resonance pipelines here will soon be restored. And here are her 3 sizes. Bruh. Executor, I don't think that information was supposed to be made public. 168. Oh, she's 7 centimeters shorter than me. Yeah. I asked if she's a Sancta, not a full physical profile. Hello, Palina Hime. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day so far. I've continued. I only yapped for 15 minutes, dove right into it, the story, and I have a firm will to end it. End this entire story, finish the story by the end of today's stream. Let's see how long that takes, and let's see if it takes more than 8 hours. But yeah, we shall finish the story now, then I'll go get some food for me dinner. What is it you're keeping from me? You just said that from the gallery to the end of the street to here, with your cafe just ahead, all the resonance pipelines here will soon be restored. What is it you're keeping from me? I believe he's the one who hurt you. He's the Sancta as well, yes, but he seems difficult to talk to. Federico? So he is here too. I appreciate your concern, but if it was my little brother who hurt me, you'd have found a few more bullet holes. So you're siblings? That's hard to imagine. Federico will definitely catch up to me. The discovery of gaps along the paths once been following inevitably causes confusion, but for him, that confusion isn't a ripple, it's a crack in the ice. Neither of us can stop until we find answers. Alright then. And they'll meet here. Phew. This is the last bit. The piano studio at the corner, the gallery at the end of the street, the beginning and the end. All the resonance pipelines coverage here. Converge here. Yelena, I know what you want to say. This might not have any effect at all, and if so, I'll think of another way. I can't let myself just hide away in my home, waiting for the storm to pass. Why are we in the endless void again? The Witch King figured out a way, something chapter 14. Spoiler, he was way ahead of his time. He caught a glimpse into the void, and because of his melodies that has been left behind with his art imbued in them, the dimension was open to this void. And that's how, and by using Fremont's exile threads, or whatever they are. Yep, he's good. He's called the Witch King and the greatest caster in Terra for a reason. And yeah, Fremont was supposed to exile, like literally disappear in darkness style, like sent her to the Shadow Realm, Arturia, but she escaped somehow, and now she's ended up here along with Executor. While the Genesis Horn, the Witch King's spire. Wait, was Fremont the Witch King teacher? Yep, he was. Fremont was the Witch King teacher as well as Witch King's best friend. And Fremont is also here, trying to stop any mortals from going in here. It's forbidden knowledge for a reason, right? I just realized this explains something, but won't say a thing. Thank you, that's how we like it, Polina Hime. But then realizing this, that bro is so skilled, and the hinting to something chapter 14, it took me a bit to process the entirety of that information, and now I'm even more curious about the Liches, which will be expanded upon in Act 2 of Arknights' main story, Fremont the Witch King, and what exactly was he trying to accomplish in his last days as the Witch King on the mortal plane, not in this void, or whatever the German name Arturia termed it, coined it, or said it was. I can't just let myself just hide in my home waiting for the storm to pass. And here you can hear the echoes of the living that are not living anymore as information, and that already triggered several alarm bells in my mind, but I shall also not expand on such plot lines. The echo devices are all in place. Now it's time to activate the resonance pipelines. Without direction, without daylight, everything is covered in shadow. The Genesis Horn seems to be forever shrouded in mist. Aren't really expanded on much in Arc 2, honestly. Don't get your hopes up too much. Hey, I'll take all the bits and pieces I can get. I'll take all of the bits and pieces that I can get. But Arturia... Yeah, I was more so curious about the Court of the Liches, right? And that's Castel, and that'll definitely get expanded upon in Act 2. But Arturia perceives the illumination of the pipelines like a flame in the dark. Rolling out from the two of them, from near to far, the surrounding scenery gradually becomes clear. She sees everything as clearly as in Yelena's eyes, a straight line of marigold, countless peculiar spires. The place is not chaotic, it is one that exists beyond time and space, a grand construct. At the same time, music flows into her ears. It is the music of all Marigold Alley, and also a part of a grander movement, a composition that belongs to her Kampfschon. Yelena, my cello is silent, but I've heard your innermost thoughts. They're touching. Allow me to express my gratitude. Arturia bows to the Caprine before her. Damn. Wow. Now she's in the spire, the top floor probably. So the most commons and the most powerful are both written on the same sheet of music. The airy winged sculptures prostrate on the both sides of Arturia, supporting towering stone pillars at angles defying mechanical explanation. No. The pillars are suspended in midair. Yep. A palace, solemn and majestic, befits a king. At the end of the steps, a man stands motionless with his throne. Red curtains sway and cast layers of light on him, veiling the monarch's countenance. But the infamous twisted horns belie his name. Oh my god! It's the Witch King! Holy! Just the shot from the back is already sending goosebumps. It's the man, the myth, the legend himself. I've seen you in so many fragments of history and legend. I've crossed paths with you in the memories of so many, including the liches. But it wasn't until I saw Yelena still alive that I caught the faint sense that this journey could really lead to a meeting with the man himself. Allow me to introduce myself, Arturia Giallo. Salutations, to... What? Now, we finally get the final confirmation of what his full name is. Salutations, to Dietmar Gustav von Ertika. Herkomförsion, Your Majesty, the Witch King. Damn. And that's where we ended on.
This trip,
A nice level up.
Everyone's satisfaction.
Sure. Nice level up, sure. That's 8. That's ZT9 Fantasia the Gift. Well, before we do this, I'll be right back, guys. Let me get some food, let me eat it, and then we shall continue with ZT9. In the meantime, if you have any suggestions for any of the slop content that we'll react to while I eat, be sure to drop them in the chat, and I'll search it up on YouTube on stream after I come back. Be right back. I'm back with me food. It took a bit to take, but we're back with me food. The harm origin has awakened. What do you mean? Oh, the horn of origin. Okay. Wait, why did I read that as the harm origin has awakened? What? Clearly, looks like I'm a little too hungry at the moment. Bruh. Well, I don't think I should try reading this because I won't be able to. You know what? We can do other things while I eat.
Doctor!
Even in Arknights, because I genuinely don't know any content that I can react to right now on stream. So I might as well do some other things in Arknights, I
You
don't know.
want something to drink, Doctor?
Resources received. Products received.
Doctor!
What else? I mean, there's Annihilation, there is IS. There is IS4. I could like while I eat, I could try IS4 real quick. No need to read anything. But it could end up being a big distraction of the stream as well. Why not? You know what? Let's... Difficulty 10. A sincere attempt at ending 5. All the way with Erudite Squad. Kind of like one of the first times I'm taking this squad. Temporary voucher. Let's see. Side Roka, wait. What are my options? Sure, I'll take yeah. Take Surfer. And then probably take a Mia. Hey, no, I can take Monster. You're pushing difficulty in IS5. I just went back to the metal, then went back to a comfortable difficulty. I'm not really pushing anything. Difficulty 10 is literally my limit. I've done ending 1 and then ending 3. I'm still trying to see how I can reach ending 5 on difficulty 10. That's the max I'm willing to go. So I always just go to difficulty 10. But yeah, sure. I want to see how busted Monster is here. Haven't gotten a chance to use my own Monster, so why not?
unnecessary. You'll see a more familiar side of me.
Hey. We already start with Shrivel and Sprout. Awesome. Okay, there's that. I need... Really don't have anybody who can break that. But sure. Go ahead.
Don't worry. I'll keep an eye on the team. Let's see what you all can do.
Switching forms.
Edo, and stay down!
Hello. I'm here for a brief survey. Don't worry. I won't overstay my welcome.
Yeah, this is gonna take too long.
Communications linked. Sorry. I used too much force.
You'd be kind of surprised, but this is genuinely my first time activating her skill too. Like, genuinely. Oh, there it goes.
Edo, let's turn this around!
Well, there goes all the lives.
Communication is misting a little. Just bear with it. I'm fine. I already learned how to heal myself. Leave the cleanup to me. You don't want to see what comes next.
Okay. Just give me the out. Hey, let's go. Awesome. I can also get Home's Dust. Awesome. I just saw a guy who completed Ice 5 at just Monster. Oh, don't you worry. Whenever I do my normal blueprint squad, I purposefully lose my HP on floor 1 and get my HP down to level 1, I know. Not level 1, I mean. Get my HP down to 1, I should say. Sell it. Healer's training. Hey, nice. Monster, I can use his skill 3 now. Redstone altar. Sniper. I do have 3 hope. What can I? Yep. Yeah, that's the craziest part. I think I saw a video about that guy. He did one of the endings like that. And I'm just like, what? Huh? The heck do you mean? Head take daughter. Refresh. Hey, another's home dust. Oh, awesome. Sell it again. I get these 2 back on the next floor. No. Oh, wait. Mind has been burdened. I'll go into the scout node actually. Choose an operator. And sure. Dissuasion seminar. Ah. Well, hopefully Monsters S3 can handle everything. This is gonna be...
Orders ASAP, please.
We're gonna be exclusively relying on Monster in no uncertain way. But hey, there's the emergency version. I mean, what would I do on the Lost and Found node? Already take up the... already go for the ending 3? I don't think so. Sure. Is it? Hey! Okay. All enemies take plus 40 arts damage. What's my arts? Very tempting. Deals 5,000 true damage to all enemies who every time an enemy unit enters the objective point. I'll take the arts damage even though I don't have it. Sure. Yes, leave. Mind obstructed. Oh no. Right, consume this. Yes, rewrite the current Inspirer. We don't have 10 man, sadly. We can lose this person guy and also this guy. We have 10 more. One plan. Guess I should have managed this a bit better, because yeah, this isn't really gonna. Alright, as you can see, I don't have much experience with the Erudite squad. I mean, that's motorized squad. Well, guess I should have done at least 2 interpretations of Shrivel and Sprout. Motorized squad. That can give me... Alright, right. That should be able to give me some stuff.
At your service.
Let's go.
Make certain my claws don't scratch you.
Hello. I'm here for a brief survey.
Oh,
Don't worry. I won't overstay my welcome.
okay.
Water's not far. We came just in time. Our provisions are running low.
Switching forms.
Hmm. Oh. There it goes.
I'll go gather some dry branches. We must have a campfire lit before nightfall.
Communications is misting a little. Just bear with it.
Let's see what you all can do.
Monster. In position.
I see Fowl taking off. Probable ambush in the grass.
Ah!
Foggy today. Bad luck.
I never expected to encounter so many.
Come out. Stop hiding.
Oh, there it goes. At least bro's surviving.
Deployment optimized. Ready to go. Deployment ruin and restore.
Oh.
Mission failed.
Okay. I was about to say I thought you targeted targets in a 3x3 square on Earth 3, but then I remembered, yeah, those guys are flying. You know what? Fair. Fair enough. Alright, but there's the little attempt of IS-5. I won't continue. We want to be on topic for this stream, or else we're just gonna... This stream is gonna go on way longer than I wanted to. But what sort of pattern is this making? Let me see. If that's the case, don't mind me. Might as well do some EX stages while I eat. Might as well do some EX stages while I eat.
Alright, we pitched the tent. Now we have a base camp from which to go anywhere we please. Hello, I'm here for a brief survey. Don't worry, I won't overstay my welcome. Water's not far, forgive me. I woke up on the wrong side of the sleeping bag.
Signal stable. Who would use a flag as a weapon on the battlefield?
Switching forms.
Guess I should have done this. Now that I think about it.
Water's not far. Stay put, and I'll fill the canteens.
No need to cover up. If secrets go public, then everybody's in the game.
Who would use a flag as a weapon on the battlefield?
Just like the old days? No.
I'll go gather some dry branches.
Signal stable. Ready for action.
Vermin.
I'll go solo. A large group might provoke hostility from the locals.
Ah. Not fair.
Even an old haunt has its perils. Patient, feel how your soul's imprisoned. It'll be a lesson you won't forget.
They came just in time.
What? You think you're a better robber than me? What are you waiting for? The curtains are about to fall.
What's your take on Liner's S2?
Be a lesson you won't forget.
Sound effect? A very specific question, but I like it. I have used it quite a bit in IS, but I do like it. What do you mean?
Patient, don't imagine the future with such a narrow view.
I'd actually disagree.
Soul's imprisoned.
I don't think it is
You won't forget.
like a squeaky toy.
Patient, don't treat history with such a flippant attitude.
Mission accomplished.
You're reliable. The people around you are reliable. Man, how could everybody here be so reliable? I'm starting to envy the captain of this land ship.
Are you going to play Babel later or tomorrow? If we end everything, if we finish the event that I was set out to finish, then sure, on next stream we'll be playing Babel. So the day after tomorrow.
Let's go then. Everyone, follow the route I drafted. Gather under this banner in the name of the Lord. I've always wanted to try saying that.
I never expected to encounter so many people on this trip. Water's not far. Stay put. I'll go gather. They came just in time.
Now we'll see them.
Illusion and intimidation are my tactics too.
Switching forms.
Forward.
Okay. Just need a little bit more.
Signal stable. Now we'll see them.
No need to cover up. If secrets go public, then everybody's in the game.
Actually leave that.
Just
Yeah,
like
sure.
the old days.
Sure, this is probably the perfect position. Hey, this guy! I just met you in IS. Now you're red.
Got an idea? I've swallowed up your
This
phone.
guy.
I knew who you were right away.
This guy. But I am aware of that, Claude. Like, I think it's stage 8. That's the furthest that I'm gonna go. Like, it's BB8 for the blue gel. But that's all. That's the furthest that I need to go, and then I'll call it a day.
Signal set. Now we'll see them.
Even an old haunt has its perils.
Water's not far.
Oh,
Stay
who's
put,
this guy?
And I'll fill the canteen.
Ah, this guy. I remember this guy. This guy. Not particularly fun.
Future with such a narrow view.
Definitely. The good thing Lappy can activate her casters at a time, but not being reliant on things. Hey, now I can face Lappy here. Call it a day.
I'm full harder.
I've got an idea.
Alright, not until you activate your skill. I'm gonna need that skill.
This show has been fun. I knew who you were right away.
Mission accomplished.
Alright, I'm almost finished with my food. On average, it takes around
Great teamwork. Give me 5.
40 minutes to finish my food. I'm also trying to make sure that at least the stream is not dead, so it's somewhat engaging. I mean, you know what? Every time I'm eating, that's all I'll do. I'll go back to past events EX stages and start playing it. It's some form of engagement, and I do get these thingies. What's it called? Huh? Oh. The OP rocks for future banners, so win-win. Win-win in my book, win-win. I don't buy that many skins, so yes, 1/3 of it is for skins, the rest is just for pulls.
Wanna hear
Honestly,
some stories about Kal'tsit? The kind she'd never tell anyone.
but anyways, I'll be right back. Let me throw this in the sink, drink some water, wash my face, and then we continue finally.
Wanna hear some stories about Kal'tsit? The kind she'd never tell anyone. wanna hear some stories about Calcit? The kind she'd never tell anyone.
We're back. Finally. I've drank me water, I have a full glass of water beside me, and everything's good to go to finally do this. To be honest, I don't really like minor new skin effect that much. So we do hard to better than the skins. Just doesn't click for me like his first skin angular effect more. Using his L2D since it came out, it's nice. No thanks, monster. Wanna hear some stories about Calcit? The kind should never tell anyone. I wanna hear the stories. Of course, Monster herself would be keeping you guys engaged. Didn't consider that for some reason, but hey. Anyway, we're back, and we shall go into Zwillingstürme and Herbst Z-9. That is quite the space, and 3 whole spires. Global range casters are gonna be. Monster has been keeping us occupied while you're away. Well, thank you, Monster. Now, to continue the story, finally. Okay. Right, this is the spire we were. Oh yeah, Abbenholz is also here, because he was literally thrown in. No stories. Hey, this is another story. Yeah, I'm too busy popping my knuckles. Yeah, I don't pop them all at once, I pop them finger by finger. Yeah. You might have heard something, you might not have. Anyways, enough. Jello? Bro, Droste? Abbenholz is uncertain when he got separated from the others. Crumbling structures fall periodically from above, and the stairs beneath his feet spiral endlessly. He can only move forward. He is alone. Indefatigable. Wait, what? Indefatigable. Huh? Not indefatigable? What does that mean?
Indefatigable.
Oh, it's indefatigable. Not defatigable. Incapable of being fatigued. Yeah, that's what I... Indefatigable. Is it indefatigable? I was trying to read it as fatigue, but there's no fatigue there. It's just indefatigable. People keep telling me cracking my knuckles can cause permanent damage, but I've been doing it for years. The cracking my knuckles, all the popping sound there is just nitrogen between your bones. That's it. It's just air. That's why. So it can't be fatigue. Okay. He's not going to succumb to fatigue. He's alone. Unfatigued, basically. I've been cracking my knuckles since elementary school. Witch King's Echo. Oh. You're despicable, Abbenholz. You've interfered in our judgment, wasted our time, and hindered our cause. You're practically the worst sinner there is. Forgive me if I don't look as sorry as I feel. So would you join us for an audience with His Majesty now, or would you seek to prevent his return to the mundane world? You do not have what it takes. You could not do it. That should have been clear long ago. You should have known. It's obvious. His Majesty's blood is so strong, his soul so tenacious. The voice of Mundane was but a byproduct of his music, and yet it alone had brought you to your knees with the pain it inflicts. You were born weak, far too weak to live up to any expectations. Oh, this is bullshit. And that is to say, you're the ones forcing those wretched noises into my mind. Then in the end, is it me who bears responsibility for all this? You should be thankful, Ebenholz. Should they have known from the beginning that the voice of Mundane wasn't the key to His Majesty's inheritance, would the twins have granted you the title of Graf Urtica? Oh, that title can go kill itself? He would have had a much freer life if it wasn't for the title. Now, even before then, you would have died in the cradle. You should take pride in your title, but more than that, you should be ashamed of it. Excuse me, what? Now it's just making... Now you're just contradictory, huh? Yeah, I feel the same. And so, be gone! You are hateful, Ebenholz. How many died under the Witch King's tyranny? How many disappeared without a trace? Lithanian is sacred, and even 23 years later, the wounds are still bleeding. Were damned, only for the tyrant to die silently one night, never knowing any proper justice. And you, his last remaining descendant, you were born with the mark of sin in your blood. You should atone for him, atone for all he did to Lithanian. Of course, the other side of the crazy people who are like, your ancestors did something wrong. You should atone for it as well. I only crack my knuckles after a whole day. I only crack them once or twice in a whole day. After I'm okay, or before going to sleep, because I'm okay, I've used my hands for quite a lot of stuff, and sometimes in positions that they don't have much to do when I'm sitting here streaming, right? So that's why I once or twice a day I'll crack my knuckles and call it a day. That's it. I'm not one who's constantly cracking his knuckles. Of course, that would actually harm your joints. I use my hand for quite a lot of stuff. Maybe I should have worded that a little bit better, but what right do you have to live a comfortable life, Ebenholz, all while mocking yourself as an obvious nobody? I despise this sin-tainted blood each and every day the same as you do. Now you have no idea the evil it has wrought. Those remnants steal into Arteria, Artrica yet again and again, encircling your spine like flies rotting meat. My youngest son has only just joined the security forces when he found their trail. His corpse bobbed in a ravine for 3 days before they found it, all while you hid away in the spire. Do you even know the size of the Urtica domain? What crops it produces? How often the tax collector comes from the capital? What disasters the land has suffered in recent years? There is no legionnaire more hateful than you, your illustrious highness. If only Thanfeng were here, he would have... Oh? Michael, stop. Go no further. The braver you are, the more ridiculous you look. You're pitiful, Ebenholz. Do you remember Gertrude? Before she died, she left some real nasty curses. She cursed Weiserheim, Lithanian, the Witch King, and she cursed you. Wait, huh? Wait, what the fuck? He's dead? Bagler, the hell happened to you? Wait, if he's not dead, then why the hell is his voice here? When the fuck did this happen? Sorry, but what? Is my brain just not computing? What happened? I have no idea either. I mean, he shouldn't be able to talk when he's still alive in Lithanian. This was never brought up or explained. What happened? Wait. Well, what do you mean? What do you mean, stream marker? Anyways, I guess I'll continue. I don't think he died, did he? I'll keep reading. She cursed Vasselheim, Lithanian the Witch King, and she cursed you. Curse was, word for word, may the madness of the Ebonhold's bloodline haunt him forever. When he came back to Zwillingstürme, I thought to myself, damn, that mad woman's curse really came to pass. That stubborn kid couldn't escape the worst of fate. Of course, he would never give in to fate, but this time, he'd have to fall into madness to break free of it. You should feel relieved, shouldn't you? The voice of Mundane has troubled you for over a decade, but even more than resisting it, you've been carefully guarding it. You were guarding a bomb, afraid that it would blow at any moment, afraid that the wrong people could use it to hurt the innocent. That was a heavy burden, an extraordinary fate. But in the end, it was just noise, a total non-lethal headache. Go home, Ebonholz. Gertrude's curse has already fizzled. 9! I can't bear it! Because this is an even more debilitating curse. In the end, your struggle isn't even worth mentioning. Your resistance is meaningless. Those who sacrificed themselves for this, those tears and smiles they've carried in your mind forever. How will you face them? You've come to realize that trust, pity, understanding, mutual alliance, all those incredibly beautiful emotions, they're not precious because they're rare, but they can suddenly turn so light, so weightless, like a joke. A joke. How could they be a joke? Wait, so his voice of Mundane really is just... He looks to the spire. I knew it. I knew you'd be here. You've been dead so long, but still fantasize about letting this wicked spire descend upon Lithanian again. You won't succeed. I will use all of my arts, wave my wand until it breaks, manipulate my originium dice until they shatter. If you still have flesh, I will destroy it. If you still have a soul, I will annihilate it. I will interrogate you, curse you, and I will kill you. Witch King? Oh my God. Friends, do not touch the notes in the air. The witchcraft I have integrated into the melody here, which I have deleted, still contains a terrible power that will last until it completely dissipates. So it's the sarcasm witchcraft that he's integrated into it. Calm your emotions. Evade the will of the ancients from a millennium ago. Do not let your mind be distracted. You might break my bones, but it won't shatter my will. Ebonhold tightens his grip on his wand, but cannot say a word. He has read all about the Witch King. Not too long ago he was even imprisoned in this room. He knows his history. The notes flow slowly about the space. The melody known as Siracusa is leaving the movement that is Lithanian. He hears what sounds like the booming of loud thunder, pouring rain, and surging wind. The will of Lithanian has turned into a power that matches heaven and earth, washing repeatedly over the small room. Even standing at the door, the surging energy presses firmly against his heartbeat. Maybe this is what I should have made the thumbnail. Instead of the twin empresses, maybe this is what the thumbnail should have been. Look at my guy. The man at the center of the room does not turn to look at him. He's focused and proud. He's a reef that stands above the turbulent waves. Ebenholz cannot help but suspect he has come to the wrong place. This looks more like the fateful night of a certain composure, or a most passionate lecture by a historian. There is no hatred here, no destiny, nowhere to place his anger. Ebenholz suddenly realizes one thing. He has never truly seen the Witch King in all his life. Not even in his most terrifying nightmares. God dang! Yeah, barely any people have. Fremont, you're late again. I don't recall you being such a popular teacher. Did you find yourself waylaid by a crowd of students? What? Fremont didn't used to keep a beard on him? What? The biggest surprise of all of this, clean-shaved Fremont? Oh god, beardless Fremont. That's cursed. You know, maybe I shouldn't say this on stream, but bro looks like half like Dio. Like he seems like he'll start singing Geronimo's theme, JoJo's theme, and then he'll scream, "Dio-da!" It is I, Dio. You thought this was Fremont? No, it is I, Dio. Why does he look like Dio when he's clean shaved? Bro, this looks good. Oh man. This looks half cursed and half interesting. First, if a teacher's temperament makes you hesitate in the face of knowledge, then that means nothing more than that these youths claiming to be Lithanian's finest are in fact fit only to tend the ivy that climbs her spires. Secondly, it is Ludwig's Universitat, not you, that grants me my scholarly stipend each month. I'm not at your beck and call. Or should I not talk back to His Majesty, the great Herkenschorn, like this? Man. Herkenschorn. This isn't the first time, nor will it be the last time. Next month, Kurfürstein from across the land will begin to arrive in Verdunian. Time is running out, Fremont. Just call him the Witch King. I hope that when their audiences conclude, they will each take copies of the amended Goldenest Gesatz back to the respective respective Kreis. That's the territories, the districts. You're known far and wide as an exceptional monarch, even called a once-in-a-millennium ruler by these sheep and deer. Are you really so eager to set your own prestige in stone? What's next? Bringing the Kurfürstein's armies and civic powers under the direct control of the Imperial Spire? We've already discussed this. When I first arrived in Lithanian, the Kaiser at the time was already troubled by the Syracusan question. How long has it been? Now the wolf pups dare not make but slightly bigger moves. You've only just ascended. Why not take some time to choose your robes for the upcoming ceremony? I've already chosen. Are you still worried that amending the Golden Essence charge and the accompanying policies could plunge the realm into unforeseen turmoil? I don't care what happens to Lithanian, but moving my library would be a tremendous pain. You've been studying the movement ever since you became Kurfürst of Einwald. We both know precisely what it is, and why no one dared consider amending it for 1,000 years. The 3 main sections, the tenfold melody woven into one. It's a truly superior piece of witchcraft created by the arts masters of prior millennium. It is the supreme will of Lithanian infused with the power of countless stages into the creation, contemplation, and protection of this land. It is as close as we could possibly come to eternity. Eternity? Setting aside the Minoan philosophers musing on the question of whether or not a man can step into the same river twice, I think only the liches are practically fond of using that word. Particularly fond of using that word. And only you people truly understand its meaning. Eternity. The immutable, the immovable, but eternity does not mean immortality. Indeed, the sages who crafted the movement 1,000 years ago accomplished an impossible feat. That is when this land came to be known as Lithanian, but it's more than just the name of a country. The idea of Lithanian is what allows the people here to prosper and suffer together, engraving elegance, harmony, mortality, and beauty into every breath we take. They of a millennium ago crafted a superior vision for the country, making Lithanian into a truth of the land. But all truths eventually decay, and our current friction with Syracuse is the greatest proof of that. But I will bring a better future to Lithanian. The new Lithanian ruler produces the movement and looks at the lich. Eternity. Immortality. Herkumfshorn's voice is not heavy, but Fremont hears those hefty words shatter and reassemble between his lips and teeth. How arrogant of you. How very Herkumfshorn. But how can you ensure that Lithanian under your rule won't face even greater crisis? That the future you're bringing will be truly immortal? There is no composition that cannot be written, no arts that cannot be suppressed, and no will that cannot be overcome, no known that cannot be conquered. Immortality lies in renewal. To this day, both the ocean and the sky remain shrouded in the fog of cognition, and this continent is the limit of what Terra can know and perceive. But the knowledge you've shared tell us that even the loftiest clouds and deepest sea trenches are nothing but a reality imprisoned by time and space. And beyond this reality there exists another side of the world, a realm of emptiness, elusive and dangerous. If the questions are endless, then so too must be the answers. The Graf Spire in Urtica is too small, so I built the Genesis Spire in Windonian. It is already the tallest in Lithanian, but not necessarily across all the lands. But I will never stop. That is the difference between myself and sages past. That is immortality, Fremont. I hope that when you build a new spire, you'll make a few extra rooms, so you won't need to use your own secret chamber just to modify a piece of music. I will. Now then, let us begin. I'll go activate all the resonance capture devices. It'll be clearer once we dismantle the melody later. Herkumfshorn sits firmly on this chair in the center of the room, unfolding the movement. Fremont nudges aside priceless ancient tombs to make room for the witchcraft matrices. By the way, Fremont, what is it you call the other side of the world? The beginning and end of all threads, Sarkaz. A petty name. The Philanthropy grants liches an almost unique ability among the races, concealing their Latracy means a life that will not end. In infinite time, liches are allowed to glimpse the infinite truths of the world. Do you treat them as merely pages in a tome of knowledge? Caution is in our nature. The more we discover, the fewer spaces we can live. Right then, Fremont. What about you? Me? The beginning and the end of all threads. You often complain that the liches under your command are either too young or too hidebound. But have you ever considered entering that space rather than treating it as simply a drawer in which to hide your phylactery? Okay, I need to look up what phylactery. It's phylactery. Phylactery means.
Phylactery.
It's phylactery. Any charm or amulet worn as a preservation from danger or disease. A set of small leather boxes with leather straps containing scrolls of parchment inscribed with verses. Oh! A case in which the relics of the dead were enclosed among the primitive Christians. That's what phylactery is. Or phylactery. See, so many words that Arknights throws at you, and I have no idea what to say to any of them. Love that the lobby music is playing right now. Perfect timing. Oh, let's go. A terrible chill sweeps over Fremont. A faint but dazzling light blooms atop Herbst's scepter. He has already begun to play Goldenesh Gisart. Fremont's hands have not stopped either. Lich and Caprene, king of the royal court and Kaiser of Lithanian, they have always moved in tacit agreement. King of the royal court? Bro, he actually... No. I think if Gamer is still here, he is the king of the royal court. I mean, he used to be. Fremont. So he by technicality, he's the king of liches. Because... What? Well, I guess the lore reveal happened right now. It's either he used to be, or he still is. Something along those lines. Even in the tensest movements, the two could insert discussions on various topics, philosophy, music, and sometimes even the climate and cuisine of Lithanian. Herbst had raised the matter so naturally, the true secret threatening the mortality of the liches. If he used his exile to its fullest extent, the life threads could dissolve all of these notes in an instant, annihilating the defenseless man before him. No one else knew the Lithanian Kaiser had come here. He would have enough time to tell the Lich court to flee the country. But Herbst had raised it so naturally, bringing up the secret that had remained hidden all those... Oh, casually bringing up the secret that had remained hidden all these long years ago. Wait, what? Do the liches write something like in parchment or paper or something and hide that in the other dimension to somehow use that phylactery as a means for this extended lifespan? Is that what they do? Because it just hit me. It actually just hit me when the story started emphasizing at this point. After a long while, Fremont burst into hearty laughter. Wonderful. As it happens, I've also encountered some bottlenecks in my study of that space. If you're really interested, Hercombe Sean, I could lend you my phylactery. That's enough, Hercombe Sean. Don't you find the nostalgia nauseating? It's enough to make me want to vomit last night's leftovers. Besides, I'm running out of time. They need means to preserve their minds. Oh, is that what the phylactery is? It's like preservation of the consciousness? Oh my god. This is the Witch King 3 years later, his consciousness. Not in Lithanian, but... Holy shit. Oh man, it changes some context for main story stuff. I won't say what or where or why, but... Holy... It's been a while, Fremont. I'm sure you remember what you've borrowed. The time has come to return it. Oh! Oh! Wait! It was Fremont's phylactery! That's what that guy borrowed! And that's why he could preserve his consciousness! The beard is back. But that's why the Witch King could preserve his consciousness in the endless void. Because of Fremont's phylactery, or whatever it's called. Holy shite.
Gather under this banner in the name of the Lord. I've always wanted to try saying that.
Okay, maybe
Water's not
that
far.
wasn't
Stay put, and I'll fill the
best
canteen.
place to put this up.
Toxins and traps.
Who would use a flag as a weapon on the battlefield?
Switching forms.
I've got an idea. What do you fear most?
Come on, shady quasi tesoro. No, bro, let's get this done quick.
Your weapons are right at your fingertips. Why wait?
I'm fully prepared. This won't hurt your eyes.
Look, Laura. Goodbye. I knew who you were right away. Forward.
Even an old home has its perils.
Ah, these guys drain stuff
Come on,
from that. Gotcha.
Found your archive.
No, bro, sorry, but I'm really not religious. Signal stable, ready for action.
Don't treat history with such a flippant attitude.
I love the music, man. 40 minutes till left till Babel. Oh. Oh, shit. In that case, maybe I... Huh.
Got an idea. What do
Maybe
you
I should
fear
speed up,
most?
because there is going to be a maintenance, right? Or is there not going to be a maintenance? Franz, steady your breath. You're going to crush your originium dice into powder. The former owner, Bielefeld, was a rare great caster of Erendir who lived a century ago. I don't think there is. Oh. No maintenance for reruns. Okay, gotcha. He once used the dice to control the wind and lightning in the central valleys of Gaul, masterfully sinking the indomitable flagship of Corsica won and ruining the enemy's formation in a single stroke. The Battle of the Four Emperors. Indeed, it was a delightful victory. The Gaulishman couldn't even manage to cobble together a complete banner. The lamentations of the fleeting and the cheers of the victorious alternated like a grand duet. Fleeing out. Unfortunately, we lost Bielefeld in the subsequent attack on Lingonis. I saved those dice as a tribute to him in his honor. If the will of a caster wavers like the grass in wind, how can he ever hope to control the wind and lightning? Levenholz remains silent. The Witch King's tone is calm, even gentle. There was a feeling not unlike he had discovered a child who had stolen an old item from his home, stopped him and explained the item's provenance after the necessary scolding. How long have you been gone, Franz? Gone? The weakening golden melody seeks an exit from the secret chamber with ebon holes, and this Witch King standing outside the door. Before them lies a steep, dark red staircase. Wait, what? How long have you been gone, friend? This is the Graf Spire in Utica. A series of changes have taken place since the Waserheim incident, and he had been gone for over a year, but he could never forget the place. Do you dislike these stairs? These carpets, blood red, engraved with dark patterns behind the pristine handrails. The messengers who came from the capital every once in a while, exchanging glances, the servants standing in every corner. Sorry, it's hard to like them. Right. Hello, just arrived home. How y'all doing? Oh, welcome. Good to see you're doing well, Mr. DeMar. Where we've been streaming for how long now? Let me check. 5 hours and 40 minutes. Only like a half an hour of yapping and then straight into the stream. I ate food for about 45 minutes and then now we're continuing. This is ZT9, Witch King all in his glory. Talking to Franz in a gentle tone is interesting, let's just say. But yes, we are on ZT9 After Story. The man himself. Yep, the man himself. Right. When I was your age, I would wake up in the middle of the night and take these stairs to wake up my tutor. Kind of off-topic question, but do you play any of the gacha game outside Arknights? Not really. I used to play right. Honkai Star Rail was like my first big gacha game, and then... Wait, no. My first big would be the Battle Cats. I played it a bit, then left it. I gave that account to my little sis. Then I played Honkai Star Rail for quite a bit, until like 2.7, then 3.0 dropped. I was like, I'm not enjoying the shitty game anymore. Then I hopped off. I also started Arknights while I was still playing Honkai Star Rail, so after getting a bit more into Arknights, I was like, yeah, you know what, I'll delete Honkai Star Rail, and then I think a month or two later, I also deleted my Hoa account. Yeah, I don't need to touch any of the other Hoa games. But currently, no, I'm not playing any other gacha games besides Arknights. Arknights has my full attention on my main account as well as my alt niche Balanced Knights account. Arknight supremacy. The Witch King ascends the stairs. The sound spreads far down the long corridor as the lamps along the walls light up one by one, illuminating the path beneath the feet of the spire's owner. Beneath the lamps float interconnected intricacies of witchcraft the tutor sent by the Empresses was intended to perform poorly So many a night Ebonholes would sneak into some settler corridors to practice. I don't know what it takes exactly to make a CN account. I don't wanna, honestly. So no thank you. I'm happy on global. He unconsciously followed the Witch King. For a moment he seemed to think that the man was still living in the spire, only waking up in the middle of the night to head to the door for whatever unknown reason. The short-horned Elafia opened the door. I didn't go in. I stood in the doorway and asked him. Over the course of 3 months, I reviewed the 634 scores collected throughout this ancient spire, all composed by famous musicians and grandcasters. I took the melodies apart, including those who were incomplete or unplayable. Why is it that the art of which Lithanian is so proud, accumulating the beauty of elegance and harmony of 1,000 years, blows with dead melodies and crusty notes? I turned the sculpture by the door into a sandbox, quickly deducing the situation for the next century. Iberia would form an alliance with the sea. Victoria's steel knights would spew steam. Bulls coated with mud and blood would tromp into foreign lands. The Gaulish irises would bloom in the deep forests of Einwald. But what of Lithanian? The country's horns and fags have rotted nearly right out of our heads. First with Syracusa and then with Sturmland. Moss and vermin infest every nook and cranny of the spires. He's stripped, not gonna lie. He's the Kaiser of Lithanian for a reason. The King of Lithanian. Why do you turn a blind eye to all this? 9. Why do you not know of it? The short-horned Elafia was still half asleep, but more detestable than the sand still sprinkled. Unwiped in the corner of his eyes was his long silence, the fear and emptiness he tried to hide. He claimed to be the most knowledgeable man in Urtica and even all of Einwald, but he couldn't answer a single question. Then you kicked him out of the spire and his entire house fell into decline. I've heard the story. Just for that. Truly are unreasonable. Jenge, if I were you, those hypocrite servants would secretly partook of the wine cellar would never drink a drop of water again. They would feel the pain of their throats, cracking inch by inch until their death. God dang! They would feel the pain of their throats cracking inch by inch until their deaths. As for the teacher who tried to mold me into useless rubbish, he would find himself impaled by arts dozens or hundreds of times stronger than his during one of those perfunctory demonstrations. His expression of fear could be frozen into a fine sculpture. The foolish ministers who tried to manipulate me with a melody would be manipulated themselves, and the obvious contradictions between the twins of black and gold can be exploited. Exploitation without purpose, arbitrarily taking lives. In your own words, those heinous acts are completely meaningless. Witch King. The purpose of a stairway is to lead you to a higher place. I despise these stairs as well, but because they are too short. Graf Urtica's spire is so small with such a narrow view. Friends, you see the spire as a cage, so how will you break free of it? How will you defeat your enemies? Who are your enemies? You are despicable, Ebonholes. You are hateful, Ebonholes. You are pitiful, Ebonholes. Is it them? 9. Of course not. Then is it the Witch King? Is he the nightmare that's troubled you for a lifetime? Nightmare? The increasingly empty house, the white-haired child holding his drum, softly singing a song that begins with "The sky is blue and fine." The sound of the cello spreads out like an endless grassland, while the sound of the piano turns into a flowing stream. He washes away all weariness, allowing him to walk a long way, with the dark of the night no longer so heavy. He often dreamed of these things. Dreams are already fleeting, and if he has to miss these beautiful movements, he would rather never sleep. 9. I have never dreamt of you. Memory? Memory? Baldus, Hexaterms, Triumpter, Goldmond, Waltzpile Zoo, Zwillingstürme. Theatres across the country must perform certain plays each quarter, all with similar themes, with Utica being the old tyrant's homeland. Such plays were put on twice as often, and as Graf of Utica he was required to attend all of them. How many times did he sit in the audience watching the Witch King perish during a duet of justice, shortly before leading a standing ovation? Man. Statues on the streets, illustrations in books. He has seen countless Witch Kings. Without exception, mysterious light surrounded their twisted horns, and even their voices had a strange tremor as sinister effects were added to them. They were quick to anger, cruel, bloodthirsty, with grotesque and exaggerated expressions under their masks. Not one of them, not a single portrayal matched the appearance of the man before him. The ambitions of the masses need adornment, their desires need release, their hatred needs relief. And you, France, the larger the shadow that obscures your fate, the more your failures have to stand on. Every one of you is happy to imagine such a Witch King, for the purposes of that attribution. Imagining, you say, the cruel decrees, the inhumane experiments, the fires of war, all the suffering you inflicted, the countless innocent lives lost, all of it. You call that imagined? You're talking about you, France. You've never made the slightest effort to represent the people you now claim have died. A sudden headache washes over him, much like the nights he was haunted by the voice of Mundane. On those nights he could only grip his flute desperately. He felt as though he was dying, so he would exert all his strength to curse the man before him until his surroundings became clear. But the voice of Mundane is long gone, so why does the pain still flow? Ebenholz cannot see his own bloodshot eyes, but the layer of red webbing in his field of vision becomes increasingly heavy. Pain stirs all memories, tearing through all emotions as if trying to draw everything out of his head to transform into something tangible. Nightmares, memories, imagination. Look back on your rather short life. Countless times you have cursed the name entwined with their own, that indelible mark. Could it all have been nothing more than fancying the void, looking into the mirror? The Witch King is dead. By the time you were born, by the time of that night 33 years ago, and his death was genuine. What meaning is there in calling a dead man your enemy? The terrifying experiments of your childhood, the pain that's lingered throughout your life, the cold eyes and mockery of so-called representatives and servants, the criticisms and accusations of others, do you still dwell on these things? 9. You know very well that compared to what I've lost, all of those are insignificant. Correct, you don't care. You really are upholding the promise you made to him. You're prepared to walk through the long night, bearing it all. But Ebenholz, why, after all this time, are you still in such pain? Accepting a punishment is not the same as finding redemption. Why can't you forgive yourself, the man who has always been protected to the very last? Why can't you let go of the sacrifices they made for you? Why don't you continue to indulge in self-flagellation, unable to move forward? Because there might yet be even more precious commitments, even greater sacrifices, even deeper regrets, and even longer sufferings ahead. You can't help but doubt, you can't help but fear. So then, Ebonholz, who is your enemy? But Ebonholz, if you don't move towards the light, you can never walk out of that night. And the night itself is meaningless. The night itself is meaningless. Sure, good. Friends, you have defeated your enemies and broken free of the spire that was your prison. The Witch King waves his hand, and the golden melody, as if finally released, flows towards the door with, like so many harmless fireflies, quietly drifting in the river of history. They pass by Ebonholz, brushing against his clothes and hair with a touch ever so gentle. Ebonholz suddenly feels a baffling sensation, as if the Witch King had patted him on the head. What? Ebonholz cannot control himself. He bursts into laughter. What is this, Faye? So after all my tremendous efforts to storm Genesis' horn, I end up winning the praise of His Majesty the Witch King? He laughs at the image of himself, at his own embarrassment. He laughs at the past 19 years, realizing he has never laughed this heartily. Even if thunderous rage were to punch him for his lapse the very next second, and headaches were to him back into the abyss, and even if he were to shatter into pieces, he wants to keep laughing. But nothing happens. The endless staircase, the spire of Vertiga, even the Witch King, it all vanishes. Nothing remains but an empty throne. Ebonholz stands before the throne in silence, waiting for the unreal sensation to fade away completely. You have been watching long enough, Sancta. In his laughter, I felt a sense of melancholy and liberation. The character at the center of this drama finally confronts all that he has been through, whether scripted or in life. If he finds a new goal, he carries on steadfast. What about you? You were the first to enter my pavilion even before Fremont. The pavilion, my palace. Thanks to Eula, I got a glimpse of what it looks like. It reproduces all that Lithanian has ever taken pride in. The spires that join the millennium, the knowledge, art, and power accumulated over generations, undiminished by time. There is nothing else like it, an immense project beyond human capability. In fact, I speculated on it even before. The soldier, the painter, the scholar, the tuner, I've met each of them who's personally witnessed Der Tod des Hexenkonix. That night made the deepest impression on their lives. They were entangled by it, trapped in the contradictions of their times and themselves. Through them, I reconstructed the last melody you left in the mortal plane. Hoarse and cacophonous, impossible to interpret through conventional music theory, this melody couldn't possibly point to a legacy to inherit, as your followers had expected. It was never meant for the mortal plane. The echoes painstakingly collected by the people of Lithanian are the bricks and mortar of this palace, another form of construction material left behind. They would ultimately be found by others, but who could uncover their purpose? Fame, honor, wealth, an individual, a house, a class. These shallow motifs run throughout all melodies across all lands. The meaning of music has always been so narrow. Sancta, unlike those foolish ministers, you came from the so-called Holy City, and are unconcerned with Lithanian's past and future. Nor are you a lich, unaware of the existence of Kagarish, and you do not walk the path that Fremont does. And so, why are you here? Before I explain my purpose, I have a question. At this very moment, as we stand here, are you only a strand of strings trembling in rigor mortis? A patchwork of flickering lights, subjectively colored by emotion? One of the countless fragments of consciousness? Or are you the fully intact Witch King? I had meant to play you. The physical rules underpinning sound cannot be realized in Carjarich. However, the place I stand does not acknowledge the rules of Carjarich. The loss of sound is your own limitation and has nothing to do with the pavilion. Wow! Music is your eyes, your ears, your heart, your everything. You think you've lost all perception, yet desire is stronger. You are a dull yet interesting observer. Arturia releases his grip on the cello and simply looks at the Witch King. His entire life, all he has been through, his thoughts and emotions collectively resonate through the space, filling every cubic inch. This is the palace he has built for himself. You walked in, you see what he sees. Damn. Arturia sees what she had read in the old Lich's memories, the blackness. Infinite blackness, or rather chaos. Human understanding of this world often comes from the negative emotions associated with it. Confusion, disorientation, sadness, anxiety, fear. In reality, it normally refers to a state that is difficult to describe or an object or concept that cannot be established. But this is the only word that can describe the scene before Arturia. Desolation. A land of annihilation. What sits between the material world, the vector of collapse. No visible boundaries, no discernible direction, sound, light, shape, color. Things that do not belong in the same dimension mix, stack, and stretch. The cursed life forms and their environments are symbiotic, even mutual bodies. Annihilation is the only ecology here. Damn! Chaos surrounds the Witch King's palace like sunlight and air surrounding a bubble that can burst with a touch. The Witch King's spire stands in the center of the palace with originium crystals growing from its base like moss between the bricks. But such moss covers the entire palace, connecting seemingly irregular spires and other buildings comprising some vague formation. Chaos invades the uttermost cluster of spires like a rising layer of mist. Once the mist disappears, Der Weine Ertem and Die Tur des Meisens no longer exist. Clearly the palace is gradually emptying, but its boundaries remain as if adhering to predetermined rules. Oh, is that the night? My casters, my musicians, do not resist the storm of lightning and dust. In years past, they destroyed the Gaulish fleets, and now they will push back this chaos. Celestial phenomena and calamities join the symphony, as Originium shapes new connections for you. Your bodies and consciousness will become a part of instrument strings and troop formations. As Originium shape... Bro, this is like filled to the brim with foreshadowing, cause what the fuck? Fill the gaps, reform the lines. Kagarich is beyond comprehension. Demons cannot be captured. Incompetence is nothing but cowardice. Return all intelligence to the spire for analysis. Confront it. Comprehend it. Conquer it. In the name of Lethanian. Vibrate the strings of our lives until they break. The king of casters stands proudly on his throne with all the spires at his command. This founding of a nation occurs simultaneously with the push and pull of war as it did in Lethanian history. Amid the unending chaos, the Witch King is the only comprehensible order. The Witch King is the only comprehensible order. Your enemy is terrifying. So incomprehensible. Is it the unknown dimension itself? Holy shit. Is Lethanian your unwavering cause? Even death cannot end it. Just as Herr Fremont predicted, aka the Void. Bro is trying to fight against the Void. Your palace is suffering an irreversible collapse. Do you regret it? If you hadn't become a tyrant, if the mutinous army hadn't ceased to aspire, if death hadn't ended your study of Kajarich, would you have had the time to make this palace more stable, unshaken by chaos? Do you ever wonder if you weren't the Witch King, if you didn't stand on the shoulders of all Lethanian? Could you master arts and knowledge beyond the reach of mere mortals? Could you surpass reality itself? Could you build your own spire within Kagarich? Your questions are meaningless, Sancta. I have no regrets and I do not wonder. I do not fear monsters, nor do I fear becoming one. Then, Your Majesty, I came in search of confirmation. Confirmation. It's been a long time since someone spoke to me of such things. I seek from you the greatest answer a human heart can seek, a future. An ideal future. Asking that out of the Witch King is quite... It's quite the balls. Why are you standing there like a fool? Was the blow too hard? Do you have brain damage? What's your excuse? Oh, what a comeback. A rude little goat you are. You saw him too. Did you win? Win? In this ruined place, I could fight that man innumerable times, debate him from innumerable years. But how could I win a debate with an echo? How can I kill a dead man? Then we might as well leave. Leave? You really want to turn and walk away after everything you've suffered on your journey, even as you stand right before the throne? I'm here. I have seen it. The throne is empty. But the spire is still here. This strange, distorted, dangerous space. It still hangs over the heads of countless people. You're the most powerful lich. Tell me, what should I do? How can we once again topple the Genesis Spire? There is only one way. The same way it was done 23 years ago. Wow. What a beautiful sunset. Lancelot, why are you hiding here again? I'd rather not stay with the envoys of Kurfürstein. They speak so crudely of post-war matters right in front of us as if we are already dead. Fremont says the odds of us surviving the battle are less than 1 in 10. Got a bit bag wolf to blow it all down. Hello Nupper, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Hopefully you've been having a good day so far and continue to have a good time on stream. But yes, welcome. I've been streaming for quite a while. Let me just do an obligatory check. 6 hours and 9 minutes. Minimal yapping. Ate my food for 45 minutes and now we're on the after story of ZT9. Only 3 or 4 more story nodes left. It's gonna be interesting. Since the day we were born, every test we have taken has surpassed the expectations of those older men. The battle with her Kurfürstein isn't another test, it's the only chance we have. Then we will seize that chance. We have Harken, Sean's witchcraft, Gaulish technology, and the Lich's blessing within us. We are more perfect, more powerful than anyone else alive. But we can still die. They haven't turned us into immortal war machines. They gave us human bodies and feelings, making us like onto them, pushing us toward that end since the beginning. Let's think about something happy, Hildegard. If you really can kill Kurfürstein, what would you want to do? You don't need to say it, I already know. You want freedom. Every time you pick up the sword, it's for the same reason. You can't stand those arrogant nobles, the ones who don't even treat us like people. You never could. What about you? You can guess, I'm sure, who knows me better than you. The sun is about to set. Soon all the clouds will fade away with the last thread of golden light. We need to destroy the Genesis Horn quick. Are you giving up? You conspired with the Lich to use it to obtain Hercumfshorn's ultimate power, right? That power. Getting it under control would mean granting Lethanian her sharpest sword. But Fremont and I have tried so many different methods to force our way into that space. It's really something. The one who finally managed to open the way was an outsider. Whatever her motives, she has given us a chance. I will not allow an unknown threat to continue looming over Lethanian. Of course, I would rather it descend more safely and discreetly, but at least we can end it now. If you have made up your mind, the Liches will show you to the throne of the Witch King. Young Lich, you've been here all along? Don't misunderstand me, Lethanian's eternal grace. I am but a lowly messenger. Kill me, you'll gain nothing but a thread scattered on the wind. I have received a message from the Master. He's presently within the Genesis Horn. She's so broken she beaten a Lich. Only by joining forces. God, my beloved. Only by joining forces with the austere authority to once again strike down the power of Hercumfshorn will you disperse the black clouds hanging over Zwillingstürme. Very well then. But the Master also warns that the Genesis Horn is as unstable as you and he both anticipated. Once Hercumfshorn's power dissipates, the spire of the Witch King within the void will collapse. Losing the barrier between reality and Kajarich may cause a more serious problem. When the final moment comes, your choice will decide the fate of Lethanian, as it ever has. But a single thread. Liches always come and go with the wind, free enough to be oh so irritating. Michael, I'm here. Find the Lich from before and the young man raised by Fremont. Do what you can to protect the people in the amphitheater in the off chance that... There is no off chance. You and Evignade will surely return victorious. Once more, what is our mission? 2. Eliminate any threat to Lethanian at its source. Good. The Gazesh Watchers stand ready. Remember, your signal is my command. When the time comes, if there are no new orders, they will act. Crimmage. Go. Ja. Nice a lot. We should move out too. Both the Liches and the Kerfish teen always talking about the fate of Lethanian. What about our fate? We've been here atop the 2 tallest spires in Lethanian for over 2 decades. Does Lethanian really belong to us, or are we still just her chosen vessels, carrying the fate of the country on a sword and shield? Let's deal with the problem at hand first. That's a sentence I've heard too many times now. Our duet remains tacit, but this is the way we were born, no? So long as we play, we cooperate. That is the mission we have been given. No matter the time, we will always have our understanding. Indeed. I have no doubt that we will once again achieve victory for Lethanian. But sooner or later, you'll have to face me to answer me. Hildegard, when we kill Hercumfshorn again, what will you want to do? You're taking such great risks to bring the future to Lethanian, but what is that future? Damn. Very serious questions are being asked. It's getting louder. You can't kill the echoes. They died a long time ago, and they're emerging from under the space. Twins are ready to enter the Genesis Horn. Spatial turbulence will be more intense there. We'll need to use strings to hold the horn, but who knows how long we can drag it. Go. This is something only a Lich can do. As for me, I must cover the old man and Ebenholz's retreat. Only by blocking these dark things can the people be safe. That's the only way those who entered the Genesis Horn can return safely. Do you need me to stitch up your wounds for you? 9. The pain keeps me awake. I nearly forgot. Right, that's what allows you to move undisturbed by the nodes. Wait, what? Unlike the other Lethanians in the amphitheater, who have mostly succumbed to the altered tune of the Golden Discharge. And that's a good thing too. If they heard the sound of the remnants emanating from the land of the dead, they'd lose their minds. The Gesetzwacher and the twin Empresses are doing what they can to weave melodies and defend the people's sanity. Once the Kaiserreinen stop playing and enter the Genesis horn, only the Gesetzwacher will be left. Their arts are very strong, but arts are arts. How can they resist the chaos of the void? Same goes for you, Lessing. Both your body and your will are being consumed. Your blood will run dry. You're saying that I'm not an immortal lich? So what if you were? It is precisely because we are liches that we understand the absolute nature of chaos. It is like unto boundless knowledge. Made it back just in time for Ermengarde. Yep. Ermengarde. Garde. Sorry. Then, what should we do? Admit our insignificance and helplessness, do nothing and wait for a greater power to crush us? Wait for your chaos to devour us? I won't. I'd rather take my life into my own hands and listen to the sound of the last drop of blood falling from my wounds as I collapse. Damn, Rose fully dedicated. Stubborn. I still remember all those years ago when the master rescued you from the Gendarmerie. We all thought you were minutes from death. You were so small, so thin, so fragile. Like you would shatter if touched by a strand of fate. Touched by a strand of thread. But you survived, covered in scars, with a temperament more and more like the master. Danke. It was you who helped me survive, just like the liches have helped Nathaniel for so many years. Alright, I think we need to focus back on the wood, guys. The twins are moving. I should find the other liches. Lessing, my unorthodox little brother, I'll listen for your voice in the wind. I just hope what I find with my threats won't be your dying breath. The dead don't feel pain or exhaustion. They surge endlessly from the cracks between reality and chaos, repeating the last howl they gave before death. Once the movement is gone, would it be just you making such noise? It sounds truly awful. He slowly unwinds the wrappings on his longsword. The cloth is long enough to use to cover his ears, but he doesn't do that. After so many years of hard work, Lessing has grown accustomed to focusing all his attention on the edge of his blade. The theme of Lethanian will be rewritten by each and every one of us. And before that, it's just a battle. Victory or defeat, life or death, none of it bears consideration. Let's go.
I had a taste of it back in Trimount, but your strategic planning and judgment.
Alright, only 2 story nodes left.
Would you mind
ZT10.
if I reported to the Foundation? They would be glad to know there's an outstanding commander behind Rhodes Island.
Only 2 nodes left, baby. Then here's the Witch King. Oh boy. I guess we shall see how it goes. But before that, a supplementary 5 to 10 minute break. I quickly need to do something, sorry. Be right back. Alright, we're back. We are finally back. Alright guys, we're ready. ZT10. Let's read the passage here. There are too many features unseeable. Written by Ludwig Kurfish of Einwald. May all questions be answered in the end. And the last one. May this radiance shine forever. Alright then. In we go with the 6-star squad, hopefully. Let's see how long this ends up being. Hopefully only an hour more. Ew, you scared me. Vivian, what are you hiding in the cover? What are you hiding under the covers for? Are you writing a letter? Shh. Tante Cora's about to come home. She'll be angry if she sees me awake at this late. What? Who are you writing to? Mati. I presented Tante Cora. I pestered Tante Cora for 2 weeks before she finally agreed to sneak me out to a poetry recital at Ludwig's Universitat. I want to tell Vati all about it. I was going to write it tomorrow, but I'm afraid it'll be too late by the time we get back. Not that I have any way to send them. I'll just store them somewhere safe along with all my night novels. But why? Since I decided not to eat candy anymore, I have to put away those childish fantasies too. But didn't you always want to be like those knights? With their shining swords, spears sparkling like the sun? With their shining sword spears sparkling like the sun? Didn't you want to visit that radiant glowing country? Kashmir's, right? They're too far. It's all just too far away. Mati's not here anymore, and Vati, he's by himself. I am on my own too. I don't want to be too far from him. I asked for Tante Cora how long it would take us to get back to Sturmland from Zwillingstürme. The fastest route would be only 2 days, so if Vati needs me, I can always... But your Vati doesn't even know you stayed behind. He'd definitely be mad if he did. But I don't regret my choice. I begged Tante Cora to help me stay here in Lithuania instead of following her to the Grand Knight territory like he told me to. Oh, so this is another possible future of Viviana, I should say. Even if I have to hide, even if he can never know. Tante has helped us so much. My Mati said she was super strong, super brave, and super gentle. But even so, I'm sure she needs people by her side too. She's always been by herself. I can't do much, but I can at least hold her hand. I know exactly what you mean. Viviana, I can't say you've made a bad choice. You're giving up on more things, but at the very least you'll have fewer regrets. It's Tante Cora. I think someone stopped her to talk. I'll go take a look. You should get to bed. Revent. Has the twin Empress's favorite actually come here of her own accord to meet with us at Regs? Finally made up your mind? All because of the Hochberg girl? Viviana is too sensible for her own good. She talks after both Lucinda and Werner. If I had a daughter myself, I can only hope she'd be as tough and kind-hearted as her. That day in the car, she suddenly begged me to let her stay, and I thought maybe things would work out better this way. Better for Werner, and better for me. With her around, I can feel myself gradually calming down this time. When I pass by Carl Smith Street, sometimes I feel like I can see the marigolds again, blooming all over the street, as if the flowering season will never end. But her current situation says it all. As grand as Kurfish as he may have been, he was incapable of saving his own beloved daughter. Nathaniel's illness still constrains all those who have sacrificed everything for the country's so-called rebirth. Its terminal rot has left and strived, barring the citizens from their freedom. Still, I'm elated to hear that her presence here has helped you come to a decision, Concert Master. No, Cora, I didn't come here to... This shouldn't be happening. Everything before her eyes dissipates once again. Viviana finds herself on the spiral staircase. She had thought that in earlier soul this would prevent the inevitable, so that tragedies wouldn't have to happen among the lamentable woman behind the door. Or at the very least, that she could say her goodbyes before it was too late. Countless doors simultaneously open up before her. They line up in succession, meandering towards an unclear horizon. She recalls every Viviana who was behind each of the doors. She sees every candle and its firelight through each of the frames. Her parents, or perhaps she herself, make a different choice each time, life after life, possibility after possibility. If Muti and Vati didn't have to hide their love for each other, if everyone had accepted us, then maybe they'd all blessed my birth instead. Could we have been happy forever? If Vati could manage to rid himself of all his identities and duties and live a simple, ordinary life with Muti, could we have gotten a much better ending? If you had contacted McKee sooner and used the KGGC's resources to return to Sturmland even just a day earlier, could you have at least seen him one last time? If people could see you as someone ordinary looking at you without scrutiny, mockery, or pity, if you had found a more perfect image or just the right words, if you had written of the brilliant marigolds and gentle silhouettes before you, if you could just be accompanied by books in peace, would it have been less painful? You deserve a better life than this, Viviana, if there really is one. But why? Why does every last one leave me so disappointed? Viviana hears the sound of something moving. Doors collapse, distant but clear, like snow losing its grip on a mountaintop, the beginning of an avalanche. Is there such a thing as second chance? She walks towards, now the infinite Vivis. She walks towards the nearest door, a new one, just like every other she has walked into. Will there be a better choice behind this door? A more satisfying resolution for your regrets? She just needs to come to terms with the choices she has made. With that in mind, she has already opened the door. The Genesis. This Zwillingstürme space is extremely unstable. Ilya Schiller, your premonition was correct. I understand that you won't leave, so please stick to the resonance pipes as much as possible to keep yourself safe. What about you, Executor? I must find Arturia, the sooner the better. Frau Giallo should have already met the person she wanted to. She's a dangerous individual and should come back with me to Laterano. But if she truly seeks the Witch King, then she could be in danger right now. Federico turns around and looks into the distance. Ever since Yelena activated the retrified resonance pipes, the scenery around them has gradually cleared up, both near and far. And with that, Arturia's destination is no longer in question. At the far edge of his sight stands a gigantic black tower, interwoven with scarlet and surrounded by a cluster of spires he's never seen before. And we have reached the part shown in the PV. Executor, before we go our separate ways, can you tell me how Jan is doing these days? He has encountered some common growing pains. Loris Borden left him a sum of money, but judging by his own wishes, he may very well leave Lithuanian and make a living in another country. That's fine too. That boy's head has always been swimming with ideas. Signora Schuller, you appear to have more questions for me. The Caprina woman quickens her footsteps just slightly as Federico continues at his usual pace, giving her a slight lead. Loris, is he already dead? I never said. Executor, you're clearly the type to dive headfirst into your work without a second thought. But you seem particularly concerned with my affairs. You wouldn't willingly put your mission on hold like this for no reason. I've heard from Loris how Lateran's Notorian Hall works, and... as well. Prior to Das Kaiser Rinsfest, Loris Borden died in the sewers near Bodenshoff's Forest Park while trying to prevent the Witch King's remains from inciting a revolt. His final message before death was a phone call in which he expressed his hope that someone else would take over the Yelena Schuller's case. For 15 years he resented the city of Zwillingstürme, loathed his work at the Gendarmerie, and treated everything apart from his final battle with indifference. His sole preconception was your case, preoccupation, and as a former citizen of Laterano, his final request can be considered his last will and testament. That said, the case has now been solved and it is no longer possible to investigate any further. But I did find a letter addressed to you in his residence. I read it only once, but I have it memorized. I can recite it to you if necessary. However, the contents are full of rather emotional expressions, such as, when I decided to get to the bottom of your case, that gross monster summoned me to his office. He slapped me in the face and said Lathanian's expletive omitted. Lathanian expletive. Oh, Lathanian curse omitted. Don't you dare think your military success gives you the right to pick fights with everyone. Yelena, I hate Zwillingstürme. I hate that I'm unable to. Executor, Loris wasn't that sort of man. Yelena interrupts Federico's recital. Loris, I know, was never the type to call himself a hero or anything like that. But he was the first soldier to set foot in the Witch King's spire. He was the only fool to join the Gendarmerie and silently protect the city despite owing a title. The only officer willing to defy the nobles to protect civilians. He knew things weren't perfect in either Laterano or Lathanian, and that many things needed changing. But someone harboring hope in their heart will never give in to despair. Never. Elena stops in her tracks and begins mumbling to herself. Federico follows suit and looks at her quivering shoulders from behind. He does not move. The young executor listens in silence, attempting to analyze the emotions in her words. Signora Schuller, are you disappointed with Loris Borden? In truth, he was only... I'm not, executor. I just feel sorry for him. I'm the reason he became like that, right? But I was actually... A pipe organ suddenly sounds from the distance, followed by a huge energy pulse. Federico subconsciously pulls out his gun. But I was actually going to accept his proposal. Federico turns back to Yelena. An inspid mist filters through his hands, and the Caprian woman before his eyes no longer exists. Only nothingness remains, as it always has been. He suddenly recalls the flower from the Yeah, I remember the Cohotus di Escapismo event. He suddenly recalls the flower from the Sancti Aluminium Ambrosi. Back then he felt that the flower could be the answer to his confusion. Now he finds himself in a similar situation, where no one is in front of him. The primary difference is that he's still unable to comprehend the truth of the situation in place he's in, a place devoid of laws or solid footing, only endless dangers and unknowns. This was Yelena Schuller's second death. My primary deduction is that she was caught in a wave of abnormal energy caused by a violent impact to the Genesis horn. I'll move to verify the precise cause immediately. In short, this too was an accident. An accident that has once again destroyed her life, and once again she was unable to react in time. Federico is an outstanding executor. He has been within Notorian Hall for 7 years and carried the title of Saint for 2. He calls himself an executioner and executor, and has witnessed countless deaths. But this is the first time he's truly sensed someone's emotions in their final moments. Oh, because he is in the Genesis Spire, that's why. I mean, in this other world. She lived in her own Zwillingstürme for an eternity as she loved and regret. Even death was unable to shake her belief in life. Salute to her. Simple, but intense. Your silence ails me, Sancta. Yelena, the twins created by Leopold and Fremont are currently attempting to brute force their way into my pavilion. Frail consciousnesses cannot withstand the resulting energy waves. No, it's not just her. Arturia turns around even though there is nothing else to see. Suddenly the energy blows away a layer of mist like a breeze, revealing the breathing, footsteps, joy, and grief hidden beneath. These emotions are no, they've always been here, all over the pavilion. If a soul is like an instrument, then at this very moment she feels the vibration of countless strings, a chorus. I could only see Yelena because of my acquaintance with Loris, and I had only brief contact with her. But there are so many ordinary souls living inside your palace. They exist as information and walk as Lethanians. Form and identity, nothing more. But reminiscing is a luxury I do not allow in my pavilion, Sancta. I believe you came to verify a future. I think I've already gotten my confirmation in a way. Why exactly do people develop a self? And how does one become strong enough to go up against an approaching crisis or a predestined doom? We all exist within order. Rules and commandments serve as Laterano's anchors and cables, enabling faith to traverse entire lands and providing a target for the prayers of believers. The law is our piety. The Tanyan, however, is the result of goldenized through its systems, aesthetics, models, and morals, 10 different regions with no common cultural identity, joined together as a unity that has lasted 1,000 years. Experience inherited through generations, laws forged in writing, concepts established by convention. These exist a priori, and from it an order is formed. They guide how we should think, speak, and deal with ourselves as well as others. And so it becomes our instinct, engraved into our very flesh and blood. But the order has its imperfections. It is rigid, unequal, and indifferent. It separates us. Laterano's order offers redemption to its believers, but the gates of paradise do not open for the sarkas. It refuses to provide bread for the empty stomachs or roofs to shelter them from the rain. Agar and Iberia face the same dangerous ocean, but their respective orders forbid them to keep watch at the same lighthouse. Our border rebels against us, and we yearn for it still, calling for its perfection. Only order is desired. Laterano's laws hover barely above 100 words, and Lethanian's theme as long when concise. Their minds shallow, their pride false, their senses dull. They regard only the dead as eternal. By this they are timid, yet also fearless. What is your answer then, Sancta? What do you desire? Emotion. We exist in the present, a river whose running flow is our feelings, our discordant and capricious reflections of the moment we are living in. Feelings built into emotion, and emotions shape our soul. Our emotions are varied and profound. We are the love, the hatred, the appreciation, the lament we harbor, where these emotions call upon our reflection, and through these encounters we come to understand life itself. They were the torch we wielded to repel the shadow of death, long before the birth of laws, religion, politics, or science. We were born as prodigies in utilizing our emotions, and thus we are connected. Are you referring to the empathy between the Sancta? Indeed. Language is not without its limit, and what it finds an impossible chasm to leap over, empathy arches across in an emotion's quiver. It's a precious gift to my kin, through which we can read each other's feelings. But it is also utterly unfair. Its creeds are too weak, and its benediction too narrow, like a rule written only to serve Laterano's order. So you crave a true empathy. You seek an empathy from within, with a wider yet deeper range than what you call emotion, that connects everyone on all lands as one. An interesting delusion, Sancta. I've searched, I've tried, and failed. Would you imagine it? In a dilapidated monastery, Sancta and Sarkaz have been fighting side by side against life's miseries and their own wavering faith, all to protect a hardened garden. But when true disaster came knocking at our doors, we found that our kin, who had understood and accepted us for 6 decades, still harbored doubts in their hearts, fissures in their faiths. We were always strangers, nothing more. Emotions are as real as the fragility of our minds. We are good at avoiding pain, experts even at muting ourselves on it. Conversely, this helps mask our own feebleness. As a result, people cannot feel what others feel. Tragedies will always transpire as long as this barrier remains. And you and your music endeavor to unshackle people by confronting them with their true hearts, just as one would polish an instrument on sandpaper. You attempt to strengthen their souls by guiding them through their regrets. Is this the duty you have long since imposed upon yourself to perform? Yes, Your Majesty, because to this day I have been seeking confirmation. I have a future in mind. Continue. In that future, everyone possesses a most powerful soul. Our strengths are unequal, unlike yours, where a tenacious soul can't be shaken by anything in this mortal realm, and even death is powerless to wipe away your struggles, pursuits, and conquests. Others are like those Cora, Yelena, or the souls in the palace. They're unconcerned with greater undertakings and simply love the lives they live, but still they dare to fight against the turbulent waves that are engulfing them. Of course, we will persist in our pursuit of happiness, but more importantly, we will no longer avoid pain or be ashamed of it. We, as people, should suffer, and we will suffer. Our apathy, doubt, confusion, remorse, shame, grief, these complex emotions will no longer leave scars deep in our hearts, nor will they remain untouchable beyond the realms of words. We will no longer shy away from self-expression, nor will we struggle to find ways to do so. Arturia's true philosophy came out, huh? In this entire conversation with the Witch King. She just wanted to ask for a confirmation. She really places... The entire basis of her philosophy comes down to true empathy and empathizing with the other person. And her emotion acts as a sort of a medium for empathy, to guide a person through those regrets. That is the duty she has taken upon herself. I love how in the Witch King's hand is the thing that keeps erasing bosses in a single hit. This one. We will no longer shy away from self-expression, nor will we struggle to find ways to do so. We will understand how to live with ourselves, and live strong we will. Sancta, the results of your performances are often unsatisfactory. You should know that for most, emotions are inadequate guidelines, and wholly following one's hearts will only lead to dire consequences. Crafty is the creator who, for each house built, has orchestrated a blizzard that brings its ruination. Yet you hope for your future to include everyone? An amusing delusion. No, Your Majesty. It must include everyone. Indeed, your existence is an exception to the laws and reasons that govern these lands. Born from order, yet ruling over it, your incredible personality, formidable strength, boundless knowledge, adventurous spirit, and subversive insight, all condensed into an essence of one. You have glimpsed beyond the horizon of perception into the black woods of mystery, and even wield the power to traverse the unknown in your hand. But they are also the root of your madness, your downfall. Those extraordinary qualities and the nigh unattainable achievements built upon them, they cease to exist with your demise. It's a cage trapping us all, and we should not expect any individual to break it open, however powerful its soul is. Therefore, everyone needs a strong soul. They need the power to empathize. We will be able to share our knowledge, our experiences, our abilities, insights, all via our emotional bonds. Then there would be no crisis able to undo our ties, no defeat able to wear down our rapport. There will be no truths unrevealable, no pain incomprehensible, no obstruction unsurpassable. Our power comes from our individual strengths. We would be distinctly ourselves, yet as one. And when adversity and the unknown are at the gate, they would find our sanctuary unbreakable, as our collective emotions have formed a wall of steel. Holy yapping, they're still not done. This is what happens when you take a Sancta who's been searching for a confirmation on her philosophy for all her life, and a king with his downfall that sacrificed a lot for the greatness in trying to fight against the void, and both of them really talking about their own philosophies. But this is extremely interesting because Arturia wants to do something is have everybody with the power of empathy to be able to understand each other, share your knowledge, your emotions, your fears, be distinctly yourself but also understand others. Would it be fair to say this is extremely idealistic? This is like, wow. This is like feel free to call my bullshit, but this is probably the most idealistic future I have heard of in Arknights so far. And it comes from Arturia. Like, would that be, what to say? Would that be a bit dramatic to state? Or a bit overbearing to state? Because I really do think Arturia's whole philosophy, that's like the most idealistic I've heard in all of Arknights. Like, as a character describing their philosophy, you know? She was the good guy all along, but people still can get past the war criminal. I mean, she's... As the Witch King brought a good point, that emotions are inadequate guidelines and wholly following one's heart will only lead to dire consequences. But she's... hey, at least she's an extremely idealistic war criminal, you know? She's not just a war criminal. She's an extremely idealistic war criminal. And when adversity and unknown are at the gate, they would find our sanctuary unbreakable, as our collective emotions have formed a wall of steel. Thus, I am here. If a strong soul can truly exist. That's how it works. People focus on the defects. If a strong soul can truly exist, strong enough to resist a predestined doom, then by no means should I ignore it, the future. Much have you witnessed and experienced, and devoted you are to the power of emotions. Why then did you not seek it from yourself, Sancta? What? Much have you witnessed and experienced, and devoted you are to the power of emotions. Why then did you not seek your own emotions yourself, Sancta? She never did that, did she? Are you reading my mind? You've been doing this from the moment I arrived at your throne. Is this your performance? A performance that befits a performer like you, Pilgrim. Everything in my pavilion I command at will. They are mine. Oh my god. Accumulated guilt. Bishop Stefano. unreconcilable sorrow. Clement. Yeah, this was the guy, Clement. Now I remember. Hopeless disappointment. Powerful courage. Loris. Endless regret. Gesasht Watcher. Unwavering affection. Korra. There is no performance. No performance will allow such cruelty and arbitrary. You do not come to a common understanding, nor are his joy and sorrow yours. You have thrown open the gate to your mind, and he's the guest and the host. Lithanian history has recorded how the Witch King reformed and rearranged his people, his orchestra and army. Disobedience is not tolerated, nor possible. Such cruelty and arbitrary. Sancta. If emotions had forms, by all rights, you should be the fullest individual I have ever met. But I sense in you nothing. Why? Because you use yourself as a mirror, reflecting the emotions of others. 9. You do not see and tell, you receive others' emotions. You are a receptacle whose constant is overflowing with the emotions of others, with no room for your own. You feel what they feel, but at the same time feel nothing. You undo the knots of others while further tightening yours, a state that resembles only chaos. Wow. Arturia feels a pair of hands on her. They stretch into the lake bed of her consciousness and do not stop there, but stir up the mud at the bottom, arriving at the void in the very depths. Suffocation resembles a rushing river, scrubbing every nook and cranny of her consciousness as it thoroughly engulfs her within. Enfulo, we had to leave the planet before they were done yapping. Jesus. I see. I saw your only truth. I saw your only truth? The Witch King remains silent for a long time as he stares at the person before his throne. Arturia has never felt her heart beat as fast as it is now. Sancta, the future you describe does have its value. Perhaps it will find its place in the river of time. However, you are the one person furthest from your utopia. If you are just a receptacle, just a mirror, if you cannot even see the reality you have neglected, then you have reached your end before your path has yet to reach its. Your Majesty. What the hell? Your audience is over, Sancta. Your request I will not answer. Now bear witness to my end. Whoa! New guests at my pavilion, very welcome. Come forward, twins. I recognize you both. That's why he was deemed mad. The whole Lithanian is under his sight alongside the thoughts and emotions of every citizen. Jesus! That explains quite a bit. He had gone to the... He had become so powerful, that's why he was deemed mad, huh? He knew the thoughts of every single and emotion of every citizen under Lithanian. The Witch King guy has a lot of nerve to speak to the Arturia in this tone. The audience is over, Sancta. Your request I will not answer. Now bear witness to my end. I recognize you both. At first, a pipe organ hums in the distance. Its sound reaches the throne loud and clear. A gentle shade of gold follows, like a splotch of rich ink soaking into view. The color climbs over the palace walls before melting the pavilion down. Brilliant rays of light dye the clouds aureate, I don't know how the hell you pronounce it. And Zwillingstürme's glowing sunset illuminates the black spire that has long ceased to exist. You truly are attracted to that throne, Herkenfjord. 23 years ago, when Hildegard and I made our way here, he was sitting on it just as you are now. Summoned here late at night by a creed, your subjects crawled beneath the steps as your melody shredded their souls away, not daring to make one move. You were disinclined to even take notice of them. Judging by your attire, you have both proclaimed yourselves the Kaiserine Reinin of Lithanian. The blades painstakingly forged by the nobles are now pointing back at them, freshly resharpened. How amusing. I won't deny you. Lysalot and I were born from your arts, our flesh and blood, as well as our power, were born from the nobles' boring ambitions. Indeed, we are only creations. Precisely because of that, we can be loyal only to Lithanian. Answer then. How did you serve the Lithanian you are devoted to? Hildegard and I do not judge ourselves by our merits, Herkenfjord, but at the very least, when the people of Zwillingstürme left their heads, they should be able to see a brilliant sunset instead of dark clouds brimming with the metallic tinge of blood. That is our dream and what we work towards. How naive. Do you wish to continue indulging yourselves in the delusions you weaved and enshrouding your minds from the truth? Humanity is shackled by repulsive rules. Our legs cannot walk, our eyes cannot see. And what kind of future can you possibly bestow to Lithanian given your wayward minds and narrow sights? Is the witch king who nearly drove Lithanian to the brink actually rebuking us for our incompetence in giving her a future? Lysalot, we don't have much time. They performed together on every one of the 23 celebrations of Lithanian's rebirth, and your skills have never faltered. I hope I can put the same trust in your combat practice. You and Lithanian have my shield, Hildegard. Let's go! Here comes the thumbnail finally! How long has it been? 7 hours! After 7 hours, the thumbnail is here. I admire your experience, courage, achievements. Herkenfjord, you overthrew prejudice and the older order, more firmly entrenched than the spires are now, and brought opportunity to every Lithanian. You gave the nation unprecedented vitality and were to be revered as the greatest monarch in its history. But then you pushed the country into war, erected even more terrifying spires, and inflicted suffering 100 times more painful to the very people you had given hope to. You were ruined by your own desires. Herkenfjord, our widespread standards, our harmonious melodies, and our arts and morals make Lithanians what she is. But you rocked her foundations, undermined her survival, and made her your own vassal. Your meddling turned the entire country into a resource to be exploited, and it is only righteous that everything you have explored and mastered belongs to Lithanian. So we are here to retrieve it. A spire that remains only as a shadow should not exist in the first place. To think it actually lingered over Lithanian these past 23 years. What did you call it earlier? Your pavilion? A palace? No matter. Today will be your last, and this palace and this place shall serve as your final grave. Originium clusters surge from thin air, first hitting Grimmage's blade before fragments splash onto Evignade's shield. I wish they were playable, but I have ton to do with the budget twin Empresses, Evan Holtz and Deaton Breaker. Black and red unite into one, dazzling gold and intense purple. Their arts are condensed to their very limits, like unchangeable primitive blocks of color. They collide but cannot blend into each other and only splash before the throne, seizing every inch of space. An ear-splitting rhythm accompanies the explosion of colors. Their weapons, originally instruments, perform two movements in two completely different styles at the same time and place. Brass, woodwinds, strings, percussion, keyboards, and even beltries, as well as death whistles. The rusty reeds beneath Sargon's golden sands, the flame-rushed amber under the sludge of the black flow, the rootless flowers buried deep in the frost-bound soil of Sami, and the boundless chaos itself in this cargarage. A cosmos coexists with its voice within the Witch King's melody. Notes are woven, conducted and playing by his hand. Notes to sing a melody of the Witch King. Notes to sing a melody for the Witch King. This mortal realm will never again know a symphony this glamorous, harsh, illogical, yet also spectacular, majestic, and striking. Evignade and Grimach's duel is so simple in comparison. The notes gently rise and sharply fall, with the dignified and imposing pipe organ resembling a castle encircled by mountains, while the ethereal violin is like a waterfall pouring by the citadel. The sound of water splashes onto rock is clearly audible in the room furthest from the waterfall, but even in the closest, it does not sound so noisy. The two act like one. The movements are harmonious, as if they had never split. The symphonies sing a war song. 2 generations of Lithuanian Kaisers fight before the throne, and the entire pavilion, both the sand table and military formation. History bends and rewinds at this moment. Gaul's flagship crossed the river valley under Corsica's first lead. Soldiers bumping shoulders as they form a thick cloud and tear apart Sturmland's iron curtain-like defense line. And then, her compass-shorn silhouette introduces its strain at the pinnacle. He stands atop the spire, heaven and earth at his beck and call. The elements, thunderbolts, and sandstorms are all at his disposal to swallow everything. Under the omnipresent dust clouds of blood, Evignade and Grimach's movements are unremarkable. They sneak into Vendunian under the cover of night and with a feint from the Kurfistane's coalition army and make a beeline for the spire. The spire opens its doors, welcoming its visitors. The unsuspecting spy-casters rush into formation, and one by one turn into the red leaves of late autumn. Shield and sword shatter at the Genesis spire, just like that night 23 years ago. My pavilion and everything in it disintegrating, dying. The pavilion, this imperishable hall, is not my creation, nor the work of anyone else. It is the acclamation of mankind's immeasurable sacrifices. Technology, arts, evolutionary experience, every choice, every regret, every affection and every resentment, every hope and every despair, every thought and every prayer at the birth and death of every civilization, everything remembered and everything forgotten. The pavilion is humanity. The pavilion is our will. Through annihilation, the will has taken form, and from chaos the order was given birth. A will true to reveal the origin, a will firm to conquer the source. Originium. The beginning of annihilation and the source of chaos were both mine to wield, and thus I compelled Originium to reveal the nature of its being, to present the fact of its origin, But I became aware that no matter how Originium grows, overrides, recreates, it speaks the same truth, a truth laid bare right before our eyes all along. It says the creator who was at the source of making was also a creation. It says the Dominator reigned long before its domain came to exist. It's also a creation. This is so much foreshadowing. Oh my goodness. It says the Dominator reigned long before its domain came to exist. It says hope is lost and eternity is no more. And what truth did I obtain but heavier chains and a more ruthless resolve at the origin, the root of all creation? Yep, chapter 15 foreshadowing, baby! Undeniable as the silence of death, unextinguishable as the light of stars. Cruel was the maker, vile was the maker, sly was the maker. By his hands our determination was shattered but not annulled, mimed but not overthrown. It forged our sharpest sword, it built our toughest prison. The truth is laid bare for all to see, but how can a seeker challenge the truth with their volition and sanity splintered? Let the truth be seen by all eyes, let the reason be heard to all ears. Your determination has guided you to my pavilion. More will follow. You will see in me a nightmare, a traitor to freedom, a tyrant. But if the Genesis Spire has failed to reach the boundary with its thrust, then a pioneer must be there to step foot on a place beyond space and time. If the root of all creation poses nothing but shackles, then we shall be the hands holding its chains. If the Creator has willed the extinction of his creation, then we shall be the bell to toll his demise. Void cannot and will not be the truth. I will never allow it, nor will I ever excuse it. Hearken well, her Sean's ultimate vision, his sin, his final will. The Creator must perish. Holy shit. His entire monologue here. It is giving me goosebumps as I'm reading it, and so much fucking foreshadowing. I'm drowning in it. Help. I see that your power has grown since our last meeting, twins. The portion of Sean which he disregarded long ago is standing before him, but you have perceived not yourselves and known not freedom. You have relinquished humanity. I had hoped Lethanian's sword and shield to be more than weapons. Heed, my audience. You have come before the throne to seek an answer, to pass down a verdict. Only a man's answer can sate his kin. Only a monarch's verdict can convict his equals. If you succeed, if you stand fast till the very end, you must see what I didn't and be what I wasn't. Hope may be gone, eternity may be lost. Their death mark but the end of Sean's, a monarch's downfall. Lethanian shall stand, whose light will outshine the tallest beacon of hope. Lethanian shall live, whose name will outlast the longest river of time. He sees a rhapsody, he roars a fanfare, he demands a concerto, and now thunders have joined the chorus. Messe Konig. Oh, this is gonna be interesting.
I wonder who their target will be.
Hello. I'm here for a brief survey. Don't worry, I won't overstay my welcome.
No problem. Sorry,
Very nice.
but I'm really not.
Forgive me. I woke up.
Gameplay finally, woo!
Toxins and traps are my tactics.
monster. In position.
Just like the old days.
Boss stage, yep. Oh, what do you mean? I guess I'll place somebody here.
I've got an idea. Bam! I've swallowed up the sun.
Water's not far. Stay put. Forgive me. I woke up on the wrong side of the sleeping bag.
No problem. Who would use a flag as a weapon on the battlefield?
Oh! Herkamfstorn, Witch King, the long nightmare awakes, the Ezart night gives way to dawn, come and witness the death of the king and the death of the genesis of creation. Okay. If I damage him, what happens? He does damage. Who would have guessed, guys? If I damage him, what happens? He does damage. I know, very... the epitome of poetry, practically. He can bleed! Very surprising, I know. What the fuck? Sorry, but what? He can teleport as well? I mean, he can teleport us as well? That's what I meant to say.
This will be over soon. This is the place.
Get pranked. Well, apparently. Sure. Yes, activate your skill yet again. Lappy, come on. Nice. Yeah.
From shadows.
One more. Ah, bro has been transported here. Interesting.
Patience.
Who died?
Feel how your soul's imprisoned. It'll be a lesson.
Hey, let's go. Bro is traveling to places, that's for sure. Bro definitely do be traveling to places. Wait, why can't... Wait, why can Melina not attack? Oh, the Witch King doing his shenanigans, as always. Melina could just straight up not attack right now. As well as...
Deployment
wait, what?
optimized.
As well as Monster.
Ready to go.
Bruh. Why? Do I have to change the thingy? Nope. This is most unusual.
It'll be a...
What? You think you're a better robber than me?
He locked them down. Oh, he can do that. Interesting.
Yielding is not an option.
Okay. Apparently, bro decided... well, thank you, bro, for helping me. I guess. Here comes! Wait, is he controlling the fucking thingies now?
Hello. I'm here for a brief survey. Don't worry.
I'm
won't
gonna
overstay my welcome.
assume... Hold up.
Patience. Don't imagine the future with such a...
well, I can't really click anything. There goes Lappy. Okay. I probably need to target as soon as the switches target. Okay. Gotcha. I now I know what I need to do. Now I know what I need to do. I'll attract his attention through this. No more music for you. It belongs to the Wipe King, apparently.
Yielding is not an option.
Communications. Link.
Patience found your Arknight.
You really think you'll get away?
Bam! I've swallowed up the sun.
I mean, he's still facing up. Not really something you would want. Also, what a streamer using the pea shooter properly? You. Okay, I probably shouldn't have deployed that. There goes Melina. I probably need to...
Yielding is not an option.
Hold up.
I never expected to encounter so many people on this trip.
Okay, if everything's timed... Alright. I should be able to. Come on. Pea shooter. Activate monster skill.
Sorry, forgive me. I woke up on the wrong side of the sleeping bag.
Bro, just destroy things, come on.
Your weapons are right at your fingertips. Why wait?
Patience, don't imagine the future with such a narrow view.
Oh, can't really deploy the Originium. Come on. We need more healing. We need healing. Oh yeah. Actually, you know what? Yes. That should work. They're using the pea shooters effectively. Come on. There's a little too many people there.
Excuse me. Can we hurry this up? I really don't want
Did he change it?
What?
Shit.
You think you're a better robber
The location was changed. No.
Just who are you weaklings going to stop like that?
Hey. He's gonna take even less damage, but hey, we don't care much.
Patience.
Come on. We're somehow making it through.
Water's not
So I'll
far.
consider this a...
And I'll fill the canteens.
I won't consider this a failure. I'll just say it's a good thing. Alrighty. Let's go. We did it! First try, baby, without even being spoiled. First try. Without even being spoiled. Lovely. Never saw this stage once.
Weaklings going to stop like that?
Even though I use 6 stars. His mechanics are very interesting though. I gotta say that much.
I've got an idea. What? You think you're a better robber than me?
Oh, who's the last enemy there? Oh, this guy. Oh, since it's on control.
I'm fully tada.
Bruh. Let's go. The boss was done. He's a funny guy. Yes, I have done IS5 ending 1, ending 2, ending 3, and ending 5, but not ending 4 yet. And for the highest difficulty would be IS5 ending 1 difficulty 10, IS5 ending 3 difficulty 10. Haven't been able to do any of the other 3. And Freeman probably taught him the operator teleportation magic. You know what? For sure. Alafia sits with her legs crossed, her back against the desk. She places a pillow on her knees and spreads open a book upon it. The candlelight illuminating her dropping head. The girl reads in undisturbed silence. Then she raises her head from the page to meet Viviana's gaze. The arts version of dad jokes. You don't seem very surprised to see me, Vivian. I saw your shadow in the doorway and knew it was you. Yeah, you spent so long observing the shadows in this tiny room, lit only by candlelight. What are you reading? The Last Night. I'm currently at the third to last chapter. Behind the nameless night is a huge and lonely lighthouse. The relentless waves push him and his steed, rushing it back. But they roar as one, and towards the huge waves, as dark as night, they charge. Hey, no spoilers, please! You'll spend a night reading that paragraph over and over again until you fall asleep on the floor with the pillow in your arms until Muti returned in the middle of the night to blow out the candles. Huh? How do you know? Of course she knows. In the room, the posture, the book. No, bro. I am not skipping this. No, that is not what I'm doing. No misclicks today. No misclicks on this stream. This is her memory, after all. Viviana retreats into the doorway. Are you leaving? I'm sorry, Vivian. I have questions about my life and I need to look for the answers. Imagine backseating life. Crazy sentence. Maybe, just maybe, there's still time to open one last door. How many have you opened already? More than 100? I've already lost count. I just want to find a better possibility. Oh, and what if you still can't find one? Is better something clearly defined like a math problem? In those doors you've entered, maybe Mutti and Vati got to live in peace together for longer without anyone disturbing them, or maybe Mutti left us a few years later than she did. If you think about it, how do you know you haven't already come across a better answer? So why do you still carry so much regret? How can you be sure you'll ever find one in the first place? And what happens even if you do? It won't change your past. What meant to happen has already happened. But he always said that if he waited at Marigold Alley for just 10 more minutes, maybe he could have met with Mutti and everything would have turned out differently. A pity fate does not afford us a chance to start over. But even if you did meet her, you'd still have to leave anyway, right? The story won't change in any way aside from giving Marty one last chance to cry and say goodbye. Or maybe you're actually hoping you won't find a better answer, because then you can tell yourself that this was the best of all possible worlds. I just don't get it. Aren't you thinking the same way that Vati did? Vivian. Imagine your younger self giving you hard life advice that it's your past, bro. Just accept it and make the best of it. I'm going back to my room. You're disappointed, aren't you? You should go. There's still time to open the next door. The sound of collapse approaches. Viviana turns around, the line of doors collapsing in succession scores in her eyes, like dominoes toppling on into one another, and the fireworks in her memories going off all night long. The rumbles travelled from afar, reaching the tallest spire in Sturmland. My father seldom comes here. As the Kurfürst, he has to receive an endless line of visitors on festival nights, and her maid mother will be busy serving them until the early hours of the morning. She would huddle in the corner of her room, just like now, and shield the sound outside with books. Once the waves washed away, once glory and life together faded, the world and all its beings fell from zenith to nadir, becoming dust. Once the forge blenched its flames, once catastrophe descended, once families and old friends alike forsook the soul. The last night upon this great land, all alone, faced the swells as dark as night and began to charge. Back then she had yearned for this so much, so full of courage. She had told herself not to be weak, to imagine herself as a knight, Viviana the knight. A true knight isn't afraid of disaster or hardship. The collapse is clearly visible, its ruin right before her eyes. An inexpressible sense of danger strikes Viviana in her heart. She suddenly feels a strong premonition that the collapsing doors are not simply a manifestation of her repeated failures. If this tiny room were to be swallowed up, something truly would be wiped away. Something would be lost forever. Viviana. When the knight charged towards the endless waves, did you imagine that he was trying to overcome the entire world? No. I won't leave. Viviana turns around, protecting the little girl with her own body. I don't even know what's really been going on ever since I began climbing that spiral staircase. Maybe this is something everyone goes through when they come to the Genesis Horn, to be tightly bound by the knots deep in their hearts, to lose themselves in a whirlpool of chaos, becoming one with it. Vivian, what do I say to you? Or rather, what do I say to myself? The light of a candle is dim, and its flame will always flicker at the whims of the night wind. There will always be filth coming at you and regrets you cannot revoke. The bafflement of finding and grief of losing will seek to swamp you over. But you must believe. The stories you once yearned for are not at all legends or symbols. You've seen for yourself a radiance that can light up the entire land. A light that does not flicker, even when no one is walking the path it illuminates. Maybe you yourself are not the radiant light, but you too have once drawn your blade to protect it. Never forget this, Viviana Droste. You are a knight. The collapse arrives and darkness swallows her in an instant. Compared to the last knight, whose nemesis was the ocean beneath and the sky above him, she knows nothing about her enemy's identity. She suddenly finds herself unable to feel the sword in her hand, nor can she light a candle. Fear, suffocating as the ocean and raging as a tide, instantly scours her to the point of numbness. But as soon as she feels calmed, soothed and relaxed somehow. But soon, she feels calmed, soothed and relaxed somehow. Dread and sorrow no longer drown her. Because bit by bit, the waves are no more. Just what is it in those collapsed doors and their cracks that is devouring her emotions? Countless images, real and fake, intertwine, binding Viviana in a strange yet soft cocoon. What must she hold on to? What can she hold on to? A dazzling light fills her vision. She comes to a stark realization. Tested by a dark, bitter and thorny path and scorched in history by its legend. A knight's sword staff that even time itself can never wear away. Here and now it shines in the palm of her hand. She tightens her grip with the weapon in her hand. The knight now wields his sword staff and cleaves at the darkness ahead. Its radiance intensifies and a resplendent gold builds all, devouring its radiance towards the end of time and space, delivering its radiance. Gone are the spiral staircase and the doors. Viviana looks down at her empty hands, betraying the gritty sensation that felt so real just now. She shuts her eyes, reconstructing in her mind the last thing she had seen within the darkness. Malevolent spirits take the form of indiscernible sounds, lights, shapes, and colors, together forming chaos itself. Piercing through it all was the sword staff, resplendent and glorious. I was holding on to a projection of it. Majesties. No, more terrifying calamities in the chaos outside the Genesis Horn would befell. This place must not fall to ruin. Fremont, the twins failed, yet you have come to conclude my concert at the end. You have been a wait, what? Recapitulation. You have been a recapitulation in my ascension and downfall. Recapitulation. Every other line I have to...
Recapitulation.
It's a recapitulation. The active process of recapitulating. A summary or concise review. Oh, it's actually a music term. Restatement or reworking of the exposition in the tonic, constituting the third and final section of the typical sonata form. It's something related to music. Alright. In my ascension and downfall. Leave. The pavilion is disintegrating. Or are you here for your phylactery? Your achievement in Your achievement in Kagarich would be enough to earn the respect and fear of the people, yet your attitude remains as loathsome as ever. Should I be grateful that you milked it for all it's worth? Ja. I've never seen you so reluctant, Herkampfschon, but I must have it back. It'll have a role to play in Castell's survival. I've dragged this on for far too long. So many years have come and gone. The Lich King's court should have left Lithanian ages ago. Exile. You had the chance to perform this witchcraft long ago, in that secret room in the Ludwig's Universitat. How long has it been as they count time outside? 130 years or so. Damn! In the next moment, the belated witchcraft crosses both the protected span of time and the divergent paths of its companies to be cast once more. Heavy, grizzled rain falls upwards. Kagarich seems to be flipped over by the stream of flow, and the exile which is taking his full effort to perform is soft and permeated with an unusual beauty. You have never made yourself a greater fool, Fremont. Phylacteries are a knot you liches tie inside the whale, one that resonates with your life. It is impossible for you not to feel its presence. Raindrops cluster into strings dancing in the void to the rhythm of Fremont's breathing. His breaths are nothing unusual, but a long-lost abundance of emotions wells up from the depths of its soul. Fremont casually touches his pocket, only to discover that his lost key has been lying quietly there, within reach all along. Did I not already return it to you long ago? Fremont, the phylactery is a constant, a keystone upon which liches accumulate their time. You are always one step ahead of death. I am not. A fact you refuse to acknowledge. Why? The moment the entire space is soaked, the lich's strings finally envelop the Witch King, embracing and tangling, almost forming a coffin-like shape. You have no words for me but farewells at this moment. Tell me, Fremont, my dearest friend, why is the spire still lacking? The age-indifferent lich merely stands before the empty space, without a hint of expression on his face. Coffins, huh? Well, the traces of the exiled scatter and the threads feel not the Witch King's presence, as if the ferocious Caprene with the twisted horns had never existed in the first place. Only his final murmur remains in the air, as weighty as an interrogation, as light as a sigh. She does not know when it happened, but Arturia found herself standing before the spire. She listens in a daze. There is no one able to answer her question, and the sighs are silenced. So those were your parting words and your answer. Witchkin didn't even have one ally to hit the coffin. Henceforth, Lithanian will never again have a Witch King. So this is where you were, Arturia. Federico. Federico looks up and sees the gigantic black spire gradually lose its shape and color before his eyes, as if its faded originium clusters dissipate into vestiges. Even the Witch King, known far and wide as history's most powerful soul, was unable to resist his inevitable demise. Fremont said. Freeze. Federico lifts his gun. Lithanian's twin empresses have already intervened directly, and the overall impact of this case has far exceeded the initial risk assessment of the mission. Once this has concluded, I will contact Pope and Glista 11th as soon as possible. Until then, your freedom will be restricted until we can return to Laterano. No. Federico has heard her answer. The distant relative he knows all too well does not engage in her usual meaningless push and pull of emotional logic and kinship. She simply refuses wearily and walks towards him. You can pull the trigger now, Federico. Right this very moment in the chaos known as Kagorich, you're the only one before my eyes. There is no one I can perform for. I have lost my music. I won't run. And I can't play any games either. There are holes in your logic, Arturia. Arturia walks straight past him as if she did not hear him at all. Damn! The Genesis Spire is disintegrating. Hercom Fishorn is dead, so naturally the bubble he was bracing would also burst. Is he really no longer here? You don't believe your own eyes, even after dropping that attitude of yours not so long ago? So in the end, Grimmage and Evignator were still the only ones who could kill him. Wonderful. You only sound mildly disappointed this time. One day you'll look back on today and realize with even more clarity just how fortunate you were to turn away from the fate that lay before you. Something dangles down from Fremont's robe. Suddenly, Ebenholz realizes Fremont's shadow has remained in place even as the man himself just stepped closer. The shadow wraps around in the crumbling throne, stretching all the way across the steps before gradually coiling around the entire spire. Your shadow? My shadow? Don't let your eyes deceive you. What you see are my threads, my destiny, the essence of my being. You are the second Lethanian besides Hercom Fishorn to perceive my true form. Are you using your life threads to hold up the collapsing space? But aren't they more important than flesh and blood to you liches? Hercom Fishorn did a lot of disgraceful things, but he was right about one thing. Annihilation is almost upon us. If we let Kagorich leak out and deep fry Lethanian into a cavity of nothingness, we'll be gone. We'll all be gone, lich or not. So run, little lamb. This place can't hold the living for much longer. Leave this tomb quickly, lest death catches up to you. Wow. Shadows crawl all over the old lich's body. Shades of black instantly split into countless threads. They fly towards every falling piece of debris and crack in the void, but the vibrations still intensify. It's too late. The collapse is right before us. Who knew the Witch King was a load-bearing boss? Bro was holding up the entire... Can it rain in this space too? Bro was holding up the Bro was deaf. So you mean to say after his death he was holding the chaos back? These are her Fremont's threads. He always kept himself so neat and tidy, unlike other liches. I've never seen him grow so many threads. The Genesis Horn can no longer support this place. We need to return to reality before this place falls completely apart. Then we'll need to find a way out first. Brilliant array of arts. Empress's voice, Viana Droste. I should have fought alongside your majesties. Please forgive me for my tardiness. It's you. Viviana, your light is somewhat brighter than before. That's because I saw true darkness. I was just walking along an endless spiral staircase, witnessing the collapse of one possible reality after another, and was almost swallowed by the chaos. After that, at some point, I caught a glimpse into the darkness, and I haven't the slightest idea what I saw. Perhaps it was the deepest of dreads, the largest of voids, complete disarray, and a calamity we cannot comprehend. They lay dormant within the chaos, and I felt their gaze upon me. They lay dormant within the chaos? Well, who's they? And I felt their gaze upon me. Grimage. Evignate. The enemy is advancing like a blitz. They're about to invade everything known to us. Well, who's this so-called they? I can't feel the thread anymore. Oh, no. Threads are all vibrating together. They're so intense I can't make out the one connected to Genesis horn. Lessing! Bro. Amigade. Her mare is over there, here. You shouldn't have... I am not dead yet. Phew, my threads are a mess, so it's hard to sense you even at this distance. And the professor, we still connected earlier. The other liches and I were pulling on reality from our side while he was doing the same to the Genesis horn from his end. It wasn't easy, but we managed to achieve a balance. Things are looking bad now. It's all gone wrong. They're no longer making any noise. 9, it's not just the dead. The music, it stopped. The Witch King, the twin Empresses, Sturmlin, Martha, Wait, huh? The whole theater has fallen silent. Every piece of music. What? Every sound has vanished? It is as if someone had used the largest scale silencing arts ever cast. Those who lost control of themselves in the chaotic noise have now lost their surface level agitation. Pain, anger, and other intense emotions fade from their faces, replaced by a deep fear. But this dread does not last for long. Instead, it expands into a blank space, and at its peak, a void. Something seeps out of the void. Something that's eroding and annihilating everything. Order collapses, chaos wishes to tarry but cannot. The calamity within the void, the vacuum that corrodes all of existence. Its eyes have noticed us. No wonder our threads couldn't stabilize the space on both sides. What's coming for us? It sure will be nice if our enemies were tangible. The scariest part is that they may not even appear. Kurgarich gets its name from its emptiness. It's just a void, so a place with nothing at all. Conversely, invading our reality. What do you think will happen? We need to gather the old man and others out right away, and figure out a way to block the passage. Ermengarde, can you and the old man still hear each other? We're cutting it close. In all this mess, I'll need time to find the end of the right thread connecting our two sides. But they'll never get out without it. Did they fail? Grimmage failed? That's impossible. Get her back here. Think, fool. Think about what's concerning you most. Grimmage, I can't... She should have given you a final order. If she doesn't come back, if time runs out and the Gesetschwager doesn't receive a new order, I see the last result will be to annihilate Zwillingstürme. But once I agree with the choice, it's one thing if we all die here, but we mustn't let Nathaniel and everyone else outside the country die with us. Wait, the knot moved just now. The people inside haven't given up. Let's hold on, just a bit longer. Ermengarde, does this knot count as a thread between the two sides? It'll have to. I'm trying my best, and if the connection stabilizes, the professor and I might be able to focus on the arts cast on the knot to stabilize the passage. We're counting on you, Ebenholz. I can feel Lessing and the others. They're close. You think that's a good thing? Kurgarich and reality are once again drawing near like two bubbles stacked on top of one another. No, more like a bubble balanced on a tip of a needle. Even the slightest bit closer and the bubble will burst. So if I pull on the knot and move further away, will you and Ermengarde be able to stabilize the passage? Stay away from the edge of the bubble. Chive it, little lamb. You're going to get yourself caught in the void. The knot trembles in his hand. Ebenholz can feel the hand gripping the other end. A hand already numbed from too much time spent swinging a sword. His strength spent, his arts nearly exhausted, his wounds no longer bleed, and his pain gradually blurs. His duty and his will remain seated deep within his brain, pulsing tenaciously. Such concepts are difficult to describe after language itself has collapsed. Why did we come here? Why have we been fighting? Why were we born, and why will we die? The void greets him. There is no path either forward or out, only nothingness to meet. Ebenholz is falling. And at the end of his fall, there'll be nothing at all. No, there is something there. A warm shade of white, emitting a radiant yet gentle glow. Ebenholz suddenly realizes that while he didn't have time to find the cello-playing Sancta, he's found the answer. The emotions and memories he shared with him were not bestowed upon them by any person, arts, or even fate himself. The most beautiful part, right there with him, has always belonged only to them. A smile, a piece of music, a touch of hope. Damn. Fate will always be snatching things away from us, but unfortunately I still retain the ability to love and hate. Zwillingstürme's glowing sunset, ardent marigolds in bloom, a child with eyes glistening like a lake and her gentle parents. I love the scenery and the people I cannot see. They illuminate me, dispelling the darkness obscuring the eyes of many others. But I also hate it. I hate how brief the flowering season is. The formless wills constricting everything I love, my child. Your brows have knitted ever since you returned to Lithanian. You asked me, where is the new order? Can you guarantee it will be better than yesterday or today? There is no way I can answer you, so I just decide to do as I have. Love means responsibility, and hate will likewise attract even more. You must take responsibility for the things you have changed and have yet to change. My child, my friend, if you love, if you hate, then you will bear far more than you can imagine. I doubt. Is doubt a form of cowardice or bravery? Man, every single one of the plot lines connecting here. This is it. This is it. The climax. If cowardice, then why did I mix the flesh and blood of those monsters into our sacramental bread and wine, willing to place my hopes in a different faith? If bravery, then why did I retract my hand? With the vivid and hideous living tissues frightened me at the very last moment. For 60 years I could not see that elusive paradise while my life fell apart before my eyes. I do not want to pray, but it is all I can do. Who wrote the laws and who ensures their purity and integrity? I ask my faith as it stays silent. I dare not say I've already rid myself of the delusions embedded in the depths of my mind. No, I still harbor doubts. The monastery gets further and further away, and I find a handful of seeds in the folds of my robes. Oh, Clement, my son, I will find them a patch of moist soil, even if I were to die on the road. I doubt our laws, I question my cowardice, suspect my bravery, and doubt pushes me on forward. It's like every single one of the echoes, their true wills resonating with Ebenholz at this moment, as everything is about to collapse. Honestly, I hate alcohol, but suddenly I find myself unable to live without it. It's been a long time since Elena's death. 3 years? 5? Twice in my life I have run away. The so-called holy city of Laterano is not as perfect as it seems. The sweetness and noise in the air mask the inequality beneath, the differences between Liberian sancta seemingly not worth discussing. I was still young when I came to Lithanian. The dark clouds I saw were a stark contrast to the white walls of Laterano. Countless died tragically under the Witch King's regime. I was the first soldier to set foot in the Witch King's spire, but I never once believed that his defeat would usher in a new era for Lithanian. Yelena was wrong. I've always been pessimistic. Disappointment makes me sober. Disappointment compels me to look for a few good things to protect. Man. But in the end, I reached a compromise with my disappointment and ended up like this. If souls truly have a final destination, then I most probably won't be going to the same place as her. But surely I've protected at least a few people at the very end. I want to ask her executor, Yelena, and myself, do I still count as a hero? Am I walking? I never seem to stop. But where am I going? Oh, this is where Virtuosa is? I seem to be walking along a sandy shore. A sticky beach, a strange creature from the ocean actually reverberated in my strings. It has the dullest inner voice I've ever heard, and I couldn't obtain any answers. The waves pushed me away from the beach. I was 20 then. Oh, the first encounter with the Seaborn. This is Virtuosa's life. I seem to be walking over sand dunes. Soft grains of sand. Opposite me is a warrior known as Zayadin, as old as the golden grains. With every note I play, history rose from the crack in the warrior's armor. I was 15 then. I am walking. I never stop. I am walking on. I seem to be walking on grass. Out on a lawn in the rain, I am attending my first funeral. My thanks to Arturia. It was her music that helped free me of my fetters. And my thanks to you, Marcello. Marcello, thank you for blessing me with a wonderful life all these years. I doubt we'll be apart for long. Once this war is over, we'll be together again. I stand before the gravestone watching guests walk up one by one to pay their respects to my mother. I hear their voices clearly, sorrow, lament, regret, ridicule, hatred, glee. But why, how were they still able to maintain the most suitable sadness on their faces? Do we not respect life only by facing death? Do we not respect life only by facing death with our truest feelings? I remember what you told me, Mama. I can still hear your voice from time to time. How much courage do I need to be able to struggle free from my ego day after day? To be brave enough to make that first step? Freedom is hard to find. But death... why is death so easy? I had finished my performance by the time I awoke. Pity. Once again, I couldn't control my own music. Arturia, you revere death so much. Death erases one's existence so easily and puts all emotions to rest. The melodies of those who face the truth inevitably, the deaths leave you impressed, but more often they leave you fearing, hating, doubting. But you are silent. How much do you need to perform as you wander endlessly about? How long before you reach that future? How many more blank pieces do you need to compose for yourself? Even silence will be played, and every composition must have its conclusion. She's asking this herself. I saw your only truth. You were so, so fragile. Yeah, I saw your only truth. You are so, so fragile. Arturia opens her eyes. She seems to have walked for a long time. Time is like a lit river, and people travel along with the flow. But why is she, step by step, trudging back the way she came? She feels she has become a broken vessel, and the unwavering affection, intense hatred, tremendous courage, and unreconcilable despair and remorse she has experienced through thousands of people. They drain from her drop by drop, until she's left with only her empty shelf. She finds herself outside Rich in the plaza, surrounded by a crowd. Motionless faces walk past her, and she stands there in a daze, mirroring the same expression as everyone else. Arturia looks up, lifting her head from the lawn she never left. Dark clouds drift over her, and a glistening drop of rain falls on her face like a tear. A tear for the grief and vulnerability she could not admit in time. A tear for the grief and vulnerability she could not admit in time. Ever since she and Fede were children, since the death of their parents, she's been doing the same thing through others. Show others their feelings. Yep, but never really realizing the feelings for herself, had she? She started this journey ever since her mother's death. Because of her art, in the music. But can she say she truly reflected her own feelings? Did she truly express her own feelings? She's always been about seeing other people's feelings, the truth, their death, their experiences, and experiencing it for herself. But what had she experienced for herself? Martha, my love, you were the one who lifted me up from my darkest days, inspiring me. Now I can only live with thoughts of you. Should I go looking for you? Even if our fathers disagree, you must at least know that my love for you has never wavered, not in the slightest. The only feeling she herself has shown is her attachment to Fede. Literally, that's the only thing. Like, as much she puts on the presentation of showing feelings and playing games, but ironically, these two siblings are cut from the same cloth. Empathy not having an effect on Federico, and him being everything by law and order. And Virtuosa here not really expressing any feelings and only taking the experiences of others and the feelings they have felt. Martha, my love, you were the one who lifted me up to my darkest days, inspiring me to do whatever I wanted. But now I can only live with thoughts of you. I should go looking for you, even if our fathers disagree. You must at least know that my love for you. Every person in the huge amphitheater before the spires is muttering something on repeat. They speak of their feelings, but their words lack even a hint of emotion. They do not see Arturia or anyone else. A triangle hits her arm as people cross paths with one another, and she almost drops her own instrument. Crimmage. Crimmage. Michael, don't leave me alone. It's futile, Federico. Good call. The situation is out of control. Well, has everybody lost... Wait. Because of that, has everybody lost their feelings? Wait, no. No emotion. Wait, what's happening? Is it because of the contract becoming so distorted that the influence has been lost? I feel like... well, the game should explain. I don't want to make any theories. I'll be even later than usual. Actually, let me drink some more water. One living by following the emotions of others, and the other by the guidelines written by others, neither living out of their own will. Truly. The situation is out of control. Mass hallucination. This is the third time I've seen something like this, but the situation here is much more serious than it was at Sonata Spire. It's of a different nature. Genesis Horn has crumbled after the Witch King's demise, and the Cargridge is about to collapse into reality. It's not a simple hallucination either, but rather, they're unable to resist the onslaught of chaos, and their various profound emotions are leaving them. What you're hearing from them is the only emotion they have left, and their most intense. What are you doing, Arturia? The Golden Eshach, the law, mortality, exemplary aesthetics, order cannot help them resist the all-pervasive chaos. Everyone in the plaza will turn into an empty shell of themselves one by one as they lose their very last scrap of emotion. We need to bring them back to their senses. You alone are special here, Federico. For most, how can there be will without emotion? Only with emotions and emotions alone can people preserve their ego. These people are blank, as you say, and you still plan to play their tunes? No, this time a performance is about me. Let's fucking go, dude. Let's fucking go. You don't know how happy I am seeing this character growth after so much build up. Holy. Like, it's that genuine burst of excitement, the same I got when after seeing the emotional growth that, bit by bit, that Federico was going through. It's about my own emotions, and I'll share them with everyone here. It sounds like another form of empathy, yet you've tried many times to destroy the foundation of Laterano's empathy. You turned your back on Laterano long ago. Turned my back on Laterano. Maybe I didn't care. But never once have I felt Laterano of my own will. I just strongly disagreed with the order represented by their law. As for empathy, its limits are actually the starting point of my vision for the future. I'll explain in more detail later, but for now, look at the countless people before us. They used to cry with all their might, to smile with enthusiasm, and even now are trying their utmost to retain the very last bit of emotion they experience in their lives right up until the final moment, even if they cannot no longer realize it themselves. Be it the Witch King or Yelena, everyone is great and praiseworthy, but also equally incomplete and fragile. This is our ego, the very essence of our humanity. We must become strong, but we must also leave room for our ineradicable fragility. This is why we need a future where we can all stand side by side, sharing our joys and sorrows. I am perceiving myself, Federico. At this very moment, I can only give hope to others if I harbor hope myself, and likewise with love. I want to use this tiny shred of ego to connect every sorrow and joy. The sound of your strings. People are coming your way. The young noble's face is showing an expression. Emotional reflux, an involuntary reaction. A hollowed-out soul needs time to re-accept everything. Operation Assessment, Arturia. Your actions will help stabilize the situation. Executor, Federico Gailo will assist you. I will allow no one to interrupt you until you have finished playing. How the fuck is it giving me such profound emotions? It's not profound, but it's just the satisfaction, the weight of it all finally paying off in the scene. The growth of the character I've seen, unable to feel her own emotions. Not really reflecting her own emotions, living by others' emotions. Why is it so emotional, so beautiful, sorrowful, yet upstanding, respectful? Yet like the light on the sunrise, the first rays that reach the ground, to usher in the next day, a better tomorrow, a hopeful future. Man. I can honestly say with complete certainty, nowhere else in fiction have I read a theme like this. Nowhere else in fiction have I read a theme like this and executed to such a high degree. With abundant depth to ponder its meaning and learn from it, be molded by it. I just want to silently listen to the strings that finally convey the emotion of the person finally having hope in her heart and playing it for everyone else instead of experiencing others' emotions for herself. After the briefest of pauses, Arturia grips her bow tightly again. The movement builds towards its climax, the scrummed strings resounding in a rapid flutter like a butterfly's wings. She manages a glance up at the sky and sees a giant crack suspended above the twin spires, an eye of darkness open wide, but still the sunset surrounds it, yet to be completely eroded. How beautiful the sunset is, like a blaze set aflame when the shackles are smashed open. That sound. The Sanctus performing. The knot's moving again. I can sense ebb and holds. Emigante! On it! Threads fly into the clouds from the Lich's fluttering robes. The wind traverses the sky again and the frozen clouds resume their drifting. A mildly intense vibration follows right after, like the slight turbulence when a train enters the station. The passage is stable. As long as you stay awake, they'll be out in no time. Michael, wake up! Grimmitch must have entrusted you with something. You need to recall what it was. My tuba. Hold your instrument properly. Grimmitch? Is this my memory? The strings are showing me. The tuba is heavy and you're tired, correct? Then say it. You are but a child. There's no need to hide what's in your heart. You're afraid? That's normal. Adults fear me, as do other nobles than yourself. Even the most ferocious casters fear me. They believe my sword will pierce through their chests. It pierces through their chests the moment it crosses my mind, too. Yet you're unafraid, and you want to be my voice. Have you really thought this through? No, that doesn't matter. You're just a child after all who knew nothing when your kin sent you here. Don't cling to my leg. I can't wield my sword if you're like this. Fine, I'll just assume you're tired. You'll have to practice your instrument and arts later in your own room. There are nobles waiting outside to see me, so I won't be coming back here today. You can take a nap or play for a while. If you still want to be an Empress's voice, we can discuss it again when you're able to carry a tuba. Also, don't think you have to become one just because that's what Lupcon expects of you. We cannot choose where we are born, but we should at least be able to choose when we turn around. Our responsibility should not be forced on us by others. You'll have the right to play the horn I gave you when you have thought it through on your own and decided on what you want to stand here as. I remember now. I have to play my tuba. I have to tell Gazat's Watcher everyone's safe. I won't disappoint you. Mine Majestat Grimmatch. Fine work, Mikhail. Cello, it sounds so clear. Is Frau Cello helping us? No, not just us. It's helping everyone. At the very least, we still have our souls for the moment. Do you know how fucking cinematic it would be if this was adapted into an anime? Or like a movie? Oh my god, I would kill for that. You can still fight. Is that the outside? Is this the passage? We can exit through it! Viviana, find Fremont and ensure that everyone in this space returns to Terra. What about you and Grimmatch? Us? Naturally, we'll fulfill the duty we've always shouldered. To keep any and all threats away from Lethanian. Finally, just the two of us now. The final melody has already resounded. There's a lot. Your shield will cover the two twin towers and everyone under the spires. And your sword, My fate has long since been decided, from the moment I stepped into this place. No, from even before that. Once the Genesis Horn broke away from the plans for Fremont and I had drafted for it and descended upon the center of Zwillingstürme, there was only one choice left to me. Indeed. Hildgard, is there nothing else you want me to ask? Want to ask me? Sure enough, your response is pretty much what I expected. That passage is closing rapidly. Darkness rushes in, filling up the tiny cracks that should not exist. Wrapped in the dark fog are countless restless eyes swarming towards the two of them and the reality behind them. A shade of gold brushes past a hue of black. Herkamshorn built a spire here, establishing order amidst chaos. As one who has inherited his power and even killed him, naturally I'll be able to surpass him in this as well. The eyes in the void and the threats within the chaos. The beings condensed from fear, the enemies who do not exist in reality. Demons. I, Grimach Kaiserin of Lithanian and her sharpest sword, hereby declare you will never invade my country. This is so fucking epic, I love it! A radiant blaze blossoms from Grimach's sword. The fragments of the Genesis spire scattered in the void reunite under the command of her arts, erecting a new spire. The monument stands between Gagrich and reality, blocking the eyes in the dark from prying on all living existence. The twin spires in reality, the people beneath them and the clouds above all blend into one under her light, becoming a blurry, warm ripple gradually drifting away from her. Grimach does not look back. Her arts, her sword and her body have become one with the pitch-black monument. They all say you are impossible to defeat. Be it here and now or in the distant future. I will be undone by chaos before joining it. This is my fate. But it is absolutely not the fate of Lithanian and her people. Are we back? The sun set? It's back. And so beautiful. Did something fall from the sky? That's... The irregular dark clouds crack open. A clearly visible hue of gold shines from the grim sky, gracefully caressing everyone's faces with its light. Lithanian's people wake up from their dystopian nightmare and are immediately greeted by dazzling clouds of rosy gold descending between the twin spires. No one knows who started it, but the people involuntarily begin to play the instruments in their hands. It is no longer the golden discharge or any of the other familiar classical piece. A brand new melody accompanying the multicolored radiance of Originium arts echoes the excitement in everyone's hearts, flowing spontaneously under the rosy clouds. Did you see that, Frederico? Lithanian's new hero. No, the birth of a new god. The one who killed Herkamshorn for the second time, neutralized Lithanian's calamity, and brought hope and vitality back to the people of this great land. Lithanian's sole Kaiserin. Evignate the eternal grace. She will replace the Genesis spire completely and become the sovereign of the Lithanian skies, more splendid than the gold of the sunset itself. Gold, Zwillingstürme. The people are ecstatic and her wish is fulfilled. But this newborn god, she sheds a tear. The brilliance of a golden radiance snatches away everyone's attention, leaving the tear rolling off her face to remain in darkness for eternity. She sacrificed herself,
You're
huh?
reliable. the people around you are reliable. Man, how can
Oh my
everybody here be
goodness.
so reliable?
That was quite the
I'm
fucking
starting to envy the captain
experience.
of this land ship.
Holy shit. One last thing to go. Coda Evening Glow. The curtains fall on the grandest ceremony in the moment cementing more than just the sunlight. Alright guys, final part of the stream. Let's hype it up. 8 hours and 18 minutes. Looks like it's 8.5 hours. A little longer. You're hurt. Am I? That new arts teacher is so scary. Maybe I got bruised by him during training earlier. It hurts. Does it? It's nothing. The arts in our bodies will heal our wounds in no time. Why are you crying, Hildegard? Haven't you been injured far worse than this before? No, we can't. We shouldn't be treated like this. Hand me the wooden sword. I'll go look for that caster. I'll go find Leopold and everyone who treats us like creations instead of recognizing us as people with feelings. And what are you going to do after that? Resist. You might not even achieve anything. That's fine. I just need to prove something to them all. To you and to myself. Which is that I'm alive. And that my sorrow, my joy, my pain, my love, and my life, that they definitely mean something. It's beautiful, just like it always has been. It's getting colder lately. The autumn will be over in a month or two, but Zwillingstürme doesn't tend to see any snow, so the sunset won't wane. This is surreal. You're definitely not the type to soliloquize while appreciating the view. What I'm trying to say is that there are no longer any traces of unrest after just half a month. The twin spires tower over us as usual, the clouds are as splendid as always, and the people pass by both Ignade Avenue and Match Avenue as if nothing happened at all. No, something has changed. We can't ignore that. How are your injuries? The old man said it's nothing serious, but he did stay in Kagridge for a bit too long, so it's hard to say if you're completely free of corrosion. I haven't had any more headaches since then, at least. Well, that's one positive. You're braver than imagined, Ebenholz. You've saved so many people. I just couldn't allow those echoes haunting me to hurt any more people. You met the Witch King, and whether you cursed or killed him, you've already completed the last thing you could still do. So what's next for you? I hope I'm not intruding on you both. Ebenholz, I was looking for you on Grimmatch's behalf. And here I thought it would be Evignade to send you to punish a dead man for coming back to Lithanian without permission. What's this? Grimmatch handed me 2 secret letters. One calling for your return to Zwillingstürme and the other granting you a final choice. Have you been staying in the spire the whole time since the incident? Officially, there are still 2 Kazarainen in Lithanian. Grimmatch is just away for the time being, and someone has to handle the mountain of paperwork she left behind. Only I can do it, as I always have. You're set on that? Lithanian might only have one single spire in the future. I came to Zwillingstürme to meet with the Kaiserreinen 7 years ago. Evignade didn't like my performance, my caution, and maybe my status as Lupican's representative. It was Grimmatch who saved me. And it didn't end there. I am her voice, even if she didn't, and now or never will, appoint me as one for real. You, me, and even some of the nobility. Many Lithanians believe in the path Grimmatch was seeking, right? It might lead us to an era where we won't need spires at all. There's still so much more we can do. The way you're talking... You've matured since the last time I saw you, Michael. That's because I'm a growing boy after all. Herr Ebenholz, I see you're done reading the letters, so I'll take my leave now. Whatever your answer is, I'll be happy. I hope you'll be happy with it. He has a lot to think about. Your expression is a little hard to read. Grimmatch gave me 2 options. I could get another death certificate, not just as Graf Utica, but also as Lithanian. By dying, I will truly become true. I will obtain true freedom. Or I could return to Utica Grafschaft. Let me tell you a story. There was once a young boy. I'm not very good at telling stories, but just listen to me. Hey, did he blush? He just blushed. The boy's family served as retainers to a certain aristocracy for generations. From one generation to the next, the retainers fought on the noble's behalf, shedding blood, vying for glory, and bearing any rebukes for them. Until a certain noble came along. Birth, tradition, systems. He saw them all as worthless. Everyone looked the same to him, mediocre, frail, and shallow. So with a piece of paper, he moved the status of every retainer working for his family, and the boy's family obtained their freedom. Afterwards, the noble became the most controversial ruler in the history of the country. His crimes eventually eclipsed his achievements. His spire was toppled, and the empire ushered in a new era. In a new age. Many decisions made during his lifetime were also overruled, including the decree to remove his retainer's shackles. One day, the young boy was told that the deposed king's descendant was granted leniency by the new Kaiser and had regained his family's territory. He was told he needed to rush back to the spire to meet his master. Fate seemed only to turn a corner before coming right back again. But in the end, the boy never managed to enter the spire. The newly arrived noble refused to sign the documents that could get him his servant back. This new noble, as they said, was also a boy around his age. Once again, the boy obtained freedom. The boy's name was Lessing Meyer, and that newly arrived noble was you, Ebenholz, the 12-year-old Graf Utica. Trying to show he unknowingly saved another person, huh? You'll never remember it, so don't bother trying. Back then I was so full of anxiety, afraid that someone was playing a prank on me, so I asked a servant to find out what was going on. She said the young Graf's migraine seems to be upsetting him again. He chased all the attendants out of his room with many documents scattered across the floor. Don't take this as grumbling about some fateful encounter. I'm just telling the truth about how one unintentional move from you changed someone else's entire life. You spared your identity, as well as the regrets and suffering you bore from it. Of course, I'm sure you know better than anyone else how real your pain was. But at the same time, I hope you know their true value, and how we should regard them. Danke for telling me all this, even though you're positively awful at it. Have I ever mentioned what I experienced back at the Genesis Horn? 9? I didn't think it worth bringing up before, but I suppose I can tell you what I didn't get to tell the Witch King before he vanished in front of my eyes. You have no heir. I'm merely a descendant who shares the name Utica. Before your time, it had yet to carry either honor or so-called disgrace. This changed because of you alone, so I will change it once more, but never by the same means you used. This is my way of mocking you. This is my shame, my cage. This is my duty, my obligation. This is my path. And we're damn proud of it. So you had already decided back then. Then why did you make that face earlier when you were reading the Kaiserin's letters? Because there are still other matters which have suddenly become somewhat tricky to deal with. Ebenholz! I finally found you! Hibiscus? Have you forgotten who you are? No. You're a Rhodes Island operator. I'm sure you've read the operator manual I've got on after onboarding, right? Carefully from cover to cover. I invite all you to witness how 2 centuries of sin will come to a conclusion. How fortunate it is that this day of farewell has finally arrived, for I have seen my life's path ahead of me crystal clear. What's that she's reading? Operators must go through a strict approval process whenever they apply to leave the landship. How could you just run off after leaving that unintelligible letter? Haven't even had time to hand it in yet. Give it back, Hibiscus. Even the manual is yapping. I'll be staying in Lithanian for the foreseeable future. I'll return to the Utica Grafschaft. As I'd like to resubmit my application to disembark, could you please help me too? You better go see the doctor or Calcid in person for that. Is a landship nearby? How else would I be here? It's not that close, but we do have some business nearby to handle. You don't seem at all surprised to hear I want to return to Utica. We've been on edge ever since we left Weiserheim. That's because you weren't gnawing your teeth spouting nonsense this time, which means you have thought this through. Well then. She's back in the alley, huh? Zwillingstürmes, Batch Street. Viviana looks at the courtyard before her. It is not large by any measure, but still well maintained. The low stone steps around the planted vegetation has been removed and enclosed with a waxy white oak fence, presumably to prevent the homeowners from tripping over them. Evan Holmes wrote a poem as a leaf having. That is so like him. I love the guy. Small house sits quietly in the center, embraced by the grass. Freshly painted white walls reflect the morning sun, casting the climbing vines in a radiant glow. Come in, Viviana. You made it. Oh, who is it? By the way, if you have Arturia, the story continues in a file. Ah! Oh! He finally took off his mask! His helmet! This is Brand, sorry. The Watcher. When Batch was presiding over the Glorians' capital project, he specifically patterned the street after the one he lived in as a child. Doesn't it bear a striking resemblance to Marigold Alley? 2 years ago, a Margraf returned to their territory to recuperate from illness, so Cora bought this place, but never moved in. It was only after you came to the city that she asked me to come help clean the place up. So, how does it look? It's lovely, only these vines don't have to be trimmed so much. Let them grow as they please, how they'll look somewhat stiff. Alright. We finally see his face, man. There's no need to hold back your thoughts, Viviana. Rainer, this is the first time I'm seeing your face. It's been so many years. This is the first time I've taken off the Ghost Watcher mask and shown my true face to anyone, not since I came to Zwillingstürme. It is my identity, my duty, and my everything. I guess a Ghost Watcher shouldn't be reminiscing about the mastermind who spoiled Des Kaiserine's fest and tampered with the Golden S Church. Rainer, about what happened that day. There's no need to blame yourself, Viviana. Wherever Cora set her heart on something, she would never look back. You could only be dragged along with her. Her eyes were already going when she joined the Rich Dorchester on the Werner's recommendation that year. I promised Werner I would do my best to help the girl he saved. But I gradually came to discover that she had her own feelings, her own judgments, her own desires. She wanted to help Lucinda, to save Werner, to even modify the Golden Ash Church. She wanted to ensure that the kind-hearted people would never be tormented by their regrets ever again. Man! She was a resolute woman, and I always respected her. But she was even more courageous than I had thought. And so her fate is sealed. If it were me, I can't even imagine how it would feel. Thank you, Viviana. Have you made your decision? I went to see Arknights before coming here and formally declined her offer to become an Empress's voice. As per protocol, new recruits have to enter the spires after the celebration and accept their Majesty's appointments before they can officially assume their positions. But Her Majesty Grimage has just lost her voice and this year's appointment ceremony has been cancelled, so it's an appropriate time to submit my refusal. If this is what you have decided on, then I have nothing to say. It's just that Werner Viviana, this was the best and last thing he could arrange for you. Don't blame your father. You just lacked the freedom to do otherwise. My father let me and my mother down, but he protected so many others. Cora in the Witch King's Spire, House Hochberg, which could have been implicated at any moment, and the countless people of Sturmland forced into a difficult position by a copy of the Golden S Church. From beginning to end, he was caught up in the vortex of its time. He witnessed, experienced, lost, was powerful to change anything, and could only do this utmost to send off the storm. Right, last bit of water for the stream. I'm drinking it right now. He never left a single line, but regardless, this is a poet's way of writing about himself. Viviana, I'm glad you feel that way, child. Whether sending me to Kashmir's or arranging my appointment as an Empress's voice, it was never because he thought the paths he chose for me were good. He simply saw me as a child in need of constant protection, a job at which he failed to excel. So I don't blame him. Then I presume he won't be returning to Sturmland either. In Kashmir's, I felt like a stranger. The bright neon lights, the noisy arenas, the prized battles, as well as the glory and honor, they were never a part of me. But when I returned to Sturmland, to Zwillingstürme, that feeling never went away. To me, Lothanien is just the candles and books I had back in those dark nights, the marigolds that bloom everywhere. They also symbolize parting. I've always been able to make my own choices. Choices. People can only truly face their own weaknesses when they have options. Rainer, it's nothing. After das Kaiserinsfest, you said you needed to inform your friends in Kashmir about your experience in Kagridge. I've already sent a letter. I should be receiving a reply soon. After that, to the lighthouses, to where once they were. What? Just a line from a book I read when I was young. Allow me to bid you farewell. Lebenwohl. Lebenwohl, Herr Rainer. Lebenwohl. Is it goodbye in German? I guess. Goodbye, Cora. Goodbye, Zwillingstürme. Frau Droste, phew. Frau Droste, the Nerl you've been waiting 2 weeks for is finally here, just up ahead at the crossing. It's a projection. From whom? She was inspired. Where? Radiant Line. The Nerl storyline. Let's go. And I'm gonna assume that's how she became a Rhodes Island operator. Wait, huh? I thought it was Margaret Nerl. What is Uncle doing here? Sorry? Mlinar is here. Uncle Mlinar. Madam Viviana Droste. Mr. Mlinar, the Nerl family has received your correspondence. I just happened to be near Lothanien, so I came as soon as I could. Lebenwohl is farewell in German. Fair enough. Get pranked. Apparently I got pranked. In your letter, you mentioned seeing and even touching a campaign knight sword spear with the Nerl family crest. Tell me everything. The landship has business nearby. That's probably it. Avignade. So this is the melody of the present moment. Indeed. What you're hearing are all the emotions I'm feeling. It's no different from what I usually hear. The people of Zwillingstürme love you after all, and you love them too. This has never changed. And you were too. And you were there too when I returned to reality from the Genesis Horn. Perform the melody back then for me, Sancta. That's impossible. Oh? I cannot record the moment the tear rolled down your cheek. If it did not fall into the depths of your soul to bloom into fruition, then it was merely a drop of water impossible to retain, evaporated by the sun as it fell. I see. The year the spire was built, a scholar gave a public lecture at the Lithanian Academy of Arts. He claimed that the people born from arts lack an innate soul. The very next day he received a transfer. A promotion normally impossible for him to obtain in his lifetime, becoming the Kaiserin's attendant. Unfortunately, he passed just a year later out from overworking himself in the depths of the spire. Though he left behind a scholarly magnum opus before his death, overturning all of his previous opinions. Would you like to have a look at it, Sancta? The writing is mediocre, so I did not allow its publication, but the emotions contained within are actually quite interesting. Are you planning to lock me up in your spire too? Who let you in, Sancta? Kaiserine has not approved your audience. Bring him over. Executive Frederico of the Latarian Notarial Hall. I have recently submitted several requests to the Empress's voice for an audience. So you're the Lateran saint. I'm here to recover the fugitive Arturia. Your sister has done many things in Lithanian. Former Reich Shorchester tuner Cora Lowenstein and the remnants of the Witch King. Cora? No, I'm not talking about that. That Ludwig's Universitat case concluded long ago. Das Kaiserinnenfest did go through some incidents, but the final performance was satisfactory. I'm sure you've seen the whole thing, Her Saint. I hope Lithanian's might and magnificence will leave a deep impression on you even after you leave. Am I to take your statement as such? Lithanian is prepared to refuse any procedural communication with Laterano over Arturia and her criminal offences. Are you questioning my decision? Frederico hears the sound of swords and flow colliding. He lifts his head and looks at the Empress of Lithanian. Evignate stands in the sunset's afterglow, her long skirt infused with warm gold, but behind her lies a long hallway comprised of shadows. He counts dozens of Gazette's watchers standing at attention in silence, their swords resounding. Federico Guyler, don't move just yet. What the fuck is that? Federico Guyler, don't move just yet. And what is this? An arts device? A Lateran-made drone? I'm just a little machine. On some occasions, you can also treat me as a messenger. And to whom do you belong? I belong to Laterano. Unique drone model. There is someone who wishes to speak with you, Empress of Lithanian. Long time no see, Evignate. Oh! Van Glista 11th. Your Holiness. So we got the Holiness on call. Your Majesty, Arturia Guylo has been taken away. Yes, I saw. If you wish to keep her here, then we shall not let them leave so easily, even if Van Glista 11th himself were to show up in person. Of course he wouldn't. However, that aging Pope has brought us a message. He said that disaster is imminent, and when the time comes, Laterano won't be the only nation affected. He hopes for Lathanian and Laterano to cooperate and overcome this crisis together. His usual rhetoric then. Herfikenstron said something similar. Within the chaos right before the illusory throne he had created for himself. He said hope is already lost and that eternity is no more. And then after that, I saw them with my own eyes, the enemy hibernating within the chaos. At one point they came infinitesimally close to our Lithanian. Give us the order and we will bring the Santa back for you. No, not just her, we will do anything no matter the cost, whatever it takes to find a way to re-enter the chaotic space and bring Grimmage back. I'll do good. In the final moment before the Genesis horn completely disintegrated, I raised my shield, protecting the twin spires and everyone beneath, but not her. What? Brant, watch the sunset with me. I asked her if she wanted to know why. If she wanted to ask why I let everything be, even though I knew it would turn out as it did. Or to ask me why I turned my back on her at the very last moment. But she didn't. She didn't even hesitate to do what she normally does, turning to face the enemy head on. As we passed each other, her final words were to wish that I could have the sunset as I wanted. Crimmage is a great ruler. You will never forget her sacrifice and continue the fight for Lithanian's future. So you've made your decision too? Yes, Your Majesty. Very good, Brant. Hercum for Sean built a spire in that impossible chaos, naming it after the tower that has long since crumbled in reality. He declared that it would stand eternal. Therefore, I can achieve the same. No, I can surpass it even. I will keep the sunset for all eternity. It will bathe Lithanian in everything that will belong to Lithanian in eternal grace. High ideals, huh? That's the last of it. It's not like you'll be able to stuff the spire down your pocket if you keep staring at it, you know? But is that truly impossible? Professor! Alright, don't glare at me like that. I'll return the statue I got from the best warring classroom entrance if it comes down to it. You put that thing in your cube thing? What? It's valuable, you know. I spilled Pheromoot blood all over it a century ago. Let's get a move on. The rest of us are going even if you aren't. He still has his sentimentalities connected to this. Emengard, Garde, are we really... There's no way a Lich can become a Lithanian. Shouldn't you know that better than anyone else, having been here the longest? The Sarkas have always wandered this land, and us Liches have always been the nomads of our people. We walk the land collecting and guarding knowledge. We protect our traditions from war and strife, so we leave the moment the place we are at isn't stable anymore. And Lithanian is about to undergo some radical changes. Crimmage stayed behind in the chaos, so there's no one left to hold Evignate back. Hercum Van Sean, you damn Koga. You ought to die 1,000 more deaths for the mess you left us. Feel like coming back to life again and wipe your own behind? An impossible feat even if you were to say yes, and if such an opportunity did exist, we should leave it to the most springly youngsters anyway. Do you mean there's a chance for Crimmage to... Have you come up with a way to enter Kargarich? Easy now, it won't happen so soon. But Hercum Van Sean was right, time of annihilation is nigh. Where will us Liches find our place when the entire land is beset by calamity? And that's why we shouldn't bother ourselves with all that trouble. Our nomad days shall come to an end. Alright, then where to next? Where else? Tell your new friends at Casdale that the Lich King's court... No, not the court. Tell them that the keepers of the Temple of Knowledge are preparing to return home. That is such a cool title. The keepers of the Temple of Knowledge are preparing to return home. Ah, man, I want to know more. Young Glista 11th. The special correspondence with Evignate is over. I shared Lateran's caution and once again offered my hopes of advancing together with Lithanian. No, this takes place after chapter 14. This is chapter 15 foreshadowing galore. The cubes, the law itself. When the time comes, we will further analyze the incident in Zwillingstürme according to the information brought back by Frederico Giallo. It was clearly more than just a revolt incited by the revenants of the Witch King. Perhaps what happened there was a harbinger of the disaster, much like the warning Laterano received. Evignate, the only Empresses of Lithanian with a voice now. The way she spoke was appropriate enough, and her attitude sufficiently ambiguous. I can even imagine her expressions. All within my expectations. The Lateran Declaration doesn't really receive any practical response after the Summit of Nations. From the furthest coastlines to the Centrum, the disaster remains a secret in many countries. Faith unites Laterano, while division has always been an everlasting blight upon this great land. But if we wait until the disaster connects all nations into one, it'll be too late. We already have a vague outline of what we are facing, but we are still unable to deduce its source. And analysis complete. Threat level at maximum. Disaster unknown. Path simulation failed. Lateran synchronization outbreak. Synchronization outbreak? Laterano will accelerate the development of yet more emergency response mechanisms. I need to reconfigure the rest of suitable personnel. What's the list of suitable personnel? Alright, some more. That settles the formalities of the handover. In accordance with the bilateral agreement between Laterano and Lithanian, the Empress's voice and I will ensure that Arturia Kylo returns to Lithanian when necessary. The aforementioned agreement has been confirmed. Phew, that's it. I guess this is goodbye for real. I'll be right back. Be right back with the stream. Be right back, guys. Alright, we're back. One last thing to do. Here. Just finish this node and I'm free. I'm finally flippin' free. I am finally free. I guess this is goodbye for real. Michael, feel free to come find me anytime, whether I am in Laterano or on Rhodes Island. Huh? This is new. Oh man. Executor, what's with the sudden human touch in your words today? Suddenly a second node unlocks. Well, no, please. No, please. A human touch, a uselessly vague descriptor. I just have an intuition. This incident has not yet been fully resolved. To be more precise, what we experienced was just the beginning. Oh, definitely. You're here at last, Frederico. The Empress let you go, but that does not mean I can immediately take you away. The handover procedure was somewhat more tedious than planned. Fine work, I assume. You heard her. Comfort Sean's final words within the chaos. What exactly did he tell you? Get in line. Everyone wants to know. Nobles, scholars, which king's remains, Avignate, they're all guessing what exactly Hercom Sean's legacy will be. Might? Power? Knowledge? What do you think, Frederico? All I saw was an enormous mouth of shadows that shouldn't exist in reality. Hercom Sean's death 23 years ago is the only fact of the matter. No matter how many images he fabricated for himself or how many words he spoke, they were all simply echoes of the past. He may have failed to conquer death, but did manage to carve all his emotions onto the void itself. His complacency, frustration, loathing, regret, and his expectations. They'll meet again in this is the Master's Travels event. It'll pick literally right up where Zwillingstürme left off. his complacency, frustration, loathing, regret, and his expectations. He said our genius is also our end, and that our abilities are also our incompetence. The invasion of chaos is inevitable. The master of all existence will awaken. A difficult threat to decipher. Perhaps this is somehow related to His Holiness's attitude. He was the one who entrusted me with the mission of bringing you back to Laterano. Arturia, you said at the amphitheater that you never left Laterano of your own accord. I freely admit the gaps in our laws and that our motion may be a supplementary force you can use to help Laterano face this new threat, but it is undefinable and bound to come with unknown risks. Therefore, I will increase my vigilance over you in order to determine the subjective motivations and possible objective consequences of your actions. I.e., I will shoot to kill if I find anything suspicious. I am most grateful, your beatitude, for with your refined rationality, you are my most suitable executioner. Damn, the last CG, huh? Alright, Federico, if you're not in a hurry to set off on your next journey, then take a good look at the sunset. This is the moment where Zwillingstürme reveals the pinnacle of his beauty. Such splendor is both fleeting and fragile. Soon, night will fall. Do you still remember the question you once asked me? Lateran seems to stand eternally white and flawless, shining with an everlasting radiance. So where is the first place to light up when the sun goes down? Back then I promised you I would bring you to the highest point in Laterano for a look. Ah, man. I know the answer. Oh? I went to the top of Basilica after I met with the Pope and received my sainthood. Once night falls in the city, the streets to the right of the Tower of Revelations will be the first to light up. I even looked into why that is the case. The Lateran office of the electrical management has an integrated program for the city's public energy grid. The area I mentioned belongs to the district where the Tower of Revelations is located. Alcide, the operator at the management office, is left-handed and has a mild case of obsessive-compulsive disorder. He starts from the leftmost switch on the control panel every day. Of course, the most logical answer. The lights start from that street to the right of the Tower of Revelations and then through the Notorian Hall and firework workshops in Pagus Machelian to the Sunset Chapel in Pagus St. Marcel and then all the way to the Chapel Square. If you want to search for a file seen on YouTube or the Storyteller website if you don't have her. Oh, don't you worry. Before I start the Master's Travels event, but the next stream is going to be the Babel one. Without the spoiler, the infamous spoiler stage, of course, but still. It's maybe tomorrow, the stream at the end, that I will read the... what's it called? Virtuoso's operator files, if I remember right. Or just before the Master's Travels event, you know. Anything boats my boat. Not that long. Fair. All this logic is burying the fact that he cared. Yeah. That's the thing. He cared to actually bother looking into it so much. To the Sunset Chapel in Pagus St. Marcel, and then all the way to the Chapel Square. At night, the street lights in Laterano illuminate in order. I should have expected as much. Your answer, as the most rational person I know, is also... And they look just as nice as they were before. And they look just as nice as they were before. I was going to tell you that I wasn't actually as frightened as you might have thought back in that tiny room. Even constant darkness and silence cannot obstruct the feelings between two people. Of course, your findings aren't bad at all either. They reminded me of that my question does indeed have a definitive answer somewhere out there. The lights will turn on again, even the halos on our heads have never gone out. Light is a constant, while darkness is temporary. As for our emotions, grief and joy may happen only in certain moments of our lives, but we can always feel them all the time. They have never left us, like how the sunset has never truly left the sky. Holy flippin' shit. Beautiful event. I don't know what my favorite events would be so far, but I have to say, it has to be. I can't even rank them, but I'm biased towards the Laterano events like the Guide Ahead event, the Hortus di Escapismo. But my favorite event in terms of what I've read and where everything converges, it has to be Zwillingstürme Herbst, followed by Hortus di Escapismo, followed by Guide Ahead, followed by Lingering Echoes. And of course, Kurupral being, because these are the events that I've fully read. Thus ends one of the longest events in Arknights. I am proud that I managed to make it through. I shall look into doing some more Arknights gaming tomorrow, maintaining 2 of my accounts. And thank you to all of you that watched with me, because, man, because you have a full plotline and character growth showing across events. I am aware that a lot of people had to wait years for all this development, and I'm just reading through everything, not having to suffer through the wait. And then I'll get to continue to yet again. But hey, thank you all for watching. Hope you enjoyed. Be sure to like and subscribe, because hey, I put myself through the ringer for this. Presumably shorter streams upcoming, shorter than 6 hours, hopefully, going forward, if an event isn't too long. But yes. Good night, everybody. I shall see you in the next one for the Babel event. Bye-bye.